93 now. "21 seconds? What?" Oh, I know this. I wanna watch this. Fuck. No one buys it. Just one. Damn, I got 3 more here. Jesus, I got 24 now. Why is my Twitch not... Hold on. I am live. April 1st. I only got one. I only got one rough wind. This one right here. Wind attribute. Earth. Great nature. I could craft this and then this. This one I can craft this one too. Let me go get some. this. Oops. Good, 1500 now. Damage. Where's Ragnarok on this one?
MMOs are the greatest and worst genre in all of gaming. And I don't mean that sometimes they're the greatest and sometimes they're the worst, or that they simply have the potential to be both. No, MMOs are simultaneously the best and worst gaming has to offer. Nothing else out there has the capacity to fill you with so much joy or so much disappointment, to enrich people's lives or ruin them, to let you fall in love or to break your goddamn heart. And I want to talk about that. Still, I also want you and everyone else on this planet to know exactly what this genre is all about, where it came from, and how it's changed. Ideally, if I had my way, this would be something taught in schools to children of all ages, so that future generations can better understand the folly of their elders. However, unfortunately, my influence is not at a level where I can enforce a global curriculum about the MMO genre, so this video will have to do instead. Which means, if you don't know anything about massively multiplayer online games, then today I will show you a world of infinite virtual possibilities and open your eyes to what some might say are some of the most important events in human history. And at the end, you will walk away saying, "Ah, I kind of get it now." And kind of get it you shall. And for those who do already know a little about MMOs, then through rich historical evidence and deep theoretical analysis, today I will expand your knowledge to never before seen heights, so that if that future day does come where MMO studies do become an important pillar of modern academia, you'll be ready. You're welcome. Now, important topics we will cover today include: where did MMOs come from? How did they flourish? When did things start to go wrong? That one game and why it mattered. That time when the media started comparing MMOs to hardcore drugs. What MMO will actually be the next big thing? That one time that guy said,
"You think you do, but you don't."
what depression would look like if it were a video game genre, and, of course, whether or not the MMO genre is, in fact, dead. And at the end of all this, I will also reveal how every single one of these things is connected. So, welcome to the history of MMOs. I hope you're paying attention. In order to understand the MMO genre, we must obviously start at where it all began, the first MMO. But what is the first MMO? Back before smartphones, before social media, before the turn of the millennium, before the internet was publicly accessible, and before any of Sony, Microsoft or Nintendo had ever made a gaming console, video games were barely even a thing yet. This dark time, also known as the 1970s, wouldn't last long, however, as just as Prometheus once stole fire from the gods to give to us lucky lesser mortals, so too did some brave pioneers take the early mainframe and mini-computers of the 1970s and start creating programs not for advanced computational functions, but just for fun. And yes, we do actually have to go this far back, because this will be important. You see, in 1972, we got the first video game, and you've probably heard of it. Pong looked like this, and yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. If you're a fucking loser. I mean, what is this basic shit? How is anyone going to escape this mundane reality and forget all their problems with Pong? You know how you can tell Pong sucks? Its creators called it Pong. Good games are not called Pong, come on. No, you see, if you were stuck in the 1970s and you wanted the good stuff, text-based games. That was where it was actually at, and you can tell they were good because they had cool names like Adventure, Dungeon, and Zorg. And you know what else was cool about them? What you could do in them. These text-based games worked through typed user inputs and were heavily inspired by this little newly released, not video game that was catching on at the time, called Dungeons and Dragons. Now, comparing what you could do in these early text-based games to what you could do in, say, Pong, was a bit like comparing what you can see in an old Sears catalogue to what you can see on Pornhub. Basically, it's hardly the same type of experience. Still, you know what's cooler than exploring a dungeon in the video game Dungeon? Well, exploring a dungeon with friends. But oh no, we need a name. What could we call these multi-user dungeon-based games? Muds. They called them Muds. And hey, who said good games need good names? And so, hello, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, League of Legends, Call of Duty, Halo, Quake, and every other online game ever invented. This is it. This is where it all started. The first MUD was, I guess, retroactively called MUD 1, and in it you could talk to and work with or against other players in a real virtual world, even if there weren't any graphics. Now, there's two important pieces of information I want you to write down in your metaphorical notebooks here. The first is that while the genealogy of MUD 1 to Fortnite is a bit vague and you'd be forgiven for forgetting that they're related, the lineage from MUD 1 to the MMOs you actually know the name of is a lot more direct, and the family resemblance can still clearly be seen, with familiar MMO concepts like party-based gameplay, loot, raiding, and even the Holy Trinity, all showing up in games like the highly popular 1990 Diku MUD. Also, many of the soon-to-be big names of the MMO world, like Brad McQuaid and Raph Costa, got their start in the industry as MUD developers. So, for MMOs, MUDs mattered. The second thing to take note of is the time frame. The first ever video game, Pong, was created in 1972. Meanwhile, MUD 1 was created in 1978, just 6 years later. This was 5 years before Google says the internet was invented, and so playing with other people back then meant you had to be a student or professor at a university which had its own internal intranet. At certain universities, these games would go on to become quite popular, with many people also sharing source codes between universities, meaning popular MUDs would have many different variants. But beyond that, there was literally no way for them to become more mainstream, and the popularity they did have mostly came through word of mouth. In fact, some of these early MUDs were created by students on the university networks in secret, and were then subsequently shut down when university staff found out they existed. I mean, typical goddamn kids, am I right? Always messing around, pioneering new billion-dollar industries, when they should be doing actual important stuff like memorizing textbooks. And that was the 1970s. Video games as a concept were new, and online games in particular faced many problems while having absolutely no way to commercialize and make money, and yet it didn't matter. The allure of playing with other real-life people in an online virtual world was so strong that people didn't need graphics, or the internet, or money to want to make that idea a reality. And so, the MMO dream was alive, pretty much as soon as it became theoretically possible. But was MUD 1, or even the later, more advanced Diku MUD, the first MMO? Well, not really. MUDs are MUDs, they are their own thing, and not only would they fail to meet most people's criteria for being massively multiplayer, they're also heavily defined by their text-based nature, something MMOs aren't. So, in summary, MUDs mattered, but our quest for the first MMO isn't
MUDs?
over yet. So, what about the first online RPG with, more than just text? Well, if graphics are your thing, say hello to 1991's Neverwinter Nights. Not to be confused with BioWare's 2001 Neverwinter Nights, or the 2013 MMO Neverwinter. 1991 Neverwinter Nights was one of the Dungeons & Dragons Gold Box RPGs, and it ran on that same classic Gold Box engine. But Neverwinter Nights set itself apart by trying to incorporate the online multiplayer aspects seen in many MUDs into the Gold Box D&D formula to allow players to join the same party and each act individually in combat. Conceptually, this was a great idea. I mean, D&D was designed to be multiplayer, but as it was 1991, it did mean there was a little bit of a problem with players actually getting online in such a dark and distant time such as the early 90s. And so, Neverwinter Nights was developed with the help of AOL, with the idea of an online game seeming attractive to AOL because back then people only seemed to be using the internet for silly, unimportant things like sending business emails. This was no good for AOL because they charged by the hour, and all people were doing was logging on to download their emails and then logging off again, meaning the time users spent connected was minimal. So AOL needed a way to get people to stay logged in, and not realizing that what people most want the internet for is watching porn and arguing about politics, they went for the next best thing: online video games. And so, if you were a paying AOL customer in the early 90s, you too could step into its rudimentary take on the Forgotten Realms to do battle with monsters and dive into dungeons alongside your friends.
It's too much.
And all
I didn't
for the
really-
cheap price of $6 per hour, which would be just over $12 if you factored in inflation. If anyone is watching this video while currently logged into an MMO, do me a favour and type /played into the chat for me. and then take your total hours and times that by 12. And hey, look, I guess monthly fees don't look so bad anymore. I like to think of this exercise as a nice reminder that no matter how bad monetization gets in modern games, things could still be worse. Although, don't tell that to Activision or EA, we wouldn't want them to get any new ideas. Also, while Neverwinter Nights did try to increase its player capacity over time, its servers were still far too small for the total player base, meaning people would often have to queue just to log in, and you'd still have to pay while queuing. Fun. So, $12 an hour, graphics like these, queues to log in, and very limited gameplay. Was Neverwinter Nights actually worth all that? Well, back in the 90s, for many people it was, and the player base grew to over 100,000 players before the game was eventually shut down in the late 90s. The message behind this seems clear. People wanted online games, even if they had to pay a premium to play them. And so, MMOs had officially arrived. Or had they? I mean, Neverwinter Nights was very impressive for its time. It did leave an important legacy in its wake, and it is often considered the first graphical MMORPG.
So much.
But was this actually a massively multiplayer game? Well, that's up to your own definition. Originally, each server had a capacity of 50 concurrent players, which was later increased all the way up to 500, but for many people this still doesn't quite represent the moment MMOs were truly born. Neverwinter Nights was just a bit too early, too limited, too small, and it was still only available to paying AOL customers rather than all internet users. So, what was the first game to meet all possible criteria? The first game that actually fits the image we have of what an MMO should be. The first real MMO. Well, again, that's not exactly clear. By the mid-90s, online RPGs were starting to become more common and be accessible to broader internet users. Notable titles include 1996's The Realm Online and Meridian 59, as well as Nexus: The Kingdom of the Wind in Korea. Still, the first of these games to truly take the gaming world by storm, the game which would actually coin the term MMORPG and would prove the commercial viability of the genre beyond all doubt, was a game still played and loved to this day: Ultima Online. Released in 1997, Ultima Online was an offshoot to the long-running and hugely important Ultima series, one of the true pioneers of the computer role-playing genre. It was after the 8th mainline entry into the series that its creator, Richard Garriott, came up with the idea of creating an Ultima game where several thousand players could all participate in a shared fantasy world. Pitching this grand idea to the studio publisher, Electronic Arts, proved difficult, however, as at this time no previous online-only video game had went on to be a major commercial success. As such, Ultima Online took multiple attempts to get off the ground, and when it was finally given the green light, EA estimated, based off other titles in the market, that it would probably only achieve several thousand players, and so gave the project a development and marketing budget to reflect that. But Ultima Online didn't reach a few thousand players. It reached millions, with over 250,000 concurrent subscribers at its peak in the year 2000, making it both the fastest selling internet-only game of all time and the fastest selling computer game EA had ever produced. And these wildly successful sales were matched by the game's reception amongst its players. In an interview prior to release, Ultima creator Richard Garriott said that they wanted to make the very first ever completely virtual world for the mass public to go live out alternative lives in. And that's exactly what they did. Ultima Online was a different type of experience to many of the MMOs which would follow it, in that it was designed as a virtual world first and a game second. You see, Ultima didn't come with clearly defined pre-packaged goals for all players to follow. Instead, you had to make your own objectives. And the game wasn't about a race to max level, because it didn't even have levels. You progressed through a skill system where advancement was based on use, and which skills you chose to focus on were entirely up to the individual. And it wasn't a game about chasing the greatest loot, and there was no separation between end game and early game, and no one had even heard of dailies, time gating, or the meta. Instead, it was a truly open-ended, player-driven experience. Be who you want to be, and do what you want to do, and that includes non-combat activities too. So, if you wanted to live your life as a merchant, crafting your own wares and never even picking up a weapon, you could do that, and then build a house near a town to turn it into a shop, and then start advertising your wares to other players and making a name for yourself, and you would never feel like you're playing the game wrong or falling behind, because it was a virtual world before it was a game, and the point from its inception was just to allow players to live within its world. Of course, there can be a downside to so much freedom, as just like in real life, other people can kill you, and just like in real life, dying also kind of sucked, because people could take all your items and leave you needing to get someone else to come resurrect you. This was called PK, or player killing, and it was a defining part of the Ultima experience. Of course, killing people does come with consequences, just like in real life, as if someone remembers your name and reports the murder, you can turn red to other players, meaning not only can other people freely attack you, but also NPC merchants might not sell you items anymore, and NPC guards might just stop protecting you, as well as other game-changing consequences, including players being able to pay gold to put a bounty on your head, which other players can then collect, providing they remember to cut your head off after killing you, as proof, that is. This created a complicated red versus blue dynamic of player killing outlaws on one side and innocent rule-abiding citizens on the other, and the opportunities for player creativity proved endless. You could steal items from players' houses, or use middlemen to kill on your behalf to avoid turning red yourself, or trick players through portals to teleport them out of town where it might be safe to kill them, or take to the seas to kill player fishermen and steal their boats to create your very own pirate empire, and so on. The most notable example of PKing occurred during one of the game's final beta tests, when Richard Garriott, as his in-universe character Lord British, an important figure across the entire Ultima series, was giving a speech to the player base when one player in the crowd used a fire field spell on him. As creator of the entire bloody series, and actual lord of the in-game realm of Britannia, Lord British was meant to be invulnerable to player attacks, and as such, Garriott had an invulnerability toggle to prevent things like this from happening. But it turned out this invulnerability status didn't persist between gaming sessions, and that day, down to nothing more than human forgetfulness, Garriott had simply forgot to toggle it back on after logging in, meaning the creator of the game and Lord of Britannia was assassinated, mid-speech, right there in front of a crowd of onlooking players. This event has come to be seen as highly symbolic of Ultima Online, as a passing of the torch moment from the developers, the ones who created this world, to the players, the ones who would control its future. And over time, the player base of Ultima Online proved so bloodthirsty and conniving that the developers eventually had to step in to create non-player killing servers with the release of the game's first expansion, Ultima Online Renaissance, which many criticised for fracturing the community and going against the spirit of the game. Ultima Online also had its own problems that came from being the first online game of this scale, including how to actually get money from players, as while a monthly subscription was decided on as the best financial model, most people outside of America didn't have credit cards yet, meaning the developer needed to start selling game time as something you could physically purchase at retail stores in order for most people outside of America to be able to actually play. An even bigger problem came with how to actually deal with all these players. Ultima Online's world was truly massive by the standards of the era, with a capacity of 2,500 simultaneous players. But after the unprecedented level of interest since the first beta, it became clear that even this wouldn't be enough. The solution was to split the game's population into multiple different identical servers, which would each host their own persistent copy of the game's world. So, when you created a character, you would do it on one specific server, and that would be the only server where your character would exist. This was something the developers were at first hesitant to do, as it went against the original idea of creating a true virtual world, but after the large amount of interest in the beta, it became clear that it was going to be necessary for the developers to have any chance of coping with the large player base. In fact, the decision to split the player base into different servers was seen as something so significant that it was incorporated into the game's story, with it being explained that after the main character of the single-player Ultima series shattered the gem of immortality at the end of Ultima 1, he discovered that it was tied to the world itself, leading to a number of different identical shards being created, each a replica of the same world of Britannia. This narrative explanation was even designed to allow the possibility of these shards one day being reunited to bring all players back into a single world if the technology did one day allow it. Alas, this never happened, and MMO servers went on to become a normal and very important part of the MMO experience. Still, problems with servers, lack of credit cards, rampant player killing, and Garriot's infamous assassination didn't change the fact that Ultima Online was a huge success. It proved beyond doubt the commercial and technical viability of this type of game, and people still play Ultima Online to this day. And so, with Ultima Online's ascendancy, the MMO genre was born. This is the end of Lesson 1, although don't worry, we still have a long way to go. Before that though, if there is one single thing to take away from the story so far, it's not just that these early MMOs and proto-MMOs were successful despite the hurdles of the era in which they were made, it's why they were successful. You see, even if there were no graphics, even if there was no internet, even if you were greatly limited in what you could do in these games, even if you had to pay $12 per hour to play them, and even if the developers had to write the rules of how to actually make these types of games as they went, none of that was enough to change the fact that people wanted these games, even if they had to queue to play, pay by the hour, and put up with losing all items on death. And I think this all comes down to one simple reason, which is that MMOs were more than just online games. They were virtual worlds. You can look at these early games and wonder how anyone could ever enjoy them as a result of their rudimentary graphics, but I would argue that what truly makes a world feel alive isn't how it looks at all. Instead, it's two things. The first is that it's filled with real people, and the other is that it persists even when you're not around. Most offline games have neither of these. Their worlds exist only when the player is there with them, and no matter how realistic they might look, they're filled with obviously unreal characters whose level of artificial intelligence doesn't even come close to that of an actual person. And this sense of fakeness can make your actions feel more meaningless. But for MMOs, it's different. Their worlds are filled with real people, and player actions do have actual long-term consequences, and this can make them feel more real, which can make everything you do within these games seem more meaningful as a result. This is why players might put up with bad graphics, or carry out time-consuming and repetitive tasks, or just dedicate large parts of their lives to them. The appeal MMOs provide is unique, and if this is something which appeals to you, it's something you can't just find somewhere else. Of course, there's nothing wrong with this not appealing to someone. After all, there's no reason you need to believe in a virtual world when one reality can be more than enough. But if you want to understand MMOs, you need to understand this side of them. They're not just games, and few titles exemplified that better than the father of the genre itself, Ultima Online. And that brings us to the end of Lesson 1. Now, I hope everyone has been keeping up. Don't worry too much if you didn't take good notes. I will of course be making this and all future lessons available online. And if anyone has any questions, just shout them out. I don't mind. Because I can't hear you. Now, on to lesson 2. With Ultima Online's release, MMOs had officially arrived, and in the following years, the genre would continue to grow as both developer interest and player access to the internet increased. Ultima Online's financial success was also significant because of the monthly fees users were paying, where 100% of that fee was going straight to the game's creators. Unlike with physical sales, where game retailers at the time might take a cut of up to 50% of all sales. In a time before microtransactions, these fees were very lucrative and presented an almost unrivaled opportunity for profits, and so big-name publishers like Sony, Microsoft, Square Enix, Ubisoft and others became more willing to take a chance and finance their own MMOs. The first to be released in the West was EverQuest in 1999, and if Ultima Online could be considered the father of the genre, EverQuest has a strong claim to being its mother, due to both its groundbreaking popularity and the strong influence it had on many titles that would follow. Where Ultima Online had taken inspiration from the Ultima RPG series and prioritised player freedom, EverQuest instead took inspiration from the text-based mods of earlier, which several of its designers had previously worked on, leading to a focus on player cooperation. The primary way it achieved this was through difficulty. Basically, EverQuest was hard, and that made people want to play with each other so they could work together to overcome the challenges its world presented. But cooperation was also encouraged through certain design choices. Take dying, which had long been an intimidating concept in MUDs and other early MMOs, and EverQuest was no different. On death, you lost experience points, possibly up to an hour's worth of grinding, and you also dropped all the items and equipment you had on you. You then needed to run to your corpse, naked, from wherever you set as your home location, and if you didn't get there in time, you risked losing everything you previously had on you. But if there was someone around who could res you, like a party member, guild mate, or just a kind passerby, then they could bring you back to life on the spot, saving you from a dangerous corpse run and reducing the XP loss you would suffer. By today's standards, these kinds of harsh death penalties might seem barbaric and not fit for modern society, but they were very effective at making people grateful for the help of others, and at making those doing the helping feel valued because their actions had such a large positive impact. Other examples of challenge leading to cooperation can be seen in EverQuest's actual quests, which were both hard to find and hard to complete, meaning players were basically forced to share knowledge with each other. Or in the lack of a map, meaning players had to rely on each other to find their way around the world. Or in the lack of an auction house, meaning you needed to interact directly with people to trade items and rely on others to acquire certain important things. The question of whether these punishing inconveniences were worth the added social benefits they brought is largely up to each individual, but one can't deny these inconveniences did have a social benefit. And the idea of working together was also heavily incorporated into EverQuest's class design. Some semblance of the Holy Trinity can be seen in earlier MUDs, but it was EverQuest which really cemented its place at the forefront of MMO game design. For those unaware, the Holy Trinity refers not to the Father, Son and Holy Spirit, but instead to the three primary roles players often take in group combat. These are the tank, the healer, and the DPS, or damage dealer, and each has their own job to perform. The tank draws enemy attention, usually referred to as aggro, to protect the rest of the party. The healer heals incoming damage to keep everyone alive, and the damage dealer, or damage per second, just does as much damage as possible to kill any and every enemy. Usually groups have one tank, one healer and several DPS, although as group size increases, more tanks or healers can start to be required. Usually, groups have one tank, one healer, and several DPS, although as group size increases, more tanks or healers can start to be required. And the idea is that through working together with specialized roles, the group can increase their overall effectiveness. Not every MMO that would follow EverQuest would feature the Holy Trinity, but a lot did, and it's a concept most MMO players are very familiar with. Still, something not all MMO players are familiar with are some of the other roles players might take in groups in EverQuest, like Buffer, Crowd Controller, and Puller, who was the person with the responsibility for pulling enemies towards the party. EverQuest also had multiple dedicated support classes, like the Bard or Enchanter, who would take a role completely outside the classic Holy Trinity and were only there to make their allies more effective. The result was a game where everyone had their own specific role to play in combat, and working together was hugely important. And while these roles may not have been completely necessary when killing normal enemies to level up, EverQuest also popularized something else that has become synonymous with the MMO genre: raiding, where these different roles did become necessary. If you've never heard of raiding, then think of it as challenging group-based content that usually requires a large group of coordinated players, often playing for an extended period of time to kill enemy bosses and collect the best items or loot in-game. As EverQuest was such an early MMO, you may assume raiding in it would be easy, but if that's what you're thinking, you clearly haven't been paying attention, because EverQuest wasn't really a big fan of easy. And so not only did enemy raid bosses do a large amount of damage, they also had specific mechanics players had to overcome, like special attacks players had to move out of, as well as hazards in the boss arena, like traps players could fall into, as well as other nearby enemies players could accidentally get too close to and end up pulling into the fight. And if all that sounds fairly standard for an MMO, each boss in EverQuest could also take over an hour to kill, and far longer was needed to clear the boss area of other enemies beforehand, buff up every player, and coordinate everyone's complicated roles in order to actually take the boss down successfully. Oh, and there also weren't any instances in EverQuest, meaning all bosses exist in the game world, and if you wanted your group to be the one to kill it, you had to camp its location so you get to it before anyone else when it respawns. In a time when raiding was a new concept, instances every player and coordinate everyone's complicated roles in order to actually take the boss down successfully. Oh, and there also weren't any instances in EverQuest, meaning all bosses exist in the game world, and if you wanted your group to be the one to kill it, you had to camp its location so you get to it before anyone else when it respawns.
That's how it is.
In a time when raiding was a new concept, EverQuest's hardest encounters could pose a serious challenge, and only the best players had a chance of defeating them. And it's something no one could do alone. Raiding, in EverQuest or otherwise, was and is all about who you play with. So, if you wanted to get anywhere in EverQuest, from raiding to leveling, you were going to need to group up and work with others. It was simply the way the game was designed, and many other games of this era followed this group or die philosophy. Outside of this, much of EverQuest's DNA was shared with Dungeons & Dragons, something that can be seen easily in its good, neutral and evil alignments, or its recognisable main stats, although the number of different classes and races, as well as the size of its in-game world, do still feel impressive to this day. And so were its sales, as in just a few months it would surpass Ultima Online's already significant player base, reaching a peak of 550,000 concurrent subscribers, far above any other Western MMO at the time. EverQuest would be followed in late 1999 by another MMO, Acheron's Call. Together with Ultima Online, this triumvirate is sometimes referred to as the Big Three, for their collective role in popularizing MMOs in the West. although Asheron's Call achieved considerably less sales than its two previously mentioned compatriots.
When was EverQuest?
This didn't stop it from acquiring its own loyal player base, however, and it stood out for its highly skill-based combat system, which was more action-focused than the games which preceded it, and incorporated real collision detection with a heavy focus on aiming and movement. Alongside the ability to kill other players and acquire some of their items, similar to in Ultima Online, this led to a heavy focus on player killing, with communities and player-based factions forming to support this. Outside of this, Asheron's Call is also significant for the vast size of its in-game world, which was entirely seamless, with no loading screens or separation between zones, as well as the way it told its story, which happened through in-game playable events that were released monthly and could be shaped by the community's actions. One of the most famous of these events was the Shard of the Herald, where players were tasked with destroying several in-game shards, only to find out upon the destruction of the final shard that this would actually summon a legendary demon to the world. However, as no one originally knew what would happen when the shards were destroyed, it led to a split in the player base between those who wanted to destroy them against those who wanted to protect them. To aid in the story, the developers jumped in game to take the role of powerful NPCs who bribed certain players with the promise of high-level items to destroy the shards in the name of a demon, thus continuing the planned story, and so that's what ended up happening. Except on one server, Thistledown, where the defenders actually managed to resist. To do this, they set up 24-hour protection, working together in shifts to successfully guard the final shard, until the developers once more stepped in to take a more active role by summoning high-level monsters to finally force the shard's destruction. Still, in return for their efforts, the defenders were immortalized with an in-game statue bearing their names to forever commemorate their valiant defiance. This example does a great job at illustrating the potential for unique storytelling provided by a living world, where players can play an active role in evolving events, and where developers can even get involved too, by taking on a role similar to that of the Dungeon Master in a Dungeons & Dragons game. My favourite example of this type of developer interaction has to be in 2005's relatively short-lived and averagely reviewed MMO, The Matrix Online. And while I'm sure this game did have its problems, one of which being how weird the combat looked, its narrative was still very unique. The Matrix Online was set immediately following the conclusion of the original trilogy of movies, with the inhabitants of the Matrix, which were the players, now suddenly realizing the truth behind their simulated reality. Basically, the story said, what would happen if loads of people in the Matrix suddenly realized their world was fake, after the machine's defeat? And then instead of the writers trying to create a specific answer, they just let the players be the world's inhabitants, almost like a simulation of this event, rather than a traditionally scripted story. Which, in this example, works perfectly, as the difference between an MMO player in a virtual game world isn't that different to a Matrix inhabitant in a simulated reality world. This concept even had the series' co-creators' blessing, with the Wachowski siblings saying the players would be able to inherit the original storyline as their own. Anyway, The Matrix Online was shut down in 2009, so wow, players, you really fucked that one up, didn't you? Still, before that, The Matrix Online had a dedicated group of developers called the Live Events Team, who would be paid to log in and act out the role of specific characters during certain story events, including pre-established characters like Morpheus. So, in most games where you might get a quest from an NPC, in The Matrix Online, that quest giver might have been an actual developer. As you can probably imagine, this type of in-game direct developer or game master interaction has become almost unheard of as time went on, and so have live interactive story events, probably due to the problems they create with servers being overloaded when such events inevitably bring too many players into a single location. Still, despite The Matrix Online's problems, its method of storytelling was admirable, although I guess a game from 2005 is getting a little ahead of ourselves. You see, despite covering the so-called big three of the early MMO world, one cannot simply leave the 90s behind without talking about another important game. one that would quickly go on to be bigger than all of the big three combined,
What is
and would
this?
continue to have millions of players from its launch right up to this very day, albeit mostly in Korea. Inspired by old-school roguelike NetHack, with gameplay reminiscent of Diablo, Lineage exploded into the Korean PC-dominated gaming market in 1998, and never quite left, with a more recently released mobile port titled Lineage M still bringing in billions of dollars of revenue. In addition to its hardcore player-versus-player combat, and its, for the time, innovative in-game guild system, Lineage is best known for putting a heavy focus on grinding, with a philosophy that has come to be synonymous with Korean MMOs, where grinding isn't something that supplements other parts of the game, but instead, grinding is the game. To understand why Lineage was quite as successful as it was isn't that easy to do, as its success never really spread much beyond Korea, and also soon led to many other Korean MMOs with similar visual and design styles, sometimes referred to as Lineage clones. However, it may help to think of it this way, which is that while outside of Korea, Lineage was seen as just another Korean MMO, within Korea, Lineage was the MMO, and its legacy can still be seen in new Korean MMOs to this day. But Korea wasn't the only Asian country helping to shape the MMO genre. In late 90s Japan, the personal computer gaming market was still struggling to find life, but the console market was growing like never before. And so, after playing several Western online games, including Ultima Online, Diablo and EverQuest, Sega chairman Isao Okawa came to the conclusion that the internet was tied to the future of gaming, leading to the creation of the first ever console MMO, Phantasy Star Online, which released on the Dreamcast in the year 2000. Due in part to its console limitations, alongside the inspiration it took from Diablo, Phantasy Star Online was a lobby-based game where players would form groups of up to 4 players to explore different variants of 4 different dungeons. Compared to the freedom of Ultima Online or the complexity of EverQuest, Phantasy Star Online may have admittedly been more limited, but this also had the advantage of making it more accessible to its console audience, and it quickly found a dedicated audience in its home market of Japan, making it the first ever MMO to do so. And despite not being quite so massive as its compatriots, Phantasy Star Online still retained a focus on the social aspects of the genre, with a trading system that forced players to trade between themselves as the only means to acquire certain important items, and with an automatic translation system that would display many key phrases in multiple different languages, so that players from different parts of the world could still communicate and play with each other, all on the game's one single global server. This idea of bringing different people together would be taken even further by another Japanese MMO, Final Fantasy XI, which released in 2002. Taking heavy inspiration from EverQuest, the Final Fantasy XI once more placed a large focus on needing to group with other players to progress, following the design idea that it would be a game about a group of adventurers coming together to form a party, just like in a classic Final Fantasy game, except this time all the adventurers would be players. As such, group-based cooperation was at the centre of many of the game's systems, like its skill chain system, which granted players bonus effects by forming combos with other party members in combat. Likewise, death was once more punishing, involving losing a significant amount of experience points, and the world was designed to be dangerous, to force players to need to group together to overcome its challenges together. Still, where Final Fantasy XI truly stood out was how it took Phantasy Star Online's global interconnected approach to its player base even further, as not only did it also feature global servers and an automated translation system, but also, for the first time for an online game, it was also cross-platform and eventually cross-console. And so, whether you played on PC, PlayStation or Xbox, in Europe, America or Asia, everyone could still play together. This wasn't the only way MMOs were becoming more accessible, however, as in England, a game which would receive multiple iterations and go on to shape a whole generation of adolescents' online lives, was to be first released to the public in 2001 under the name RuneScape. And while it didn't become a global gaming phenomenon overnight, it didn't take long. Mostly for one simple reason, which was that anyone could play it. RuneScape was a free-to-play game, fully playable with just a web browser, which meant the traditional costly barriers to entry of paying for a physical game, a monthly subscription, and an expensive gaming-capable PC weren't standing in players' ways, and so many people, particularly younger players, were able to step foot into a virtual online world for the first time. And while the graphics may have been basic, its game design wasn't. Taking inspiration from earlier MUDs, with an open-ended, player-driven design similar to that seen in Ultima Online, RuneScape allowed thousands of players to level up skills and complete quests in whatever order they chose. For some, it would be the start of their MMO addiction. For some, it would be the start of their RuneScape addiction, and for some, it was just a taste of what was out there and might be to come. But regardless, few games in history have had such a large impact on a particular generation of gamers, and through two very different versions of the game, RuneScape continues to thrive to this day. Still, accessibility wasn't the only way the MMO genre was evolving, as 2001 would see another significant release in Dark Age of Camelot. With a smaller development team and lower budget than some of its rivals, Dark Age of Camelot had its work cut out for it to compete in the now blooming MMO landscape, and this was only furthered by its developers' struggle to secure a publisher. Still, Dark Age of Camelot nevertheless did compete, and it was all thanks to the focus on a new type of competitive play: PvP. Using the source material of Arthurian legend, a decision made due to it being in the public domain and so free to use, Dark Age of Camelot divided its player base into 3 distinct factions or realms, all vying for control of a mythical Camelot after the death of King Arthur. Players would then work with members of their own faction to fight against players from the 2 enemy factions in player vs player combat. PvP would go on to be a staple of the MMO genre, and it did exist before Dark Age of Camelot in the form of player killing, or PK, but this was the first time an entire game was designed around the idea, as where other MMOs saw rampant player killing as a problem, and in time tried to prevent or curtail it, Dark Age of Camelot instead thoroughly embraced the player base's natural tendency to want to kill each other, and offered it to them on a scale unseen before in the genre. To this end, the long-running tradition of harsh penalties for player deaths was relaxed, as the developer wanted players to put themselves in harm's way for glory of the realm. Likewise, supporting systems, like crafting, were incorporated into the broader realm vs realm conflict, like by allowing players to craft vital PvP items like siege equipment or ammunition, and rewards were also given to those who were victorious, with guilds being able to claim and hold territory, and entire realms gaining bonuses for capturing and holding valuable relics. The result was a game many players consider to be the pinnacle of large-scale player vs player gameplay, and this was reflected in Dark Age of Camelot sales, as it went on to achieve the second highest subscriber count of any MMO in the West, only surpassed by EverQuest. The key to this success, despite the game's relatively modest budget, may be due to the fact that it was less reliant on its developers to continuously create new content for its players to engage with, because in a PvP-focused game, the players are the content, and all the developers needed to do is give them a reason to want to keep killing each other. And so, players fought not only for rewards, but for pride, and glory for their guilds, and a fierce loyalty to their realm. And through this endless conflict, bonds were forged, as success in combat still relied on grouping up with other players to maximise effectiveness. And if player vs player, or even medieval fantasy wasn't for you, the early 2000s would also see the rise of many new settings and styles of games as the MMO genre continued to grow year on year. Some examples to reflect this growing diversity include 2001's sci-fi MMO Anarchy Online, set in a distant 29,000 AD, or 2002's 2D sprite-based Korean MMO Ragnarok Online, or 2003's entirely space-based MMO EVE Online, set in a single shared game world that spanned 7,800 or
What?
Some examples to reflect this growing diversity include 2001's sci-fi MMO Anarchy Online, set in a distant 29,000 AD, or 2002's 2D sprite-based Korean MMO Ragnarok Online, or 2003's entirely space-based MMO EVE Online, set in a single shared game world that spanned 7,800 visitable star systems, or 2004's City of Heroes, a superhero-based MMO with some of the deepest and most expressive character creation in video game history. And with new settings, also came big names. For example, 2003's Star Wars Galaxies offered players the chance to do something many people around the world had dreamed of for years. A chance to step into the universe of Star Wars and just live there for a bit. Something Star Wars Galaxies in particular excelled at due to its Ultima Online inspired open-ended design principles and focus on non-combat focused professions like the trader or entertainer that, alongside a detailed and highly customizable player housing system, could lead to entire player-created cities full of useful facilities and businesses that gave other players a reason to visit. Of course, for almost all of these games, the core activities players actually did in them were to some degree repetitive, basic, and possibly unfulfilling from a gameplay perspective. In an IGN review from 2001, they described the average MMO combat as boring, hit button and go get a drink while the monster dies. As, even as far back as 2001, a stereotype existed of MMOs being tedious, even during their most action-packed segments like the combat, where you often had to just watch your character perform auto-attacks until the enemy ran out of hit points. But combat wasn't the only thing that could take a while. You also had to wait around to find groups, spend a lot of time waiting to get to your destination when travelling, kill large numbers of similar enemies to level up, which might require waiting around for enemies to respawn or for your character to regain health or mana, and so on. You could say the MMO genre didn't really value the player base's time, and when you consider that this genre was primarily funded through monthly subscriptions, meaning there was an incentive to give players things to do and make them take as long as possible to prevent people from running out and unsubscribing, there is some merit to this idea. Still, for many players, it didn't matter that what you did in these games was sometimes boring, because the MMO dream of creating real virtual worlds was so alive within these games, and for the right person, nothing was more exciting than that. And hopefully, with the examples in this segment, you can start to see that. Like how playing through massive player-driven story events in Asheron's Call, or creating huge alliances and participating in actual wars against other realms to conquer land in Dark Age of Camelot, or creating actual cities complete with taxes, player-voted mayors, and server-famous bars and cantinas in Star Wars Galaxies can make these games more than games. And hell, back in the early 2000s, the entire concept of an online game was still pretty novel. Halo 2 is often considered one of the most important online games of all time. It played a hugely important role in normalizing online gaming, and being able to play Halo multiplayer with other people over Xbox Live was seen as a truly revolutionary and groundbreaking moment for gaming consoles. And Halo 2 released in late 2004. Now, I don't want to imply that Halo 2 multiplayer wasn't good, but it wasn't an entire virtual world for players to live a second life in. It's also worth considering that MMOs predate social media. When I was a teenager, people at school used MSN Messenger to talk to each other over the internet after school, and this was the main thing many people did for fun in their free time. Which makes some sense, as this was before smartphones and texting was still expensive, and things like Facebook didn't exist yet, so any program that allowed you to simply chat with people was seen as pretty incredible. But MMOs predated MSN Messenger, and they also allowed you to talk to other people over the internet, as well as so much more. And so, the early to mid-2000s were a true golden age for MMOs, both for the players who were getting to experience the thrills of these virtual worlds for the first time, and for the genre itself, which was seeing growth in both the number of games available and in the total number of subscribers playing these games. This was a time when the rules of the genre were still being written, when exciting new titles were always just over the horizon, and when no one really knew what they were actually doing in these games, making the experience arguably more enjoyable as a result. Most of all though, it was a time when the future seemed bright. Every year was producing rapid advancements in both graphical and processing power within gaming, and if these kinds of huge, expansive and realistic worlds were possible now, just imagine what they would be like in 5 or 10 years' time. And if the MMO player base was large now, it would surely only grow as each year saw an increase in the number of people with access to gaming capable PCs, and with access to the internet, and with access to higher speed broadband connections. And so, the future seemed full to the brim with promise and potential, all just waiting for something to come along and ignite it. For a spark to create a flame that would set the whole world ablaze. I genuinely believe a strong argument can be made that World of Warcraft is the single most important game ever made. Because, sure, when it comes to the total number of players, even World of Warcraft's peak of 12 million subscribers is still just a fraction of what many popular modern free-to-play games pull in, and in terms of historical significance on the industry, World of Warcraft is obviously behind the likes of your Pac-Men, Tetrises and Super Mario Bros. But if you were instead to consider importance like an equation, where total impact equals the number of people who played it times the impact it had on each individual person, then even if World of Warcraft has less total players than other games, the average impact it had on each one is so astronomically larger than most other games that in terms of total impact, I really think World of Warcraft might be the single greatest of all time. Still, where exactly World of Warcraft ranks amongst the most important games of history really doesn't matter right now, because its importance to the MMO genre is truly beyond question. Here are a couple of graphs with some of the most accurate historical data we have available of past MMO subscription numbers, showing WoW's subcount relative to the other biggest titles. Keep in mind those other two green lines, the next highest on the graphs, are also World of Warcraft, just with East and West being split, and the other games you see here often have other factors involved, like being browser-based or just being really popular in Asia. Anyway, as the graph shows, WoW was pretty big, but to see how big, you need to zoom in, and keep zooming, and zoom a little bit more, and then look at the other and zoom in, and keep zooming, and zoom a little bit more, and then look at the other popular MMOs that would be here if they were large enough to even make it onto this graph. So here is another graph which shows the under 1 million subscriber club to put things into perspective. And yeah, there's a bit of a difference. I mean, wow, Warhammer Online, 800,000 active subscribers. That's really impressive. At your absolute peak, you managed to have about 1/15 of World of Warcraft's numbers, and it looks like you only managed to keep that up for about a month before accidentally managing to walk off a massive fucking cliff. Oh dear, what have we got here? Shut down in 2013. But hey, at least you can always tell your grandchildren about the good old days where for about a month you managed to have 1/15 as many players as World of Warcraft. So, the numbers speak loud enough on their own, but it wasn't just numbers. World of Warcraft was also a game which brought MMOs into the broader public consciousness. From TV adverts with celebrities telling you about their characters, to fear-mongering mainstream news segments, to legitimate academic papers on gaming addiction, and even the now iconic South Park episode, WoW took the genre mainstream and in doing so cemented much of the knowledge we have of the genre today, from negative player stereotypes to actual design principles other games would copy. World of Warcraft basically defined what it meant to be a massively multiplayer game in the eyes of the public, and suddenly MMOs were something many people now knew about. The end result was that MMO players came to be thought of as complete losers, and MMOs themselves came to be seen as either so real or so fun that playing them carried a significant risk of getting addicted and ruining your entire goddamn life. And honestly, there was at least some truth to both of these. I mean, most people at the time probably had at least heard about someone who had quit their job or dropped out of college to play WoW, which society tended to regard as a rather poor life choice.
Yep.
Still, the primary question we need to cover in this lesson are the whys. Why did World of Warcraft gain so many players? Why did people enjoy it so much? And why did it gain a reputation of ruin and addiction so extreme that to an outsider it sounds not quite so dissimilar to that of a Class A illicit drug? Well, allow me to explain. Firstly, World of Warcraft did have a few things going in its favour when it first released. After all, by 2004, reliable internet access had become more common, and by this point, existing MMOs had already created a passionate MMO player base who were hungry for new games. And also, back before they were known for office-based sexual misconduct, Blizzard actually had a bit of a reputation for making really good games, and they also tended to be PC games with large online components, making Blizzard's audience exactly the type of people a new MMO would want to target. But these alone don't explain WoW's monumental success. I mean, it's not like the Warcraft series was bigger than, say, Star Wars. No, the biggest reasons were that WoW had two vitally important things going for it. The first was that it was fun, and the second was that compared to the games which came before, World of Warcraft was accessible. This was a game where you could play and level up all the way to the maximum level completely on your own, and where dying only led to a short walk to your corpse and no XP or item loss, and where quests were signposted with markers showing where to pick them up, and then guided the player where to go to complete them. And those quests were also plentiful, and were able to replace the repetition of grinding out kills on the same mobs hours on end as the primary way to level. And it also reduced a lot of the waiting around the genre was known for, both in and out of combat. It even ran smoothly on relatively average PCs, making its potential audience even larger. And you can easily find evidence for all of this in reviews of the time, with almost all of the changes WoW brought being warmly received by critics. Still, with the benefit of hindsight, you could also argue that WoW didn't go too far with these changes so as to harm many of the things important to the genre. For example, playing solo was an option, but it was at times difficult and players were still rewarded and incentivized to group up as well. Or how death wasn't highly punishing, but the world still felt very dangerous, particularly on a PvP server, meaning the leveling experience still felt regularly challenging and engaging. Or how character building still had depth, it just wasn't overwhelmingly complex, and so on. It was as if World of Warcraft had found some sweet spot between challenging and accessible that would truly appeal to a wide range of people. And it might have also found a sweet spot with the era it released in, as while old MMOs were known for being large with lots of races, classes and zones, this would actually come to change over time as development costs for all games would increase alongside the ever higher technical demands of game development, and so it became typical of MMOs released after WoW to be noticeably smaller. But World of Warcraft itself seemed to combine the quantity of content from older MMOs with the higher quality of future ones. For example, it had 8 different playable and distinctive races, 9 classes, and a staggering 40 different zones, all part of a seamless world which players could travel across with no loading screens, and all delivered with really high production values, from its now iconic colourful fantasy aesthetic to its memorable soundtrack, or even its evocative debut trailer. So, World of Warcraft basically had all the needed ingredients to be a massively successful game, and the thing about success is that it tends to snowball, just like a viral video on YouTube, or a rich person's bank account, or an infectious disease amidst vulnerable populations. After all, how many people first played World of Warcraft because their friend told them to? I mean, every person you infect increases the speed the disease spreads, and World of Warcraft was very good at infecting people. So, let's look at that part of the game. In the previous lesson, I talked about a few of the more unique features of past MMOs, which made their worlds feel real. Things like playable story events, large-scale faction-based conflict, and in-depth player housing. And World of Warcraft did have those things. Except for the player housing, which every successful MMO seems to have, except World of Warcraft. Anyway, it had the other things, but none of them were what World of Warcraft was really known for, or where it excelled relative to its peers. To understand that, you need to understand a new concept, which is that outside of the appeal of a virtual world and the social elements inherent to them, there is another thing MMOs do better than other games, and which MMO players seem to enjoy, and that's progression. You see, when you finish a single player game, it's over, and all your actions no longer have any meaning outside of the enjoyment they provided in the moment. But when it comes to MMOs, they're not designed to be finished. So, in an MMO, there is always more to do, and the player is always getting stronger, improving their gear or collecting new things, and each bit of progress you make has the potential to have meaning long into the future, giving it a greater sense of importance and making its attainment potentially more enjoyable. The easiest to understand form of progression is leveling up. At level 1, you're weak. You have hardly any abilities, and most content in the game is unavailable. Every time you level up, however, your character gets a little stronger. More abilities are unlocked, and more types of content open up to you. And sometimes there are even major milestones to incentivize your progress that all players will come to look forward to. For example, in World of Warcraft, when you reach level 40, you were able to learn to ride a mount, making the speed you traverse the world much faster, and the positive impact this has on your in-game life can immediately be felt. It's just like passing your driving test and getting your own car. Suddenly, that McDonald's drive-thru is basically just around the corner, and that quarter pounder with cheese has never tasted better. And you know why it tastes so good? It's because you earned it. You put in the time to learn to drive. You saved up the money for your piece of shit car, and you leveled all the way to 40 on foot while getting killed every time you ran into a higher level member of the opposite faction, and this is your reward. And goddamn does it feel good. Progress is fun, and that's probably just the way our brains developed. I mean, it does make sense to give the stupid human a nice dopamine rush after spending 5 hours hunting an antelope, because we wouldn't want anything awkward to happen like the species accidentally going extinct. But now we don't hunt antelopes. Instead, we sit in classrooms trying to absorb abstract lessons, or we turn up to the office and answer emails all day as just one small cog in an incomprehensibly oversized machine. And sure, technically we're still making progress, but it can be a little hard to see at times. I mean, really, there just aren't enough quarter pounders with cheese, and what have we got instead? Knowledge that we're not sure will even be used in our adult lives, or an automated
More
paycheck
already
that enters our
gone.
bank accounts once a month and then seems to just evaporate under the pretense of paying bills. Our ancestors hunted antelope, and you know what would happen if they failed? They went hungry. And you know what happened when they succeeded? Well, they took that antelope, cut it up into some nice round patties, put it above the fire to cook for a bit, and then turned it into a juicy quarter pounder with cheese. And I bet it tasted fucking delicious. Still, now it's 2022, and you're too lazy and stupid to hunt antelopes, but you could make a hunter and start leveling up in World of Warcraft, where every quest you complete, an enemy you kill, gives you a little bite-sized chunk of experience points, and they're not abstract at all. You can see them on the screen appearing as easy to comprehend numbers, all while you watch a progress bar creep higher and higher with every act you take. And you do know what the use of these experience points is because you know experience points turn into levels, and those unlock new abilities, and those let you kill stronger enemies, and those give you better gear through quest rewards, and those let you group up with other players to fight stronger enemies, and those give you even better gear, and it just keeps going. This is progression, and while it's not unique to MMOs, they do it bigger, better, and on a much more permanent basis. Now, this might seem like some nefarious trick companies use to exploit our vulnerable human psychology, but really it's pretty normal. Much of people's enjoyment of video games comes from overcoming challenges and making some form of progression, whether that be narratively, mechanically, or otherwise. And MMOs are no different, even if they are doing it more deliberately and on a greater scale. And it is important to recognise the extent of that scale, as this is something those unfamiliar with the genre may fail to appreciate. For example, do you know how long it took to get max level in the original vanilla World of Warcraft? It was about 10 days, but that's not 10 days of average play. We're not talking some casual 5 or 6 hours a day bullshit. No, it took 10 days of consecutive game time, 240 hours total, but that's if you were efficient. And if you're a modern day player with access to modern day guides and resources, who also has experience of other MMOs, you may well be quite efficient. But people weren't modern players when WoW first released. So what you really need to consider is how long it would take the average player in 2005, and the average player in 2005 was many things, but efficient wasn't one of them. In fact, a lot of people had never even played an MMO before. They didn't know about tanks, healers and DPS, they didn't know about following rotations of abilities to maximize damage, they didn't know that some loot wasn't meant for their class, and they didn't know about looking up quest solutions on Thoughtbot or other more modern alternatives. Instead, they just played the game, very badly, and it was a beautiful, wonderful time. Talk to people who played back then and you'll find stories of players who took hours and hours to realise that you can go to a class trainer to learn new abilities or improve existing ones, or players who didn't know you could spend talent points, or players that never realised you could buy or sell things on the auction house and so just vended everything. And those are the more common tales you'll hear. Some of the more unusual include players who didn't know you could move abilities from your spellbook to your hotbars, and so just played the game with the spellbook open at all times, clicking abilities within it to use them. Or players who went to an inn to get rested XP after every single quest, to ensure every quest gave bonus experience points. Or warriors using intellect gear because they wanted their character to be more intelligent. Or rogues using skinning knives as their main hand weapon, and so on. Hopefully you get the idea. Are all of these stories true? Well, probably not. I found most of these online just now when I was writing this, and you know what they say about things you hear on the internet. Still, all of these are at least plausible, because people really were that clueless. The thing is though, the more clueless you were, and the more mistakes you made, and the longer everything took, and the more you had to struggle, well, that all just meant the reward was that much sweeter. And, as a great philosopher once said, even though every single person might start as a noob, no one remains that way forever. Because, for all your past failures, your shameful mistakes, your shocking levels of ignorance, if you did keep going, the day would come where your game knowledge could fill libraries, where your list of achievements would be too long to count, and where your skill level could make you feel like a god. And when that day did come, you would feel great pride about where you started and where you ended up. Progression is fun, but World of Warcraft's journey didn't just stop at max level. If anything, reaching level 60 was where many considered the real game to begin. For just as in EverQuest, the game which so heavily inspired it, World of Warcraft also put a large focus on grouping up with other players to take down challenging foes and earn better gear, which culminated in raids, the toughest challenges for the largest groups, which offered the greatest rewards. But you couldn't just level to 60 and then jump into any old group to clear all content. Back then, raids were anything but accessible. They were more like places of myth and legend, something you hear about in passing early on without ever really understanding, but you'd then go on to hear about over and over, more and more, the closer you got to being able to try them, but even then, they still remained out of reach for most of the player base. In a way, these raids represented the very end of the player's journey, and yet most players didn't even get to step foot in them, let alone beat all of the bosses and raids that were available. All you could do is listen to the stories of what they were like, and imagine that you were a part of them. But if you did try hard enough, or tried for long enough, one day that would change. One day you would be able to find the right guilds and get your chance. And after so long looking up at these people in the best guilds with the best gear killing the hardest bosses, now you would get to see what it's like to be one of them. And suddenly those old bosses that you used to think were hard, that your old guild would wipe on for days and days without ever killing, now with your new guild you'd be able to kill them in a single attempt, all while everyone's joking around on voice chat as if this is just the easiest thing in the world. And the new bosses, the ones only just released, the ones most of the player base will never even see, well, you're there, night after night, week after week, fighting and defeating the bosses that most other players can only dream of killing. And now, somehow, you have become a part of the myth and legend. Now, other people you've never even heard of whisper you, asking you what it's like doing the new raid, and when you walk through town, you notice everyone inspecting you, checking out your gear, wishing they were in your place. But that's not even the best part. Do you know what the best part is? It's the other people in your guild. You see, you thought the people in these types of hardcore guilds were just no-lifing losers, people who played the game way too much, who took it way too seriously, and who looked down on those less skilled. And you know what? They are. But the thing you never realized is that deep down, so are you. And now you don't feel weird for being a loser, for playing too much, for taking the game too seriously. Now you just feel at home. And making friends has never been easier, and through these friendships you gain a strong sense of self-worth, because other people value you. For your skill in game, your ability to help them out, and for the fact that you're actually a pretty fun person to be around. And that sense of self-worth turns out to be the greatest achievement of them all. And as for the actual raids themselves, or what the gameplay of these boss fights is like. You know, the stuff you actually spend so many hours doing. How is that, you might ask? Well, does it even matter? You see, as with many things in life, destinations come and go, but what really counts is the journey. And that magical first time, your first time playing an MMO, your first time losing yourself in another world, learning and improving, failing and dying, travelling 40 zones across 60 levels, 240 hours minimum of grinding out quests, only to reach max level and discover a whole new set of challenges await you, and then finding out that you just can't do it alone. You need other people, you need a guild, you need friends, but it's still not enough. You need to get better gear, better at playing your class, better at understanding enemy boss fights, but that's still not enough because now you're being held back by your situation. So, you need a better guild, but the good guilds won't take you, so now you need to find a way to prove yourself. So, you have to get even better at the game, and make more friends, and keep improving your gear and your knowledge, and sticking at it in times when so many others would give up, until one day, possibly years and years after you first started playing, you finally make it, and it feels fucking amazing. And you're able to share that feeling with the friends you made along the way. That right there is what World of Warcraft was all about. It's what it did so well and what other MMOs have since tried so hard to emulate. And it was fundamentally all about that journey. Think of it like climbing a mountain. Now, if you were to break it down, climbing a mountain would seem boring and possibly easy. After all, you just put one foot in front of the other, and even when conditions are tough, each individual step is simple and manageable. But it's not just one or two steps, it's an entire fucking mountain, and you have to zoom out and look at it in its entirety or you won't understand that. So, yeah, each individual quest in an MMO, each time you're asked to kill 15 wolves or gather 10 boar livers, yeah, they are easy and boring, but it's not about the individual quests, or even zones, or bosses, or raids. It's an entire goddamn mountain, and people enjoyed climbing it. Of course, the other thing about mountain climbing is that it isn't that important in the grand scheme of most people's lives. I mean, we don't need to climb mountains to survive in the modern world, and there's no real tangible reward for getting to the top. But for some people, it's as simple as if they see a mountain, they want to climb it. And it's often less about proving something to other people, and more about proving something to yourself. And it doesn't matter that you're not gaining a useful real-world skill set or any physical reward. For some people, if they see a mountain, they just want to climb to the top. Our ancestors hunted antelope, and we don't need to do that anymore, but if there is a benefit to that change provided by our modern lives, it's that we get to create our own challenges and find fulfillment in the things we enjoy. And whether that's elite level raiding, or something else in an MMO, or some other type of video game, or hundreds of other things that aren't supposedly that important and don't technically improve our lives, then who's to say any of that is wrong? I mean, I know that many people will look at MMOs and look at what people do in them and say the same things people have been saying since World of Warcraft first brought the genre into the mainstream, which is that it's all pointless. It's all just one big waste of time, that these worlds aren't real, that your accomplishments in them don't matter, that one day the servers will be shut down, and that playing an MMO is just a mistake made by losers and fools, people either too stupid to see the pointlessness of their virtual actions, or too desperate to run away from reality to be able to admit it. But
What if you
that's
just looking
wrong.
for fun, man? Yeah, that's wrong, dude.
The cold hard truth is that one day you will die, and only two things will matter. The first is that you are a good person, and the other is that you enjoyed the limited time you had. And if that means living your entire life chasing money and status, living that CEO mindset, gotta be your own boss, wake up at 5 AM and grind every day, bro, then fuck it, do it if that's what makes you happy and fulfilled. But if what makes you happy is playing MMOs, if it's climbing that metaphorical mountain, then fuck what other people think. Happiness is the real goal, and for me personally, the happiest memories of my life come from playing MMOs, and I wouldn't change that time for anything. Still, as much as I want to carry the MMO banner and shout to the heavens about the great side of this genre, I did say in the very first line of this video that this is both the greatest and worst genre in gaming, and this story is only halfway told. You see, there's something else you need to understand about climbing a mountain, which is that while getting to the top is amazing, it also means that once you've had some time to admire the view and pat yourself on the back, well, after that, there isn't really anywhere else left for you to go.
Can I get...
The golden age of MMOs is not yet recognised as a real historical era, but if it were, I think we could probably agree the most suitable endpoint would have to be the conclusion of World of Warcraft's second expansion, Wrath of the Lich King, in 2010. This was the point where World of Warcraft's subscriber count reached its zenith, with 12 million concurrent players. And this might also be the point where the most consecutive MMO players reached the top of that metaphorical mountain for the very first time, by defeating the Lich King atop his home of the Ice Crown Citadel. This was the, at the time, hardest and of all time, most hyped boss in World of Warcraft's history, and unlike the end bosses of the base game or the first expansion, which most players didn't even come close to defeating, in Wrath of the Lich King, WoW had taken a number of steps to make the game more accessible, including multiple raid sizes and difficulties, and more ways for players to catch up in gear, resulting in record numbers of players making it to that mountain summit to revel in their glory, and then wonder where exactly they go from there. And Blizzard did have an answer. Cataclysm, the next expansion, featured a new world-threatening enemy for players to take on, and would go even further than previous expansions by changing many of the game's old zones, in what was basically a lore-convenient way for the developers to modernise much of the older leveling experience. This made it quicker, easier and more accessible, and this would be pretty symbolic for the direction modern World of Warcraft would take from then on, for as the years went on, they brought with them more changes of this kind, from the overall design philosophy behind the game to server infrastructure or minor quality of life enhancements, all with the objectives to make the overall experience quicker, easier and more accessible. The most notable of these include the automated looking for group tool, which replaced the need to look for party members manually in-game. New, easier difficulty options for raid content to help get even the most casual players to step foot into raids, and new cross-server technology which would finally allow players to play with whoever they wanted, regardless of the arbitrary limitation of which server someone chose when they first began. In short, it was a new age for Azeroth, and many other MMOs would either follow suit or try to beat Blizzard at their own game by introducing their own new attempts towards accessibility and convenience, which World of Warcraft would often later incorporate anyway. Still, not everything became easier, for if there was one thing this new approach never extended to, it was high-end raiding, which, on higher difficulties, would only get harder and harder as Blizzard continued trying to create higher and higher mountain peaks for the player base to scale. The problem with this, however, was that the true greatness of past MMOs came from the entire experience, beginning with that sense of journey and discovery that comes with starting as a fresh level 1 player, possibly new to the entire genre, and so simply slapping a new raid on top as a new form of hardest content doesn't recreate all the joy that comes from your first time climbing the mountain. So, if Blizzard were going to keep their subscription numbers going up, it's clear it would take more content than just new raids. They would need entire expansions worth of new stuff to do, with new zones to level in, new classes and races to play as, class changes to add higher skill caps, new dungeons, new PvP maps, new collectibles, and, of course, new raids as well. A mountain must have its summit. Still, even then this would prove not enough, for one simple reason, one little problem, one secret we haven't come to yet about the people who play these games. Which is that MMO players don't really play these games in much the same way that a swarm of locusts doesn't really play with a field of crops. They simply fucking devour them.
An adult locust eats its entire body weight every day, and a whole swarm can consume literally hundreds of tons of vegetation. They have to keep on moving. The swarm travels with the wind. It's the most energy-saving way of flying.
What?
As they fly, swarms join up with other swarms to form gigantic plagues several billion strong and as much as 40 miles wide. They will consume every edible thing that lies in their path. This is one of planet Earth's greatest spectacles. It's rarely seen on this scale, and it won't last long. Once the food has gone, the steady roar of a billion beating locust wings will once again be replaced by nothing more than the sound of the desert wind.
If you want to understand this genre of games and how it changed with time, maybe no single point is more important than this. So, write this down in your notebooks in big, bold writing. It doesn't matter what content an MMO might have, or what content an MMO might add. It is not enough. It is never enough. And the day will come when it has been consumed. When the fields that were supposed to feed thousands are gone, ground into dust to be carried away with the wind, leaving no trace there was anything here in the first place. And what happens then, you might wonder? Well, then the locusts complain that there is nothing to do, or they unsubscribe and go looking for new pastures, anywhere untouched by the devastation they will bring. It's hard to say whether MMO players were always like this, and that changes in game design, alongside community-based knowledge sharing like internet guides, YouTube videos and add-ons, simply allowed the player base to show its true colours, as a biblical level plague of pure, unstoppable consumption. Or whether it is in fact actually the game designers who are at fault, and that over time they inadvertently corrupted the once innocent players through their never-ending carrots-on-a-stick approach to rewards, alongside the natural thrill of competition, which meant players were always trying to improve their own characters while trying to do so quicker and more effectively than every other player doing the exact same thing. Regardless, in the end, it doesn't matter who's to blame. It's just the way it is. And so, when new expansions are released, players race to max level as quickly as possible. When new gear upgrades are available, players farm whatever they need until that gear is theirs. And when new challenging content is added, players minimize their weaknesses and maximize their strengths to be as effective as they can be, using optimized rotations of abilities, best in-slot gear lists, written or video guides for boss mechanics, and even new add-on programs to assist with the way people actually play the game, like by using audio and visual cues during boss fights, all to clear raids faster, to get the best gear quicker, to maximize efficiency, to climb the mountain faster than everyone else doing the exact same thing. And not only does this ensure new content takes less time to complete,
Matters, dude.
it can also lead to a worse player experience, as people feel forced to rush through new content, or repeatedly run the same dungeons for drops, or play only the meta classes and builds, all as they struggle with an ever-looming threat of falling behind, as everyone else becomes more efficient and optimized, leading to a continuous positive feedback loop as the problem snowballs. You could argue that the fabled golden age of MMOs may only have been a golden age because everyone was bad at these games back then, and this meant the content not only lasted longer, but also provided more enjoyment as there was less pressure to keep up, more choice in classes and builds, and less time and effort needed to be better than other people. And the worse each player was, the greater their individual journey. It was like a perfect storm for player enjoyment, and not only for World of Warcraft but for other MMOs from those earlier days as well.
Hold up, I'll be back. What's going on here?
Still, all good things must one day end, and so the MMO player base matured, games moved away from their roots, and often people just ran out of content in MMOs they previously enjoyed, or just got bored of what endgame content there was. All of this combined to create a new phenomenon in the MMO world, one of hype and hope. The era of the next big thing. You see, World of Warcraft's explosive success had done more than just introduce many new players to the genre. It had also proven its financial viability beyond all doubt. Remember, these games didn't just sell lots of copies, they also provided continuous revenue through subscription fees and expansions, which were less impacted by retailer fees, and this was still all in a time before microtransactions, loot boxes, cash stores, and every other successful monetization method players have come to hate. And so, the years which followed World of Warcraft would see many other big budget titles enter the market in hopes of stealing some of that delicious money printing MMO pie. This meant that regardless of when someone may have started and later got bored of or disillusioned with World of Warcraft, there would always be some new big name MMO about to come out which was being touted as the next big thing. People even started going as far as labelling promising new titles WoW killers, based on the belief that this one, this time, will surely be the one to dethrone World of Warcraft. Hell, some games even embraced the idea themselves, like how 2011's Rift would use the phrase, "You're not on Azeroth anymore," in its pre-release marketing, as if World of Warcraft was just a joke compared to what it had to offer. And if all that sounds overly ambitious today, well, welcome to hype culture, where there's no such thing as over-ambitious and what you promise is always more important than what you actually deliver. Hype is infectious, and honestly, there was no reason players at the time shouldn't have got excited for new games. After all, World of Warcraft basically came out of nowhere and took over the entire genre overnight, so why shouldn't future games be able to replicate or even surpass its level of success? There was no reason to think the genre had already peaked. Graphics and technology were always evolving. Future games had the ability to learn from those which had come before them, and with settings like Lord of the Rings, Warhammer, or Star Wars, it was hard to believe that these games wouldn't be massive successes. Most of all though, people just wanted the next big thing to be real. They wanted to believe that the MMO genre was only going to get better and better, that we were only just seeing the start of some glorious gaming revolution. And it didn't even matter if you liked World of Warcraft or not, because if you were bored of WoW, then you wanted the next big thing to replace it, to provide something new for you to enjoy. And if you still liked WoW, then the next big thing, in theory, promised to be even better, so you stood to gain something you might like even more. Everyone stood to benefit from this idea, so everyone believed in it. And so the hype spread. Our first real next big thing contender was 2007's Lord of the Rings Online, which came in hard with one of the greatest fictional settings of all time and launched to very positive reviews, gaining particular praise for its faithfulness to its source material and attempt to bring Middle-earth to life. Still, it wasn't enough, perhaps because it launched a little too early and so was competing with WoW when WoW was truly in its ascendancy, at a time before many WoW players actually had a chance to get bored yet. And so it failed to come close to 1 million subscribers before eventually going free to play in 2011. Our next contender was 2008's Age of Conan, which did manage to generate an impressive amount of hype, shipping 1 million copies at launch and reaching 700,000 concurrent subscribers. It received praise for its high-quality visuals and cinematic storytelling that featured dynamic camera angles and frequent voice acting, as well as its more unique and action-focused gameplay. But it was also notoriously buggy at launch, with frequent server instability preventing people from actually playing, and endgame was also a little light on content. This led to a quick drop-off in numbers before it too ultimately went free to play in 2011. Next, just a few months later, was Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning, a more PvP focused MMO from the same studio as the acclaimed Dark Age of Camelot. Warhammer arrived with even more hype, helping it to reach an impressive 800,000 subscribers, and it received plenty of praise for its large-scale PvP and diverse races and class combinations. Once more, however, it still wasn't enough, leading to a rapid drop in players and Warhammer Online eventually shutting down completely in 2013. Up next was a contender from across the sea, the Korean Payon, which launched in the West in 2009 with impressive visuals, a proven record of success in Asia, and a large focus on the novel concept of flying. After its Western release, Aeon's total subscriber count crossed the 4 million mark, although most of those were in Asian markets,
I just need one.
and it too would see a rapid drop-off following this. It might also be better considered as a lineage killer rather than a WoW killer, and its heavy focus on grinding may not have been what some Western players were looking for, with reviews being less positive than some of the other games in this section. Still, its global numbers were impressive, although that still wouldn't stop it from going free-to-play in early 2012. Next up, from Japan this time, would be Final Fantasy XIV, the spiritual successor to Final Fantasy XI, which launched in 2010 to disastrous reviews, with 49 out of 100 on Metacritic. It was criticised for its outdated systems and poor technical performance, with Game Trailer's review describing it as a, quote, broken, incomplete mess which released before it was finished. And so, unsurprisingly, World of Warcraft turned out to be safe from assassination once more. Final Fantasy XIV would end up being relaunched much more successfully in 2013 as Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn, although I guess I've talked about that game enough in a previous video already. Following this in early 2011 would be Rift, a more direct WoW clone than some of the other games mentioned so far that was praised for its high level of polish and relatively smooth and bug-free launch experience. This helped it to quickly reach 600,000 subscribers, but these numbers would soon drop off, as I guess players must have realised they were not on Azeroth anymore and started heading home. Rift also went free to play in 2013. Now, around about here is where a particularly astute observer might have started to realise a bit of a pattern was developing, where big hyped up MMOs were not, in fact, killing World of Warcraft, and didn't really even seem to be coming close. However, only true unbelievers would give up hope this early, particularly as around about now, World of Warcraft was starting to look slightly vulnerable for the first time, as its then current expansion Cataclysm brought its first ever decline in subscription numbers, and its next expansion announcement for Mists of Pandaria received a rather mixed reception in late 2011, with some fans feeling its heavy focus on panda people didn't fit into Warcraft's established world. What's more, the following year would feature two of the most promising WoW killers of all time. The first was Star Wars: The Old Republic, a game which might have had more going for it on paper than any other MMO in history. Not only was the Old Republic able to make use of and benefit from being part of one of the largest franchises in the world, it was also being developed by BioWare, who were at the height of their popularity, having won countless Game of the Year awards with Mass Effect 2 just a year earlier. And it was also a continuation of a beloved RPG series, Knights of the Old Republic, and it also had the financial backing of one of the largest publishers in the industry, with Electronic Arts, and was also rumoured to be one of the most expensive video games of all time, and it even had a lot of experienced MMO developers working on it after the EA acquisition of Mythic of Warhammer and Dark Age of Camelot fame. This was just about as many high-quality ingredients for success as you could possibly ask for, and initially it seemed the Old Republic was doing everything right. It promised to raise the bar for MMO storytelling with full voice acting for every single quest, and an interview after its reveal also promised it would include more story content than every other BioWare game combined. And its incredibly high-quality CGI trailers had even people who didn't care about MMOs interested in it. But then it came out, And surprise,
Damn.
surprise, World of Warcraft remained firmly unkilled once more. So what did this game that seemed so destined for success do so wrong? Well, not much, really. It was honestly just a little bit average. I mean, the voice acting and writing for quests was a step above other MMOs, but quest objectives were still the same generic kill X number of enemies and gather Y number of items variety that World of Warcraft first popularized. Combat was similar to the MMO tab targeting standard, but there was some noticeable delay on animations, leaving it feeling notably less responsive than, say, World of Warcraft. And the amount of content on offer at launch was decent, but it was also far behind other already established MMOs. Really, the Old Republic was an okay MMO, but that simply wasn't good enough in this period, because people weren't looking for an okay MMO, they were looking for the next big thing, and the Old Republic's relatively conservative design just left it seeming less than some of the games it was directly trying to compete with. So, Star Wars The Old Republic would not be the one. But 2012 would have another promising MMO on the horizon, and it was one that wouldn't be making the same mistakes of trying to defeat WoW by copying it. Guild Wars 2 was the sequel to ArenaNet's highly praised 2005 MMO Guild Wars, and it instantly set itself apart from the competition with its more action-focused gameplay, its lack of a subscription fee, its move away from traditional questing to instead focus on map completion and dynamic events, its removal of the holy trinity of tank, healer and DPS, and even its promise of an endgame with none of the usual things MMOs had come to be defined by since World of Warcraft, like the never-ending gear progression or raiding. It also looked, ran and played really well, and early beta feedback was overwhelmingly positive. And so, it seemed that here was the answer the MMO genre had been looking for. A game which wasn't just trying to emulate World of Warcraft's design and hope for similar success, but was instead trying to innovate, to move the genre forward, to be the start of a new age for MMOs, and to truly be the game that everyone had been waiting for. And Guild Wars 2
Why are they
launched
looking for
with
a
a
next
bang,
big thing?
selling 2 million copies in its first 2 weeks, and gaining one of the highest Metacritic scores for an MMO of its era. But as players quickly reached max level and easily acquired a full set of max level gear, many found themselves with nothing left to do, only 2 or 3 weeks after its initial launch. You see, Guild Wars 2 had succeeded at creating a different type of MMO to either WoW or its various clones, but while some MMO players might dislike gear progression and raiding, many others actually liked those things, and Guild Wars 2's great answer to the MMO endgame question wasn't to remove these things and replace them with something else, it was to simply remove them, leaving nothing there to take their place and giving players no long-term goals to chase. In the end, Guild Wars 2 did add both raiding and a form of gear progression, albeit both done in its own more restrained way, and the game was able to find its own, somewhat niche audience. It even continues to be a successful MMO to this day, which is something that can't be said for most of the games mentioned in this video. It was not, however, the WoW killer of prophecy, and it did not lead MMOs into a new, glorious future. And after both the Old Republic and Guild Wars 2 failed to be the next big thing, some of the more cynical MMO players finally started to realise that maybe there wasn't going to be a next big thing. Still, that didn't stop most fans of the genre from repeating the same old cycle of hope, hype, and disappointment, and the following years would see more MMOs come and go, all failing to live up to the lofty hopes much of the MMO player base had set for them. These included several Korean MMOs, often with new exciting takes on MMO combat, such as Terra, Blade and Soul, Arcade, and Black Desert, as well as a few more big Western titles like Neverwinter, Wildstar, and The Elder Scrolls Online, but as the years went on, the frequency of such games became less and less, until suddenly, around the mid-2010s, there wasn't any new big names on the horizon anymore. And with that, the era of the next big thing was over. Now, as is so often the case when we look at the most important events of human history, one must remember that history is always more complex than those who write about it are able to convey. And, as a famous MMO player once said, all happy MMO player bases are alike. Every unhappy MMO player base is unhappy in its own unique way. So you see, there are lots of reasons for why each of these games didn't become the next big thing they were hoped to be, and each game does have its own complicated story waiting to be unravelled. Still, we can nevertheless see some common patterns when we look at this era which may explain why so many of these games struggled to succeed. Firstly, it should be noted that most of these games did find a lot of success during their launches. World of Warcraft itself didn't gain 12 million subscribers overnight, it grew that gigantic player base over time, and its first few months weren't much ahead many of the more successful MMOs which followed it. The difference was that almost every other MMO of this era just couldn't maintain their player bases, and so never had a chance to build on that initial success. One common reason for this was that many of these games simply launched poorly, with queues to log in, unstable servers, and frequent bugs. So while they may have pulled in enough players, they failed to adequately cope with them when they got there, or create a good first impression. It's also worth considering that World of Warcraft itself launched with less content and more bugs than most people remember, with entire zones left completely unfinished. However, World of Warcraft used its early years to grow and improve, which is a luxury that MMOs which followed it weren't afforded, as they instead had to compete with established games right out of the gates, and in both level of polish and in pure quantity of content, that's something they just couldn't do. Remember, if there is one thing MMO players know how to do, it's consume all content in front of them until there is nothing left, which for most of these games is exactly what happened. And with new big titles coming out every year, as well as new shiny expansions for pre-existing MMOs, this was a time when there was always somewhere else for these players to move on to once the content did run out, meaning establishing a long-term player base in this period was probably just very hard. Secondly, you need to understand that the most obvious draw each of these games had going for it, which were the newer, shinier graphics, may have actually come at a surprisingly heavy cost, as many of these games were reported to require quite demanding PCs to run. Meanwhile, World of Warcraft, or even older MMOs, may have looked more dated, but they also ran on a much larger range of PCs, meaning they were accessible to a much larger audience. The new and improved graphics, as well as other areas of improved presentation, also led to higher development costs, which is reflected in the smaller game worlds and less content of each of these games. Remember, WoW had 40 zones at launch, but if you compare that to even some of the more polished games of this era, you'll see a big difference. For example, Lord of the Rings Online launched with 9 zones, Rift had 11, The Old Republic had 13, and so on, all far below the 40 of WoW. Quality might win out over quantity in many cases, but locust swarms might have different standards, and the jump in quality newer MMOs did provide wasn't all that big. The end result of all this was that these games couldn't really compete with World of Warcraft itself, so they weren't able to beat WoW at its own game, and the ones which did succeed tended to be the ones which offered something slightly different. And of course, it needs to be emphasised that World of Warcraft itself wasn't able to satisfy much of its player base for a long period of time, hence why its subscription numbers started to fall, and why the next big thing phenomenon actually took off. And if World of Warcraft can't make either enough content or good enough content with the financial backing of 12 million subscribers, how were these new contenders going to be able to do something which even WoW couldn't, with but a tiny fraction of its total player base? Really, the hopes placed upon each of these games was so great that they were basically destined to fail. It's just nobody knew it at the time. The story doesn't end there, however, as once an MMO starts to fail, almost nothing can save it. This is what has come to be called the death spiral, and it works a little like this. Game doesn't have enough content, therefore it loses players. Game with fewer players now generates less money, leading to less future content. Less future content leads to fewer players because the game doesn't have enough content, and so the cycle just continues. This positive feedback loop of death is even more extreme for MMOs, however, because once people see their friends leave, they become more likely to leave themselves. And also part of the appeal of MMOs is their longevity, and how your actions within them can lead to long-term progression. So if you're unsure on a game's future, then you'll be less willing to invest time and money into it, because why invest these precious things into a game you think is ultimately going to fail? And just as hype is over the top and infectious, the same is true for the opposite. And so, as soon as it became apparent that each game wasn't the next big thing people hoped it to be, each game was then met with an overwhelming wave of negativity and declarations of imminent death that have the potential to go on to become self-fulfilling prophecies as the surrounding negativity pushes more and more players away. And so, once the death spiral starts, it can be very difficult to stop, and many honestly pretty good games of this era suffered as a result of this. Still, as an actual player, this era wasn't a bad time to be an MMO fan. It was a time of hope and disappointment, of new and old, life and death. Most importantly though, it was a time when there were plenty of games to play. And sure, some of them might have changed in ways you didn't like, and some of the newer ones were overhyped, and there was a lot of negativity within the MMO player base. But at least there was also still hope. At least there was also still games. And at least it was a lot better than what would come next.
Dark Age.
Since the days of Ultima Online, new MMOs had released steadily, year after year, and after World of Warcraft, each new upcoming MMO seemed to arrive atop an unstoppable wave of hope and optimism for the future. But in the end, the next big thing never arrived, and while many players might still have clung to hope, the investors and publishers of the gaming world didn't. And just like that, new MMOs just stopped coming. To put this sudden drought into perspective, WildStar and The Elder Scrolls Online released in early 2014. The next Western MMO to release, excluding smaller indie projects, would be New World in late 2021. That's a gap of over 7 years.
Damn.
And so, MMOs went from the genre of the future, something so revolutionary it was once considered a literal threat to society that would enslave untold masses within new virtual worlds with the promise of something better than reality, to just a relic of the past, a curious blip in gaming's history that even at their most lofty peaks still failed to come close to whatever the new big thing there was in the gaming industry today. And as for new big things, there were plenty, and each seemed to eat away at what was meant to make MMOs themselves unique and special. For example, when League of Legends exploded MOBAs into the mainstream, suddenly a lot of people looking for a balanced, competitive, player versus player experience had a much more attractive alternative to MMOs. League of Legends had no subscription fees. It didn't require countless add-ons and macros, you didn't have to grind for hours just to play, and you didn't lose against other people just because they had better gear. so it's easy to see why many players might prefer its take on PvP to that seen in MMOs. Or alternatively, if you wanted, say, shared worlds and unique social interactions, then the new wave of survival games like DayZ and Rust were there to offer a fresh and exciting take on this. Or if you just wanted big open worlds, then now that was something many single-player games were able to provide. And if all that wasn't bad enough, other new titles like Destiny or Warframe were embracing traditional MMO social and progression-related features to create new hybrid MMO-light type experiences to satisfy a new generation of gamers' multiplayer needs. Really, the various different parts which once made MMOs unique were being chipped away and repackaged, often in more accessible, affordable and modern forms by other new thriving genres, meaning the gaming industry didn't seem to need MMOs anymore. And at the same time as this, some people had also started to question how well modern MMOs were doing at being MMOs. This was supposed to be a genre about living, breathing worlds, about social game design and a sense of genuine community, about stepping foot into a whole new reality and losing yourself in the experience. But a lot of older MMO fans had come to consider the genre as having changed for the worst, and lost many of these important things along the way, usually as a result of the ever-increasing focus on accessibility above all else. For example, in the past, MMOs were designed to force players to work together to progress, and even to level up, but the modern approach was to prioritize the solo experience, with forced grouping being seen as highly problematic. Or where in the past most important content took place within the game's open world, modern MMOs had instead become more and more focused on instanced content, to the point where the world itself often seemed like an afterthought. And so, just as other games started to offer the things MMOs were known for, MMOs themselves seemed to be offering these things less and less. And if worries about game design weren't enough, there was also an even scarier change on the horizon: monetization. The MMO genre wasn't the only part of the gaming industry undergoing evolution. The late noughties and early 2010s saw the rise of downloadable content and microtransactions, with both proving to be devastatingly profitable, particularly when targeted at a loyal, passionate and committed fan base, like, say, those of any long-running MMO. Since the genre's initial inception, subscription fees had been the norm in the West, but many Korean MMOs had already proven the free-to-play with microtransaction model to be highly profitable, and with changes in the rest of the gaming industry, it was perhaps inevitable that existing struggling MMOs and new upcoming titles would look to more modern forms of monetization as the most viable way of creating a profitable game. And early adopters of the free-to-play model found great success. For example, the once failed WoW killer, The Lord of the Rings Online, tripled its revenue after making the switch to free-to-play in late 2010. In time, in-game stores with optional cosmetics like unique outfits and mounts, pay-for-convenience services like level boosts and fast travel options, and important paid premium services like name changes or server transfers all became mainstays of the genre, and now the idea of any modern MMO without these features seems somewhat implausible. And this even came to be true for games which already had a subscription fee as well, because hey, why settle for one or two types of monetization methods when you can have all of them? And so the floodgates were flung open as the line for what is and isn't acceptable became more and more blurry, as pay-to-win options came to be forced on many games' player bases, whether people like them or not. Of course, when it comes to pay-to-win, no MMO developers go harder than those in Korea, where such practices are more accepted by these games' native audiences. But if you just wanted to measure the parasitical progress of paid services and cash store integration, there is no better game to look at than The King itself. World of Warcraft first introduced server transfers in 2006, and this felt like a necessary addition as it allowed people to play with friends who may have started on different realms. This was followed by a name change service in 2007, and then race and faction changes in 2009, with the faction change in particular proving controversial for its potential impact on faction balance. Then in early 2010, Blizzard entered new territory with the Celestial Steed, the first ever purchasable mount, which went on to be followed by many more alongside other cosmetic items like pets. Then in 2013, Blizzard added an actual in-game store to make purchasing these extra items and services that little bit easier, followed by a pricey $60 level boost in 2014, which instantly raised any player character to the start of the latest expansion, thus skipping almost all of the leveling experience. And then in 2015, Blizzard introduced the WoW token, an in-game item you can exchange for gold, meaning players could now freely exchange real money for in-game money. The WoW token is much like the services offered by illegal gold-selling websites that have existed in the shadow of the MMO genre for years, and which Blizzard and other MMO developers have long warned players against using for giving people unfair advantages, destroying the in-game economy, and harming the player base's overall experience. But I guess after new research or something, Blizzard found out that it wasn't actually giving players unfair advantages, destroying the economy, or harming the overall player experience that was the problem. It was just the fact that it was some other person profiting from it. So now that all proceeds were going straight to Blizzard, those other things apparently didn't matter anymore. You might wonder what you can actually buy with in-game money in World of Warcraft, and the answer to that is basically absolutely everything. And all you need to do is log into game to see proof of this, as
Holy
Trade
shit.
Chat is full of players advertising the sale of the best gear, the hardest raid clears, the highest PvP ranks, and so on, all under the innocent name of boosting, where players exchange gold to get other players to accomplish things for them, which is something Blizzard is happy to allow as long as you buy gold from them and not a third-party website. This is as unambiguously pay to win as it is possible for a thing to be, and this has become an accepted part of modern MMO life, with the boosting situation only becoming more and more integrated into the World of Warcraft experience. The irony is that when the Celestial Steed, a cosmetic-only mount, was first introduced, it was highly controversial, and there was a lot of community pushback over the fact that players were gaining something in-game for out-of-game money, which players saw as fundamentally unfair. And my god, if only players then could see how bad things would go on to become, then maybe people would have actually been able to do something to stop it. But they didn't. And the result is that these days, buying a WoW token is just a normal part of endgame for many players, and why not? I mean, it only costs $20, which is less than 1 hour of work for many people, and it gives just under 300,000 gold, which is about 10 hours of non-stop repetitive farming in-game. And so the WoW token has surely been a huge financial success, and all for the low cost of forever lowering the sense of value of every single thing players can do or achieve in your game. Still, as bad as things became for the genre, for the people who care about these games, one thing never changed, which was that somewhere, somehow, there was still always hope. Welcome to the dark age of MMOs, a time of disappointment, dissatisfaction, disillusionment, and downright despair, and also a time of never quite giving up. But in such gloomy times as these, where could light even be found?
Yeah, I just need
Well,
one,
for
bro.
many struggling
Fuck.
gaming genres, the 2010s actually did become a time of optimism, as the rise of indie gaming and digital distribution led to many genres finding new life
Ugh.
as part of a new, more diverse indie scene. The problem with this though is that MMOs aren't really suited for the indie lifestyle. After all, part of the appeal of these games is that they're big and pull in lots of people and provide continuous content, and none of those are what comes to mind when you think indie. I mean, for years people have wanted the next big thing, not the next small but still pretty good thing. So relying on the indie scene to provide the answer never seemed that likely, until something else hit the gaming industry.
Hi, my name is Mark Jacobs, and I am the co-founder of City State Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos.
Greetings. I'm Richard Garriott, known to some of you as Lord British, the creator of the Ultima series.
Hi there, I'm Brad McQuaid, Chief Creative Officer of Visionary Realms.
When Kickstarter first introduced gamers to the world of crowdfunding in the early 2010s, the optimism around it was absolutely infectious. Suddenly, industry legends were popping up all over the place to say all the right things to the people who most wanted to hear them, and the things they were saying made sense. I mean, modern games had lost something, and game developers being beholden to large publishers did seem to be limiting these developers. After all, there aren't many people who view the role companies like Electronic Arts or Activision play on the industry very positively. So why not get rid of them? And why shouldn't the players fund the type of games they want developers to make? And why wouldn't you trust industry legends with decades of experience? It was all almost too good to be true, so what could possibly go wrong? Well, the answer is absolutely nothing. I mean, many people forget or just don't know, but crowdfunding did give us some of the greatest games of the last decade. Darkest Dungeon, Factorio, Shovel Knight, Divinity Original Sin, Hollow Knight, even Undertale all got their start through crowdfunding. And yeah, there were some disappointments along the way, but overall, the Kickstarter boom of the mid-2010s was a real success. Except for MMOs, that is. For MMOs, the answer to what could possibly go wrong was apparently absolutely everything, and the overall degree of failure displayed by many of these games was enough to make the Titanic's maiden voyage look like a successful trip. The real tragedy in this is that what was promised really did sound great. To focus on just a few of the biggest examples, you had Camelot Unchained, a large-scale PvP-focused successor to Dark Age of Camelot, headed up by Dark Age of Camelot and Warhammer Online lead designer Mark Jacobs. Or City of Titans, a follow-up to the gone-too-soon superhero MMO darling City of Heroes. Or Star Citizen, a highly ambitious space-focused MMO hybrid from Wing Commander creator Chris Roberts. Or Crowfall, a self-proclaimed throne war simulator from seasoned MMO developers featuring an evolving, fully destructible world and a focus on player-created conflict. Or Shroud of the Avatar, a successor to the now grandfather of the MMO genre Ultima Online from legendary Ultima creator himself, Richard Garriott. Or Chronicles of Illyria, a game where player characters age and die in a dynamic, ever-changing world that is shaped by players' actions. This was just what was promised, however. Here's what actually happened. Camelot Unchained was kickstarted in 2013 with an estimated delivery date of December 2015. How close did it come to meeting this estimated release date, you may wonder? Well, we can't tell yet, because it's still not released, nor does it look to be releasing anytime soon. It did enter its Phase 1 beta in July 2018, and it's still in its Phase 1 beta today, but there were some really credible rumours that Phase 2 would start soon, back in 2019, but I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Now, while it might seem like developer City State Entertainment might have simply failed to create a game, that's not actually true. It turns out they did make a game, just rather than making the game people wanted and helped fund, which was an MMO called Camelot Unchained, they actually made a lobby-based co-op action game called Final Stand Ragnarok. So, they made the wrong game, but was it at least a good wrong game? Well, with only 7 user reviews on Steam, that's hard to say, but we can look at the Steam user statistics, which show an impressively low 24-hour peak of 0 players, and an all-time peak of 3 players. So, Camelot Unchained does seem to be MIA, but don't worry, I'm sure one day something will happen, and if you still believe, you can, of course, continue to give your money via the official website, which continues to raise funds to this day. Up next, City of Titans, kickstarted again in 2013 with an estimated delivery date of November 2015, and again, still not released, still no release date, still not even playable, and still raising funds via its website. I'm not sure any more needs to be said than that. Next, there is Star Citizen, kickstarted in 2012 with an estimated delivery date of November 2014, and again, it's still not released, nor does it have a release date, nor does it seem to be close to having one. Of course, Star Citizen is a little unique in the way it continued to raise considerable funds after its Kickstarter had finished through the sale of in-game ships, leading to it raising over $400 million, making it the second highest crowd-funded project in history, with the only other projects even coming close all being blockchain and cryptocurrency related. Still, $400 million or not, it still wasn't enough to fund a release date, I guess. Moving on to a game that did a little better, we have Crowfall, kickstarted in 2015 with an estimated delivery date of 2016 and an actual, genuine, certifiably real release date of July 2021. Yes, that is in the past. This has actually happened. I repeat, a Kickstarter MMO has released to the public. The future is now. Take that, doubters. Unfortunately, it turns out that releasing a game is really just one step of the process, and apparently it's also important that the game is actually good, which Crowfall wasn't, as it launched with a range of fundamental design flaws like heavy lag every time you open the map. Mostly though, people just didn't care and didn't play it. A similar story could be told about Shroud of the Avatar, which was kickstarted in 2013 with an estimated delivery date of October 2014 and released on March 2018 to mediocre reviews, with many aspects of the game being considered outdated or inferior to its 1997 inspiration. Once more, very few people actually played it, with Steam listing a 24-hour peak of 53 players and an all-time peak of 600, which was during a beta event before the game even came out. So these games ended up being basically dead on arrival, but at least they arrived, and at least there was a real game being developed with the funds players put forward. Speaking of which, we come to the final game, Chronicles of Illyria, kickstarted in 2016 with an estimated delivery date of 2017, which went on to be cancelled in 2020. Fair enough, you might say. I mean, anyone who knows the gaming industry knows some games do get cancelled, not everything works out, it happens. One little problem with this example, however, is the $8 million of player money that was given to fund the game, which, according to the developer, had all been spent. And apparently it's hard to refund something if there's no money left. There also wasn't really much game to show for those funds either, leading many to label Chronicles of Illyria as a scam. A class action lawsuit was later filed and is currently still ongoing, which isn't exactly a great indictment for one of the premium crowd-funded MMOs, and this isn't even the only example of something like this happening, which honestly rather sums up the great Kickstarter MMO revolution. Many of these games really did sound good on paper, but the results have been extremely long development times, with the end product bringing nothing but resounding disappointment. So, why did Kickstarter work for so many games, but so few MMOs? Well, the answer probably has to do with the types of games being kickstarted. Most of the success stories that came from crowdfunding were small indie games where the money pledged on Kickstarter could fund a large chunk of their development. But for a big MMO, even the $1 or $2 million of the most successful MMO Kickstarters is basically nothing. For comparison, Star Wars The Old Republic had a budget of around $200 million. MMOs are expensive, and pretty much all of these new games were also very ambitious.
Hold up.
In one way or another. So it didn't really matter how much they raised on Kickstarter, it just wasn't enough. Meaning they either had to secure additional funding, or just accept that they were unable to deliver their lofty promises in a realistic time frame. And the thing about game development for many larger projects is that the longer it drags on, the more costs will accumulate, the more other problems crop up, and the more members of staff leave and need to be replaced. And basically, there's a reason it's called development hell rather than development long relaxing vacation or something. Of course, this is all very obvious in hindsight, but when these Kickstarters first started popping up, they were met with overwhelming positivity and optimism. Basically, everyone believed in these projects because they wanted their promises to be real, not because they were actually realistic. And that's not surprising when you consider how few other games there were to look forward to in this period. And if that wasn't enough, this era also saw a number of high-profile cancellations of other upcoming MMOs. The most devastating was surely EverQuest Next, a game once heralded as the future of the genre that focused heavily on player-created emergent content and came with an intricate voxel-based construction kit that would allow players to shape their world like never before. And it was cancelled in 2016, roughly 4 years after its announcement. Other painful cancellations include the World of Darkness MMO from the creators of EVE Online in 2014, the visually dazzling Project Copernicus that was quietly cancelled in the early 2010s, and of course Project Titan, an ambitious next-generation MMO shooter from no other than Blizzard Entertainment themselves, which was cancelled in 2013, with Blizzard instead deciding to make the somewhat less ambitious, but still hugely successful Overwatch instead. And so, with nowhere to look to in the future, more and more MMO fans instead started to look to the past. Unofficial private servers running different versions of popular MMOs have been around since the early 2000s. Once upon a time, these servers focused more on providing fun, custom experiences with unique rule sets, and were a bit like playing an MMO with cheat codes enabled, or were instead just popular because they were a free alternative to games that otherwise required a subscription. With time, however, more and more private servers appeared that instead focused on accurately preserving past versions of popular games. The most famous of these was Nostalrius, a private World of Warcraft server which offered a patch 1.12 version of the original pre-expansions World of Warcraft. Nostalrius launched in early 2015 and was shut down about a year later, after Blizzard issued a cease and desist letter for copyright violation. Still, within that year, Nostalrius accumulated over 800,000 registered accounts and had become hugely popular with a subset of the World of Warcraft community, meaning its closure brought widespread opposition from a number of YouTubers, Twitch streamers, gaming outlets, and even one of the original World of Warcraft designers. And just when Nostalrius was gaining popularity, EverQuest also launched its first official progression server, which recreated the 1999 version of the game for the EverQuest player base, and was highly successful, leading to many future EverQuest progression servers in the years following. Another MMO, RuneScape, had went even further with their version of old school RuneScape, which released in 2013 as a faithful recreation of the 2007 version that was offered as an alternative to the more modern RuneScape 3. Old school RuneScape would go on to receive continual development by way of updates and new content, and maintains a larger player base than the newer version of RuneScape to this day. So, it was no surprise that Blizzard would go on to announce their own version of a WoW vanilla experience with World of Warcraft Classic, which released in 2019 to allow players all over the world to finally relive, or just experience for the first time, World of Warcraft's glory days. This led to WoW's subscriber base more than doubling by the end of 2019, in what was one of the biggest events in modern MMO history. So, WoW Classic was hugely successful, but what this said about the genre was less positive, as not only did this highlight the extent of just how rare big events were for the world of MMOs these days, it also raised questions over the direction the genre had taken. For years, many fans had been saying MMOs were better in the past, and that many of the changes that were meant to improve these games had actually made them worse. And for years, other MMO fans had said this perspective was wrong and just a result of nostalgia, something perfectly encapsulated by a moment at BlizzCon 2014, where a World of Warcraft fan raised the question of introducing legacy servers at a Q&A with a panel of developers, leading to a now infamous response from future Blizzard president J. Allen Brack.
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't. Remember when you had to spam cities and say, need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon. You don't want to do that.
Now though...
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't. Remember when you had to spam cities and say need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon. You don't want to do that.
Now though, this nostalgia goggle theory was being actively put to the test, and while the results did vary from person to person, one thing Classic did confirm was that it wasn't just the result of nostalgia. You can prefer whatever game or era you like, but it's just not possible to compare World of Warcraft in its now 15-year-old state to how it was originally and not see that there are things the original did far better than its modern counterpart or countless other modern MMOs. And those things include some of the most important aspects of the entire genre, such as creating a believable and immersive world that players feel a part of, or creating a genuinely social experience. World of Warcraft Classic was proof that something had been lost, and some things were better in the past. Unfortunately, World of Warcraft Classic would also prove that the past isn't something you can return to, no matter how much you might want to, for while the game itself was largely unchanged, the player base wasn't. As my old raid leader used to say, no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. You see, World of Warcraft Classic was effectively a solved game, which means that all of its content had already been cleared, all its mysteries already uncovered, and all of its problems already solved. And if that's not enough, the player base itself had become more accustomed to solving problems and playing effectively with every year that passed since World of Warcraft first came out. This is best displayed in its raid content that was once considered brutally challenging and went uncleared by all but the most dedicated players, yet now was cleared easily by pretty much anyone who tried. For example, it took 90 days for the first group in the world to clear the final raid, Naxxramas, after its release back in 2006, whereas it took 1 hour and 23 minutes for the same to happen in Classic. 90 days versus 1 hour and 23 minutes really about sums up the original versus Classic experience rather aptly. And without that long, slow climb to the top of a once uncharted mountain to keep players busy, the modern player base instead descended on the game with their locust swarm mentality until they'd devoured all content that was available and were left unhappily looking for their next meal. And so for most, World of Warcraft Classic was a pleasant trip down memory lane, or a unique opportunity to experience one of gaming's greats. But for the MMO genre, it would not be the next big thing, for it was simply the past big thing brought back from the dead. So, where does that leave the MMO genre? You may think that after so many years of delays, disappointments and cancellations, that the concept of a next big thing would at least finally be dead and gone from the MMO world. But it's not. In fact, right now one particular contender seems to have had more hopes placed upon it than any other MMO in history, which might be because it's basically the only possible contender left. Ashes of Creation describes itself as the rebirth of the MMORPG, the game which will put massively back into massively multiplayer and take the genre into a bold new future. And Ashes of Creation does have a lot of interesting features. The game clearly has potential. It's also another MMO funded through crowdfunding, which quickly ended up behind schedule and still doesn't have an actual release date. So make of Ashes what you will. I don't feel there's much point in trying to predict the future when time will tell its own tale in due course, but I will say that what has been shown does look good, and that I at least feel confident that Ashes will turn out better than most of the other once promising Kickstarter MMOs. But whether it will live up to the lofty expectations that come with being the next big thing is a whole other question, and let's just say that if it doesn't, it certainly won't be the first. And, of course, we must also acknowledge that beneath the dominant narrative portrayed in this video of the genre's rise and fall, there have still been many smaller stories of success, even in more recent years. Currently, there are at least 6 MMOs with reasonably sized player bases in the West: World of Warcraft, RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy XIV, The Elder Scrolls Online, and Black Desert Online. 6 might not sound like a very impressive number, but it's important to keep in mind that almost all of the MMOs which came out of that so-called golden age usually only had about 1 or 2 golden years before they were surpassed by newer games and started to see steep declines in their player counts. But these 6 games, regardless of what you or anyone else might think of them, have each achieved something very few other MMOs ever have, which is that they've continued to stay relevant and release new, high-quality content over a long period of time. So, each of those 6 games deserves credit for managing to find their own audience and keep on going during these darker times. Most of these 6 also deserve to have their own stories told. I just don't have time to do that in this already rather lengthy video. And during the making of this video, those 6 may well have been joined by a 7th, with the long-awaited launch of Lost Ark, a Korean action-focused MMO that's had great success in its home market. It is of course too early to speak for Lost Ark's future, but the number of players it has already pulled in manages to speak for itself, as with an all-time peak of 1.3 million concurrent players on Steam, that makes it the 2nd highest of any game in Steam's history, surpassing the likes of Counter-Strike Go, Dota 2, Cyberpunk, and Elden Ring. And Lost Ark isn't the only big-budget MMO released in the last 12 months, as in September of 2021, Amazon Games launched their attempt at the massively multiplayer genre with New World. And while its critical and player reception was admittedly mixed, New World still once more brought in a considerable number of people at launch, with over 900,000 concurrent players, meaning it's only surpassed by each of the games I just mentioned. Maybe neither Lost Ark nor New World were the MMO saviour some MMO fans might have been hoping for, but at the very least, the long MMO drought where no new big budget games were released since early 2016 is now officially over. And what's more, the numbers each of these games produced feels like proof that there is still life in this genre, and that even if many developers and publishers have given up on it, the players haven't. So, even if right now isn't the best time for the MMO genre, it's also not the worst, and there are still reasons to be hopeful, just like there always has been. And I guess that's that. The past has now caught up to the present, and history seems to have become reality. The rest of this story is for the future to tell, and that means my job has finally concluded. Except for the fact that there is still the entire point of this video. I mean, come on, what did you think this was? Entertainment? This is history we're talking about. It's not there to entertain us. All of this means something. So tell me, my wise, attentive students, what have you learnt? It's been over 2 hours now. We have journeyed from the 1970s to 2022, seen successes and failures, experienced the good times and the bad, but what does it all mean? What do these events say? What was the point in all this? Here, let me provide one final clue, a little refresher to help anyone that still doesn't quite get it. Why was it, in the 1970s, before the internet even existed, that people still made multi-user online games to share with their friends? And why was it that in 1991, people were willing to pay the equivalent of $12 an hour and put up with long queues, all to play an online game with graphics like this?
Damn,
And why did
$12
Richard Garriott
an
decide
hour?
to go against his publisher's wishes
Jesus.
and turn his back on continuing one of the most successful RPG series of all time to instead create the highly risky and completely unproven Ultima Online? And why did the Golden Age boom with new games in new styles and new settings for new audiences, despite how difficult, time-consuming and inaccessible most of these games were? And why did World of Warcraft explode in popularity to become a genuine cultural phenomenon? And why did mainstream media and legitimate academics start talking about MMOs as if they were some new type of dangerous drug that would enslave society? And why did MMO fans spend year after year hyping up the next big thing, despite every sign that doing so only leads to endless disappointment? And why do people give their own money, sometimes up to $10,000 per person, to fund these completely unproven, obviously risky projects on Kickstarter? And why did hundreds of thousands of people want to return to the past so much that they played on private servers that could be shut down any second just to get a chance to do so? And why did people go through the darkest of days where there was no reason to ever be positive and no new games even in sight,
There was nothing?
and yet still not give up hope? And why did record numbers of people flock to both of the new big recent MMOs, even though everyone knows by now that MMOs have sucked for years? Do you see it now? It's because of that dream of stepping into a virtual world, a shared reality, something bigger than just you and something more than just a game, something that felt real, something that genuinely mattered. The same dream that gave birth to this genre, and then took it to new heights, and then kept it going through all the tough times. I mean, just face it, it doesn't matter how much people might criticize MMOs, or how many declarations of death are made, people still want MMOs. They've always wanted MMOs, even before they ever existed, and they will continue to want them even after the genres went to hell. And despite all of the problems the genres encountered, and every mistake that's been made along the way, and all the things that could have been but weren't, the dream is still there. And that's why MMOs are the greatest genre in gaming. And yeah, they are also the worst. That part's true too, and it always has been. They lead to wasted time, needless repetition, premature closures, and endless disappointments. But somehow, if it clicks, if you find yourself in the right place at the right time, it's all worth it. So, MMOs aren't dead, and you know what? They never will be. The idea behind them is simply too good to just go away. But there is a downside to this, which is that because of this never-ending dream, people will also never stop hoping, and so people will never stop being disappointed, and goddamn has there been a lot of disappointment in recent years. And if MMOs are the greatest and worst genre of all time, the worst side of them does seem like it might be winning the battle right now. In fact, the genre itself seems to be facing a number of existential dilemmas to which almost no one seems to have any answers for. And, I mean, yeah, the dream is great and all, but it still needs someone to turn it into reality. And there seems to be a genuine crisis right now over what exactly these games should be, and what exactly went wrong, and what exactly the solution is. And until a solution is found, the cycle of disappointment and despair seems destined to continue. All while older fans of these games remain trapped in their memories of the past, with nowhere to call home in the present, and nowhere to turn to in the future. Honestly, it kind of sucks. But what if I told you that I actually have the answer to every question, that I have the solution to every problem, and that I know the one thing that no one else does: how to save the MMO genre once and for all? Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about that right now, because this video is already really fucking long. I mean, obviously I planned to include all that stuff. Actually, that was the entire point of this video. That was the important part. The history stuff was just meant to be like an introduction. But, you know, I also planned for this video to only be around 1 hour long, and to be finished well before Elden Ring came out. And look how that turned out. I still haven't played Elden Ring, by the way, and I also don't know what month it is anymore. So, yeah, I guess MMOs will just have to go unsaved for another day. Oh well. Thanks for watching.
No, 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 no. It's always 2. What the fuck? Damn, 1500? No, it's not. Fuck. Jesus. I didn't see this one. What the fuck? ABB Hunter. Yo, chill out. The entire history of RPGs. Okay, let's go with this one. Oh.
RPGs are one of the most influential genres in gaming. They include many of the most beloved and acclaimed games ever made, and there aren't many other genres that have been around for this long and been talked about this much. And yet, I don't think most people understand this genre very well. A lot of people don't know where it came from, how it's actually defined, how it changed, what caused those changes, where subgenres emerged, when the genre struggled and when it prospered, what were the biggest series and what happened to them, what games influenced other games, and more. RPG history is complicated. It stretches about 50 years now, and a lot can happen in 50 years. So this video will aim to cover those years, all of them, going from the humblest of beginnings to the troubles of today. And along the way, I hope the RPG genre might make a little bit more sense. There is a lot that can be learned from the history of RPGs, and its lessons still seem relevant today. After all, this is one of the few genres that hasn't simply evolved ever further away from its origins, but has instead often tried to evolve towards its starting point. RPG history still matters to RPGs. It's still shaping the present, and will still play a part in its future. So, let's talk history, starting with origins
There's so much.
and definitions. the most common definition of an RPG is a game where you roleplay. But while this is simple and concise, it does have one slight problem, which is that no one ever agrees what exactly role-playing means in the context of video games. What do you mean, someone is probably thinking right now? Role-playing is obvious. It means a game where you play a role. So, I guess a game like Surgeon Simulator, a game about playing the role of a surgeon. Badly. Or Euro Truck Simulator, a game about playing the role of a truck driver. Probably also badly. Except these aren't RPGs, so maybe it's about playing the role of a defined character, like in Uncharted, where you play the role of treasure hunter Nathan Drake, or Pac-Man, where you play the role of Mr. Pac-Man. But these also aren't RPGs, so maybe role-playing has to involve you creating your own character, like in The Sims, or Street Fighter 6. Okay, so maybe role-playing needs a character, but you also need to be able to make choices about them that have consequences. Like in the Choices Matter genre of games, such as Life is Strange or Telltale's The Walking Dead, which are all about choices that supposedly matter, and yet still aren't RPGs. So, if none of these games count, what exactly does it mean to play a role? Well, not a lot, because technically almost every game involves playing some kind of role, whether you are a cruel and unseen god, or a deranged theme park designer, or the latest generic action hero. As one of the world's most famous role players once wrote, "All the world's a stage, and all men and women are merely players." So, in many ways, we're all playing a role, all of the time, and if you disagree, take it up with Shakespeare, and good luck. He's dead. But if playing a role means so little and applies to so much, then clearly a better definition is needed. So let's go back to where the term began, because defining what an RPG is isn't that complex, but it does require context. In 1972, Atari made Pong, and with it, the commercial gaming industry was born. But in 1974, a very different game was made that was arguably much more influential. Dungeons & Dragons was created by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, and it wasn't a video game, but it did have a massive impact on gaming. Inspired by miniature wargames, which both Gygax and Arneson were avid players of, D&D was the first successful RPG of its kind, and it set itself apart from earlier wargames by focusing on players creating and role-playing as individual characters, instead of controlling entire armies. One player then took the role of the Dungeon Master to act as a sort of storytelling referee, as they worked alongside the other players in a form of collaborative storytelling. This is somewhat similar to what might be seen in other, more traditional forms of role-playing, and yet where D&D differed from these was in its use of rules and stats-based systems that were governed by dice rolls, just like in miniature wargames. So basically, D&D took the more abstract concept of creating your own character and playing a role, and combined it with the less abstract rules and statistics of wargaming to create one of the first true role-playing games, or RPGs, of its kind. Many more would follow in D&D's footsteps, including later and quite different editions of D&D itself, but Dungeons & Dragons has always remained the most popular tabletop RPG, and its impact on video games was immediate, with examples of games it inspired showing up in less than a year from its release. And perhaps unsurprisingly, these games took D&D's focus on creating a character that players would play the role of, as well as the use of rules, statistics, and dice rolls to govern gameplay, to create the computer RPG genre. Technological limitations and differences between the two mediums meant the way in which computer RPGs did this wasn't quite the same as their inspirations, but there was still a clear intent to replicate their experience and to maintain that core defining aspect of combining a focus on player characters with rules and stats-based gameplay. And this is the part which has remained true over all time periods and across all the very varied subgenres to provide us with the most accurate definition of an RPG as the term is actually used. So, RPGs are games which focus on player characters through features such as character creation, dialogue choices, narrative choice and consequence, and other types of player character expression, and combine this with statistical rules and gameplay, such as experience points and leveling up, character skills and stats, loot progression, and combat involving statistical calculations like hit chance or variations in damage numbers. Still, there are at least some grey areas to even this definition, because while all RPGs focus on player characters, they might do this in different ways, with some characters even being predefined. And RPGs can also feature multiple player characters while still counting as an RPG, as long as the game maintains a smaller, more personal scale like that seen in tabletop RPGs. What's more, what exactly is meant by statistical-based gameplay also isn't always clear, as over time, many action RPGs have emerged that place less focus on numbers and decision-making, while non-RPGs have increasingly incorporated statistical elements to include features like increased player retention and money-sucking microtransactions. I mean, to provide players with a greater sense of pride and accomplishment. Still, the best way to understand the differences in gameplay between RPGs and non-RPGs is again to look at the context in which the genre emerged. In the 70s and 80s, arcades ruled the industry, and when consoles arrived, they were designed around and marketed as being like arcades but for the home. Video games of this era were therefore heavily based around the pay-to-play monetization of arcades, meaning they were challenging, replayable, included features like high scores, and most important of all, they aimed to be purely skill-based. Things like numbers, ambiguity, and randomness in gameplay systems would therefore be
Holy
seen as
shit.
bad and likely unfair, and instead, skill in these games was derived by mechanical execution, something that was purely in the player's control. Meanwhile, early mainframe and personal computer games had a completely different set of technical limitations, being generally far inferior to the more powerful arcade machines, and they also had none of the quarter-hungry monetization, meaning they were often radically different to their arcade rivals. A lot of the most famous computer games from this era were text-based adventure games, like Colossal Cave Adventure, or Zork, which focused on using text descriptions and player inputs to create vast simulations of virtual worlds for players to explore and adventure through. In these games, mechanical execution barely featured at all, and instead the challenge came from having to solve puzzles and explore virtual spaces, things that tested your brain rather than your fingers. And for early RPGs, that were heavily inspired by Dungeons & Dragons but also by other computer games of the same era, it was through the use of rule systems and numbers that made this decision-making based gameplay possible. Lastly, there is one final piece of the RPG puzzle that helps explain where this genre came from and why it's had such enduring appeal. And it's something I first saw alluded to in Matt Barton and Shane Stack's book, Dungeons and Desktops, which is the role that J.R.R. Tolkien played on the emergence of the RPG genre, not just by influencing Dungeons and Dragons, but also by influencing many computer RPG creators directly, something which can be seen in many early RPG game titles, like Orthanc, Moria, and even Akalabeth, which is a reference to the Silmarillion. Still, Tolkien's influence may go even beyond this, because as fantastic an author as he might have been, there was one thing Tolkien was even better at than writing: world building. Middle-earth set itself apart from so many other fantasy creations through its depth, its attention to detail, and its sense of mythology and history. And Middle-earth left a lasting impression on many of Tolkien's readers,
Again.
which many early RPG developers clearly were. And so, when these early RPG creators came to make their
Dude, where? What is happening? Josh Hayes. Let's watch this movie. GameStop cult. Let's watch this.
On the internet, there's practically a community for everything.
Yeah, not fan of that. Nope.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. Out of all the genres of games, the MMORPG is pretty unique in the sense that out of the thousands of titles released, only a select few have ever taken off in a big way. Just think about it. FPS, RPG, survival, action, adventure, everything but the smallest of genres seem to have this really healthy and competitive ecosystem where you have many different titles representing the genre, whether that be AAA or indie. Whereas with the MMO, how many can you think of that really gained a sizable fan base that wasn't a flash in the pan? The genre is perhaps one of the most monopolistic in the sense, and slowly but surely, the community have really lost a lot of confidence in these MMOs, living up to the enormous amount of hype that they build up pre-release. Today, we have a video by the channel Jimmy, sort of theorizing why this is. This was recommended to me, so I figured we'd do another watch party here and see why he thinks why we might not get another good MMO.
I've been on this spree of trying basically every major MMO recently, and it got me thinking, and I might be the first one to ever have this thought, but I don't think we're getting another good MMO for a while. Other games that come out, they follow a very similar life cycle. A big mountain slope. You start out at the top, everyone's talking about the game, and it kind of just slopes down and loses its player base over time. I mean, it's a typical life cycle for a game, very natural. MMORPGs, on the other hand, follow a very different looking life cycle. They come in all shapes and sizes. They might start out with a bang, they might start out at the bottom and work their way up, but basically
Yeah, usually it's the first. Usually, most often, they have these insane launches with so much hype, but, you know, there are cases where it's the opposite. As you can see, he shows Final Fantasy XIV here, and this is a very special case because the original release of 14 is far different from what it is today. It was so bad that the CEO of Square Enix actually formally apologized for how bad it was.
Oh shit.
And after that, they actually went on to remake the game, which is why 14, I guess along with early WoW, is sort of like the prime example for the inverse MMO launch where the player base actually grew as the game aged. It's a really good redemption arc and hopefully motivating for other developers out there whose games are in a rough spot. There is a way back. 14 proved that. You just have to, stick with it and follow up on promises and great design. But the more common scenario, in my opinion, is a new MMO is announced, and as more and more details get shared around, people slowly but surely get more and more excited. It's like a snowball that grows in size as it rolls downhill until it's this giant consuming boulder, and people are so excited for it, and they imagine it to be the answer to life itself almost, until inevitably they realize it's just another MMO. This huge hype comes crashing down along with the player count, and it flatlines and it maintains a relatively niche audience for years to come, either shutting down or just barely hanging on by a thread. It's a roller coaster for sure, very volatile. Hype can harm as much as it helps, I think. Obviously, the more eyeballs on your game, the better, but at a certain point, they're really set up for failure since it's just not feasible to live up to the standards that are set for them.
way you know if an MMO is good and it had any sort of success long term over the span of many years, it kind of looks like a real fucked up EKG, like it's the game's pulse or something. Never healthy or stable, but it's there, which is what counts. It's been quite a while since we've seen a real banger of an MMO. It kind of feels like the MMO industry has always just been this game of King of the Hill, and the ones at the top have ascended so high that there's really no catching up to them. It's really hard to imagine them being dethroned, and there's not going to be many that try, because not only is developing a hard to imagine them being dethroned.
Total player count via MMOpopulation.com. Not very accurate, but it'll do. These are not true. I don't know about these numbers, man.
And there's not going to be many that try, because not only is developing a massive multiplayer online role-playing game one of the hardest things you can do as a video game developer, but it's also probably the dumbest thing you can do. We can't go into something like that until I tell you about something that someone's going to pay me to tell you about. So, 2023 was full of health issues for...
It honestly is a monumental task. I mean, there's a reason why we hardly see any indie MMO games. They just require so much money and time and planning, and the player base is definitely one of the harder to please. And it's such a huge risk because if you don't nail it, you really have so much to lose. I feel like MMOs are sort of caught in this trap where they require so much funding and time that really only AAA can pull it off right now. And I'm sorry, but if the last few years have taught me anything, is that AAA is on the decline. There are some good titles out there for sure, but these series which people used to cherish just seem to become so disconnected, and a lot of the ones that do well are inspired by indie games. The Battle Royale genre, as far as I know, the first was H1Z1, made by Daybreak after they split off from SOE and became an indie game dev. But, you know, the issue here is to fund such an expensive genre, you need to be AAA or endlessly crowdfund, which also has its own issues, as shown by Star Citizen, in my opinion, to a lesser extent Ashes.
The thing that got me thinking about this the most came from a situation that's been kind of brewing up over the last 3 years. In June 2021, Riot Games put a post up on their website calling for any game developers that are wanting to enter the world of MMORPGs with them. And this was amazing news because it's pretty common knowledge at this point that Riot Games tends to not miss the things they've been making.
I'll tell you right now, one of the biggest reasons why people are excited for Riot's MMO is that it reminds them of a certain developer in 2004. Just think about it. Here we have a very popular game studio, which has a generally positive track record with an already established IP, releasing this IP as a new MMO with stylized cartoonish graphics. It's very reminiscent of the King of MMOs in its heyday. I am guardedly looking forward to it myself. I do plan on playing it if it ever comes out, but I do think that the similarities end there. I personally don't think that it will be the WoW 2.0 that a lot of people are thinking it'll be for a variety of reasons. Let's let Jimmy have the mic here, though, because I want to see what he has to say first.
Pretty good. The MMO community was welcoming them with open arms. If you've kept up with the MMO world in the last 3-4 years, you know that the community is kind of still waiting for that game to come along that's just going to change everything. There was no real official news released for the next 2 years. The only set-in-stone thing we got was that Greg Street, who was the producer of the project, was leaving the company. Pretty soon after, he announced that he was launching his own company, making his own MMO. It was just very disappointing because he was extremely involved in the community and just had a lot of indicators that he really cared about this and was going to do his best to make it an actual game-changing, enjoyable MMO. Obviously, hope for the best. But now, about a year later, there's...
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty bad sign. In a genre as tricky as the MMO, it obviously definitely doesn't help to lose your director mid-development. I don't know the reason for it. I think you mentioned family issues. But if you want an example of a game that lost its director mid-development, take a look at Diablo 4, which obviously has had its own issues with direction, and that's not even an MMO really. I mean, it was already years away, and I'm sure that this will set them back even more, as you can see evidenced by the co-founder himself here, Mark Merrill.
Whispers and rumors that this Riot MMO might not even be happening, which honestly would be the least surprising thing I've heard in the last 3 hours. at least. Riot Games has set a huge bar for themselves, which has raised everybody's expectations for everything they ever make. I can't tell you in confidence whether or not this game's happening or not. What I can tell you without a doubt is that it has been a bumpy ride behind the scenes. And if you'd like to see what Riot is most likely fearing, if you look up New World's player count history and see how that unfolded, you can see just how risky it is to release an MMO in the modern era of gaming. I've got around 760 hours played on New World and was a part of the...
That's definitely more than me. I did play New World on launch. I pretty much quit at the max level. My biggest problem was that the endgame siege mode required you to sign up and set time aside for a chance to participate, which was just terrible. And I feel like this is one of the bigger issues. There's nothing more annoying to signing up for this raid and then setting time aside only to find out that you didn't get picked. We're gamers, okay? We're already used to getting picked last for dodgeball. We've already been through getting ditched on dates. We don't need that happening to us in our video games too, okay? So that was a big sin here for New World. I mean, I enjoyed it for the amount of time I played. I felt like I got my money's worth for sure, but yeah, like most of the others, I was done as soon as I hit the max level due to that and many other issues, but that's a story for another time. Yeah, we'll make a New World video one day. Don't worry about that.
Community during the rise and fall of it. And I also saw how quickly that new and refreshing ideas can completely drain the life out of a player base if done incorrectly. New World game design caught up with itself. Not really sure how long that game's gonna be up for. Probably some of the most fun I've had gaming during its peak. And I really wish things were handled differently so that it wasn't in the condition it's in now. It was a good game with some crucial things wrong with it, ended up being the reason for its downfall. An MMO can only handle so many mistakes to the point where even a company that gets their funds from Amazon themselves can't really do anything for you anymore. So there's been some sprinkles of MMO here and there, a lot of underwhelming Kickstarter projects, some that are in a permanent early access phase, ones that scam hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow. But in the last like
by the time Star Citizen releases, it won't be an MMO anymore. It'll be a simulation game. For those of us who will actually exchange fluids, it'll release once our great-grandchildren will be on space stations, living the life of a person living on space stations. It'll be awesome.
5 years, I think New World and Lost Ark are the only two MMOs that can claim they've had any kind of success. I've never played Lost Ark before. I tried looking up some stuff to get some more insight about it, but just like any MMO you try to get information on, it's players that have hundreds or thousands of hours just complaining about things, not giving any real insight to the casual experience of the game. What I can tell you...
I played Lost Ark as well. Much like New World, I quit shortly after reaching the max. I love the combat and gameplay, and even the PvP I put a lot of time into, but what killed it for me was the progression. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that I already get annoyed with MMOs with too many dailies and weeklies.
Yep.
At a certain point, I feel like they're chores, and I don't really feel rewarded for playing the game as much as I feel punished for not playing it. I think when you go too far with these timed activities, your players start to feel more like prisoners, and that was a big problem with BFA, actually, was just the astronomical amount of dailies and weeklies. My friends group actually referred to them as chores, and that's a problem. When a video game starts to feel like a chore, it's not really a video game anymore, is it? You're not playing it because it's fun. You're playing it because you're obligated to play it. I think one of the reasons why I like classic MMOs so much, it isn't necessarily for what they offer, it's what they don't offer. When I play vanilla WoW, I feel like I am much more in control of what I actually want to do when I log in, instead of going through this laundry list of crap that I have to do because I need to do it to keep up with progression. So what really killed Lost Ark for me was that after doing all of these chores, you had a chance to progress due to the very gambly-like system that they had for upgrades. I know that MMOs are all based around RNG in one form or another, but it just felt bad in the way it was presented to, spend hours on dailies
So
and
bad,
weeklies
dude.
and then clicking a button and then it failing. I know that the chance to upgrade increased with each fail, but just the way it was presented, it made you feel like you just wasted all that time. I think it's pretty common in these Korean style MMOs, so I don't know, maybe it's just not for me.
Is that it's nowhere near competing with the top dogs of the MMO world. So between
Yeah, true. Also keep in mind that probably half of its active player base right now are populated by bots, from what I've seen.
Riot's situation and New World's fumble, it got me thinking, why is this so hard? What is going on? Making an MMO has to be the most irresponsible, stupidest idea you could ever go through with. In the last 10 years, there have been 20 MMOs notable enough to make the Wikipedia page, and 12 of those are still up and running. Obviously, there's been more than 20 MMOs released, but I'm just not counting the ones that Josh Strife Hayes finds buried in the deepest depths of the deep web that peaked at 23 concurrent players. They don't really count right now. It's definitely a dark age. Now, I would say when World of Warcraft went live in 2004, that is when the true golden age started. Some may say that when Ultima Online came out, it kind of changed the game. I don't really think an MMO golden age existed without WoW. It doesn't feel right to me. WoW did for MMOs what Fortnite did to Battle Royales. Because you may have noticed once Fortnite saw success in its little side game mode of Battle Royale that wasn't even what they wanted their players to try, caused about 55 to 100 others to emerge. Once WoW showcased that you can build a long-term player base with as much success as it had, with as much money as it generated, not only with its initial launch in 2004, but with its expansions in 2007 and on, I mean, how do you not convince investors to let you try and build another WoW? So once this golden age...
Yeah, I mean, they redefined the genre. They were incredibly niche before WoW, and after it found the formula, every MMO it seemed tried to recapture it, even completely changing existing MMOs such as Star Wars Galaxies, which changed from a complete sandbox to a complete theme park, an absolute 180-degree overhaul, and it didn't seem to matter. Warhammer Online, Age of Conan, Old Republic, ESO, or any of the hundreds which peaked at that 20 peak player count, they ultimately failed at decrowning WoW. Putting their own shortcomings aside, I've come to realize, and I mentioned this in my recent top 10 video, the reason why they failed is that, in my opinion, WoW was a product of its time. When WoW was released, it was unique, not only because it was the one that found the formula, but also because it released during the dawn of social media, where it was new and exciting to interact with people from across the world and make friends and build communities. World of Warcraft and all of these other MMOs are social media, and I think that really played such a huge part in it becoming such a hit. Aside from its innovations.
Poor Mac. Thanks for the follow, man.
Which were great, don't get me wrong. It really was just a product of its time. 100%.
What's up, dude?
Started, much like the Battle Royale boom, we also got a few really, really good games to emerge alongside WoW. They're still here, people playing them. We also got an overwhelming...
I just started on Payon stories. Oh, really? Nice, man. What's your class? Oh, you played when you were a kid. I thought you signed up just now. Oh, gotta be a merchant? I'm gonna be merchant in a sec. Oh, okay. What's your current level right now? I'm assuming you're like in early 10s? Oh, I did sign up just like the classic version. Okay, nice, dude. I like the classic version. I don't know why people keep releasing, with high rate non-classic ones. It's just never, appealing. I don't know why. But I really like the classic version. All MMOs get too much bloat. That is a fact, dude. 100% fact. That's why I went back to the old MMOs, man. Less bloated, less things to see. That's it. It's just simple games, man. And have fun with it.
Amount of stinkers, some real stinkers that are not around anymore. MMOs were peaking in the mid-2000s. It was the thing to do. It was the style of game that players wanted to play. Even the projects that saw short-term success but didn't really survive, some still to this day have community-backed projects.
They are better in earlier versions. That is true. That is true. Pre-renewal RO was peak. Was peak MMO, early MMOs. What's that crazy pet? Homunculus? Which one? Oh, this one? Sohi? You talking about this? This is a Sohi pet. With tentacles? Yeah, it's Sahi. They're pretty pricey, man. It's like, I don't know, like 1 million, I think, or 500K, something like that. What's the level cap? 99. The trans not here yet, so it's level 99, and then max pretty much it's the same. It's vanilla. It's vanilla RO. Yeah, I'm almost there, but yeah, what's holding me back is just my gear. I just really want my gear first, and then I'm gonna go level 99. I just really want my gears. Like, I just want this to be brooches. I need my brooches, and then I'm good. I'm gonna start going for 99. Yep. And then yep, once I hit 99, I'm gonna start looking for, OP gears. No one's selling. See, no one's selling brooch. No one selling brooch.
Private servers to keep the community alive. All these MMO games meant a lot to people. They proved to be this genre of game.
I can't remember anything about this game other than Assassin Bug Card and it being fun. Oh really? How long Wait, since when's the last time you played this? Because I just started like a month and a half ago. And then that was my very first time in 20 years. Many years ago. Shit. We're both the same, man. Damn. Yep. Both the same, dude. This game run. Yep. It can handle. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're using Pentium or whatever. It'll run fine. Anyone can download this game, and it'll run. That's fine, man. All right, I'm gonna go back to hunt mode again. Just taking a break. Wait, how'd you find the server? The style holds up. Yep, it's really good. It's really like iconic, and it's well made.
Game that you truly did become a part of. And even though the MMO scene was kind of slowing down in the late 2000s, early 2010s, games like Guild Wars 2 and Star Wars The Old Republic made their entry into the MMO scene and kind of picked up the stragglers that maybe weren't really happy with their games anymore or didn't really scratch the itch they wanted and were still able to get...
Oh, you Googled this server? Okay. Because I saw someone, because I was looking for classic version, and I couldn't find one, and then something popped out in my YouTube page. That's how I found this one. It was the only server that wasn't like 50 times or all expansions. Yeah. This is the only classic one, I believe. This is the only classic one. Swatter talk about disappointment. This video is making me sad. Yeah, there's a lot of hype behind it every single time until they start, talk about it.
Give a lot of players their home base of a game. 2013 unknowingly became the grand finale of MMOs. It was the year of revival because in February we got old school runes.
There's gonna be a lot of grinding again for me, man. Are you ready for the grind, dude? Walter, before it launched, the hype was unbelievable. People thought it was gonna kill WoW. Game was so mid, you couldn't even be an alien. Yeah, there's a lot. Every single MMO that came out after WoW, they thought it would kill WoW. Every single one of it. They wanted, I don't know why, they wanted the next big thing. They wanted the next WoW killer. And then, you know what happened. Did you ever try Tree of Savior? I didn't try it. I saw it. I thought it was, they said it was a successor for Ragnarok, but I never tried one. But I saw one. What happened to it? That's the thing, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They want every MMO that came out after WoW. They thought it's gonna kill it. I never get that. It's like, yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, it's like saying, the next battle royale would kill Fortnite. It doesn't make any sense. They cashed up so hard. Oh, really? Oh, that's why. And dude, if any MMO that, any MMO that's like having a cash shop, it's gonna die early, 100%. Then it got bloated like 10 times faster than Ragnarok. If you try to play it now, it's a mess. Oh fuck. That's why Ragnarok Classic is the what do you call it? It's the refugee home for Tree of Savior. I thought Tree of Savior was kind of like the same as, or not the same, but similar to Ragnarok. Yeah, people get to end game even faster when there's cash out, like I said. Yeah, yeah. This is the thing. It kind of kills the game. It kills the entire game when you have cash out. You pretty much basically letting people just skip through the content when you have cash out, instead of letting people, play the game and let them explore the content. Usually that's what happens when you have cash out. You just like pretty much stab your game in the back. It it spawned you in Geffen? Let me get some buffs and then Alright, I'm gonna head back to farming. I'm only killing like low level mobs because I'm farming. So yeah. Oh, by the way, when you get into the game or the city, make sure you join a clan, especially if you're a merchant. Kind of like this one, crossbow clan. It gives you a little bit of boost or stat boost. Like this one, buffs. It gives you a permanent buffs. Because when I started playing this game, I didn't even know that shit. Someone just told me, so I thought I'd just let you guys know. Who identifies items, my man? What do you mean? Yeah, magnifier and weapon, yeah. You can buy it on any dealer or tool dealer. Because there's weapon shop, there's armor shop, and then tool dealer. Oh, this guy again. Oh man, I'm dying. kind of laggy today. It's like a delay. Alright, let me continue.
And in
this.
August, we got Final Fantasy XIV. Both of them existing for the sake of redemption. RuneScape's main game was at an all-time low. Final Fantasy's first
That's
MMO
just real.
went
Yeah,
3 to 4
dude.
years
It's even
earlier.
better when
It
there's
was a
buff.
huge
It just
flop,
feels
both
so
these
good,
companies
man.
basically
Feels so nice. When you get to this level, it's just like it gets so much better. At first, like, you know, it's kind of slow. It's, you know, it's not there. But once you get to this level, it's just the game gets good. You can feel it, you know, the grind that you worked on.
try it again. And now, 11 years later, it's safe to say that both of them did something right. Confirmed. Since then, there's been a few notable MMOs that have come out, and they did okay. Elder Scrolls Online, Albion Online, Black Desert Online. These games are online, in case you were wondering. Lost Ark, New World, but...
My only experience with Black Desert Online was that I was on Discord with a friend who was upgrading some piece of gear, and I heard him smash his keyboard live on Discord because it broke or something. It was entertaining, to be sure, but yeah, I mean, it didn't make me want to play the game, I guess. But I will say that there's nothing more glorious than the sound of loose keys pattering on the floor while somebody is screaming obscenities. Oh, too good.
None of them really made the impact they were probably hoping for. It's almost as if all players interested in MMOs have kind of found their place and stayed there. It really is kind of like finding your home base, and that's just where you retreat back to at the end of the day. We're all kind of safe and cozy in our MMOs right now, kind of making the most of it. But even though the kings are up there on that hill, it doesn't mean they're resting up there comfortably. The wrong mistake could send them tumbling down at any moment. Those profitable, successful games up there, they got up there with blood, sweat, and dev tears. A lot of mostly dev tears. We now have insight to another reason of why creating an MMO is a really dumb idea. Money.
Yep, that's true. Money.
Microtransactions have played a significant role in keeping these games alive. They've got to pay a staff to maintain and update and create for the game so that they keep their players there. They've got to pay for these massive servers. I don't even know how much those things cost. And also making sure that they meet the quota so that the very top executive owner of the company gets the salary that they've written for themselves.
Question, is Jagex milking their players?
Well, yeah, it's quite a big question.
And whatever they need to do to get there is what they gotta do. Subscriptions by themselves cannot sustain an MMO. It could pay for WoW in 2007 when everybody was paying a $15 a month subscription on top of buying a $40 expansion every other year. But even that caught up. They have a shit ton of microtransactions, and obviously that's more of a problem for the MMOs that make it big and they have all of these expenses. But any game that sees this big success is going to eventually run into this problem of how do we afford to keep this going. Back at my home base.
I know that this is a very contested subject, and I think there's truth to it for sure in the amount of employees that these developers now have. But I look at this whole train of thought in a different way, and let me explain why. The first is that I think people are just way too generous with what they let these studios get away with. More money earned doesn't really mean the employees get paid more. In fact, I think it means the opposite. It seems to me that the more money these AAA video game developers earn, the worse they treat their employees, such as Blizzard, after a record-breaking financial quarter, slashing the bonuses of their employees by 58%,
Damn.
or even just straight up firing them and, you know, giving them gift cards to the games they just got fired from working on their way out, as if they're trying to insult them. And I think it's just the curse of AAA. I see what Jimmy is saying here, and I agree with him to an extent, but I also think that people take this way too far, and they see it as like it's necessary to sell all forms of character progression in order to make it within the world of MMOs. These microtransactions exist simply because people are willing to pay for them. The MMORPG is very addictive. It's entirely focused on character progression, whether that be levels, gold. The mobile game monetization scheme has really taken such deep roots, and it affects not just the genre in negative ways, but also the players on an individual level. So much so that some countries are actually going to such lengths as to ban these.
Gator people would be gonna be extinct. Yep. Well, they won't stop. They just can't give me, you know, the items that I want. So I just want a single item, and they won't give it to me. They're gonna pay the price.
Monetization schemes, such as loot boxes. You ever wonder why Overwatch 1 shut down and was replaced with Overwatch 2, which has
I've been here since yesterday.
The same characters.
I haven't even gotten
the same items.
The items that I want.
What? You think it was for the now canceled PvE game mode that they promised, but abandoned because it was too hard? No. Your answer lies in the monetization model, which went from the increasingly scrutinized and banned loot boxes to
that's true.
Clean, but also FOMO abusing battle passes. Or maybe we can talk about the same poor, downtrodden employees who patented a matchmaking algorithm in Overwatch where it determined what your main character was and tried to put you into a match not based off of any skill level, but instead against somebody who also played that same character but was using a skin you didn't have in order to covertly manipulate you into buying more loot boxes. The primary reason why these games are monetized in this way is greed. I absolutely see what you're saying here, and I see the side of the argument, but it's also important to remember the predation that exists within the games industry.
Oh! If you get a card, man, either, I don't know, it's up to you, you want to keep it or sell it, but I believe they're kind of pricey. So think about it for a sec when you get a card. If you get lucky though.
And that if you allow these developers to take advantage of you, they will, because it's lucrative to do so. I'm not saying that anybody who buys microtransactions are addicted and they're taken advantage of. I think that's pretty bad hyperbole. But what I'm saying here is that people's addictions are being preyed upon in the industry in both covert and overt ways. And it's important to stand your ground and keep your guard up, because people will take advantage of you if you allow them to.
Yep,
it's
you never know,
to say the least.
I give Jagex a lot of money every year through subscriptions. I pay for my subscriptions on multiple accounts, as do other people. And Jagex makes millions off of players giving them monthly subscription money. But you may have noticed while we're over here frolicking in our flowers of polls and community involvement and fun, our brothers and sisters over at RuneScape 3 cannot say the same.
Is Jagex actually this oblivious? We're in a time where RuneScape, at least according to the majority of the vocal player base, feels like it's being neglected, and as someone who's been covering the news and following the game actively for years now, I also
sometimes you get a rocker card early.
How
Oh yeah, if you want to know the price of certain items, go to tools. I believe they have a tracker. Well, let me show you this one. I think yeah, you can go to that website. It'll tell you, you can just search the items and then it'll give you an idea on what's the price.
Employees, and according to the most recently released financial statements, £137 million in revenue, have the audacity to recolor a 3-year-old outfit and sell it as part of some kind of limited edition pack.
RuneScape 3 has been contaminated with regularly updated, toxic cash-grabbing microtransactions. It's experiencing increments of worse. Players just begging the devs to please stop, as if the devs have any control over it. RuneScape 3.
So the way that I see it is that I feel like people don't really consider how many people are turned off by these microtransactions.
What is it? That they're talking about putting you in games with people that play your hero but use skins haven't bought. It's wild. Yeah, who's that dude? I forgot about that. Just give me that item. I'll be done with this shit. Oh yeah.
Which in turn feeds the supposed reliance on microtransactions, when the path to the giant pile of money is microtransactions instead of good game design.
That is so, yeah.
Innovative.
A lot of people, you know, it's just people will, dude. There are people out there will fucking buy that shit, and also there are people who will see through it. You know, it's fucking dumb, but people will still buy it. I know it's very, very predatory.
Creative ways to get money out of you,
like,
instead of
it's crazy, man.
game design.
You haven't
This
even
is
bought the
especially
skin.
true in monopolistic industries such as the MMO, where there's less of a need for innovation because there's not a lot of competition. A large reason why this is happening in RuneScape, apparently, in my opinion, and many other MMOs out there, is because of the cash shop. When these MMOs rely on box sales and sub fees, the most lucrative way to develop your game was to keep your player hooked with good game design. In my opinion here, and let me know if you see where I'm getting at, these cash shops aren't keeping MMOs alive because they're steering away the path to the giant pile of money. They lose their innovation, they lose their quality, they become stagnant, and people quit as a result of that, making them more reliant on, guess what? Cash shops. Because the games are no longer as good, there aren't as many people subscribed, so then they have to lean on microtransactions more because of microtransactions in a large way. And you know, we've had plenty of instances of data supporting this, such as MAUs declining as profitability grows. It's a never-ending cycle, and these microtransactions slowly but surely become more and more macro over time until you get to the point to where you're selling the entire point of playing the game to begin with by way of selling all forms of character progression, again in a genre of game centered around character progression, whether that be selling levels, gold, gear, whatever, because again, that's now the primary ways of generating revenue. It's no longer what used to be this great and innovative design. But honestly, if you want to ask a real question, that's how did we get here? And this may sound weird, but I really think it has a lot to do with the simple fact that WoW became so successful. And the industry became so monopolistic that it stagnated. There's no need for innovation when you're the only shark in the pond. Who cares about innovation? You already have everyone, so there's less potential here to make money compared to, say, microtransactions, which started low. Just a pet here and there.
I think it has to
and
do with
character
monopolizing
services,
it.
Transmog,
Yeah.
mounts, levels, gold, and now gear. That's why I said that the genre is in a tough spot, because they're primarily AAA, which obviously and understandably is motivated by money. They're publicly traded companies. Indie game devs, you can get away with maybe not being completely motivated for financial reasons, and there is some room for innovation there because of that. But because, again, they're primarily AAA, due to how monopolistic they are, you don't get innovation because innovation isn't required to generate revenue. Innovation is tough. You need experienced and very skilled developers who know the genre like the back of their penis or vagina, and you need them to create magic, essentially. The MMO genre is so difficult because it's entirely variable on its player base. You can design something to be played one way, and the player base may play it a completely different way. Innovation can simply be willed into existence, so, why chase after it? Why chase after it when you can have an artist make a store mount over a weekend that'll generate millions of dollars instead? Or sell gold, levels, gear. Call it brainless, call it lazy, call it bad. Just make sure that you also include lucrative in your description, and in my opinion, that's where WoW is today because of how popular it got, and it's where the industry is today because of how monopolistic it is. And it's tough, but the player base has to collectively steer the path of the giant pile of money away from microtransactions and back towards innovation, because they're the only ones who can. They're the only ones who can motivate that. And I don't know if that'll happen because developers obviously are developing the game to keeping you in this microtransaction loop by resetting character progression and constantly selling character progression over and over and over and over again. So that's why I don't really care for the argument of, all right, well, you need microtransactions to pay everybody because, it's already tough enough without defending just simple predation within the industry that we don't need, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, excuses that aren't even necessarily true, as shown when these developers cut their bonuses or fire employees after record-breaking quarters. That's just my opinion. Like I said, very contentious subject, but that's what I'm thinking. Steve Jobs actually has a really relevant quote for this, though, that'll play for you here. And as you're watching this, see if you can correlate this to maybe a video game that you've played in the past.
What happens is, like with John Scully, John came from PepsiCo, and they at most would change their product, once every 10 years. I mean, to them, a new product was like a new size bottle, right? So if you were a product person, you couldn't change the course of that company very much. So who influenced the success of PepsiCo? The sales and marketing people. Therefore, they were the ones that got promoted, and therefore they were the ones that ran the company.
Yep.
Well, for PepsiCo, that might have been okay, but it turns out the same thing can happen in technology companies that get monopolies, like, IBM and Xerox. If you were a product person at IBM or Xerox, so you make a better copy or a better computer. So what? When you have a monopoly market share, the company's not any more successful. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people, and they end up running the companies. And the product people get driven out of the decision-making forums. And the companies forget what it means to make great products. Sort of the product sensibility and the product genius that brought them to that monopolistic position gets rotted out by people running these companies who have no conception of a good product versus a bad product. They have no conception of the craftsmanship that's required to take a good idea and turn it into a good product. And they really have no feeling in their hearts, usually, about wanting to really help the customers. So that's what happened at Xerox. The people at Xerox PARC used to call the people that ran Xerox toner heads. And they just had, and these toner heads would come out to Xerox PARC and they just had no clue about what they were seeing.
And for our audience, toner is what?
Oh, toner. Toner is what you put into a copier. Yeah, the toner that you add to an industrial copier.
The black stuff.
The black stuff, yeah. So basically they were copier heads that just had no clue about a computer or what it could do. And so they just grabbed defeat from the greatest victory in the computer industry. Xerox could have owned the entire computer industry today. Could have been, a company 10 times its size. Could have been IBM. Could have been the IBM of the 90s. Could have been the Microsoft of the 90s. So, but anyway, that's all ancient history. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Sure.
The power in these companies is transferred and controlled by the people who make the money. So if the people who make the money are no longer developers, i.e. people who have dedicated their entire lives to game design, and it's instead the people who've dedicated their lives to finding the most effective way to monetizing people's addictions in a genre of game defined by its addictive nature, who's really in power here? I mean, he said it himself.
As if the devs have any control over it.
Yeah, true. But this is a problem created by the cash shops because they are so lucrative, have taken power from the developers and handed it to the microtransaction people. And, I think their quality is representative of that.
Is the soldier spreading its arms, protecting us from projectiles while we sleep soundly, telling the devs that we're not fond of this idea they think they're having. But what I'm trying to say is that even old school RuneScape, as one of the most populated MMORPGs in modern gaming, only exists because RuneScape 3 offers microtransactions. Because what you've spent on old school RuneScape membership subscriptions in the last 6 years, 10 people spent that same amount yesterday on RuneScape 3 keys. Those are the players that Jagex needs, not you, not me. MMOs are
Yeah, exactly. And, what are the quality of these two games? RuneScape 3 versus OSRS. One motivated by microtransactions and one motivated by subscriptions. I'm actually asking here. From what he's saying, it seems like 3 is in a pretty tough spot right now compared to OSRS, but I've honestly have never played RuneScape, so maybe you guys can actually help me out with this one.
expensive to make and they're expensive to maintain. Which, by the way,
OSRS.
Whoever over at Amazon Games thought that a one-time purchase of a $40 game was going to be enough to sustain a huge MMO.
No.
What are you doing? What did you
impossible.
think was going to happen? And then who decided that microtransactions were going to be your next alternative? And this is what you have in the store. They practically begged to not make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's also the quality of the game too, or lack thereof, rather. Like, New World being terrible, for lack of a better term, I think has more to do with it failing than ugly cash shop items, you know? Sorry to any New World fans out there, and like I said, I enjoyed it for when I played it, but yeah. But this game had huge problems. I've seen the videos. It's had monumental problems.
What's fucking brackin', baby?
The biggest problem that new MMOs are going to face are getting a true player base. Not the players that are there on day one seeing how long they can wait in a queue. Not even the ones that invest 200 hours and experience a little bit of endgame. I'm talking about the true player base. The player base that if your game shuts down, they will be on the front lines doing whatever they can to create their own version of your game, some sort of backup code to keep the community alive. Those are the players that you're looking for. They're there because they love the game. They're there for real. And those are going to be extremely difficult to get because chances are they already have that game. They're already a part of that community. And most of them aren't going to be feeling that way about multiple MMOs. At this point...
Yeah, he makes a great point. First, just being the time investment, it's very hard to impress someone enough to drag them away from their favorite MMO. And it also has to do with sunk fallacy costs. with how much time and money these MMOs consume, there are people who have spent thousands of days and dollars over the course of decades, in some cases, into just one game. I think that the experience is what you make of it, and I never look at my time in WoW as wasted when I wasn't playing it. I more look at it like, I had fun, that's worth it, and nothing can take that away from me. But not everyone looks at it like that, and for many, to abandon that game for another would, in a way, to them, is like, well, crap. What was that all for?
New MMOs have to pull their player base from other MMOs. You're going to be trying to pull players from WoW, and from Final Fantasy, and from RuneScape, and Guild Wars 2. The players that already know what they like and dislike about massive multiplayer online games. Which means that, by default, a new MMO is immediately competing with the top of that hill. Could you imagine trying to enter that space and these are the guys you're standing next to, trying to gain their players? Good luck. The best kind of player base to get for a brand new MMO is a new MMO player. Ones that haven't experienced the other ones yet, and you're going to be their first experience, which would mean...
Absolutely true, and again, one of the reasons why World of Warcraft was so successful was because it was entering a genre with this huge, untapped casual player audience that didn't want to lose XP on death, or whatever unforgiving features that nearly every other MMO had. World of Warcraft, for a lot of people, wasn't even their first MMO. It was their first game, period. I know, I mean, I seemed to raid with a lot of them.
Trying to appeal to the iPad babies, the TikTok brains, the fucking Fortnite Warzoners. The ones that can't even hold their attention to short form content unless there is a video below the main content that has some car surfing on ramps so that their weird brains allow them to stay there. Dude, drop a fort.
He's not joking. It's actually true. It is a really good point. MMOs, because they are such a large time investment, they actually require some sort of an attention span. And I don't know if you guys know this, but primarily due to social media, the average attention span of a person has significantly dwindled within the past couple of decades. The TikTokers who swipe through 10 videos in the span of 10 seconds.
18-year-old into vanilla WoW Northshire and see how long it takes for their brains to start freaking out because there's not enough colors and numbers. The generation following us is not going to really be interested in this slower-paced MMO style that we fell in love with. Why would they run around Elwyn Forest or go kill goblins in Lumbridge when in that same time frame they could have had 3 adrenaline-pumping Warzone games to feel dopamine from? They don't chase the same numbers going up that we do. It makes me wonder if the generation following us, when they get to be our age, if they're going to be more interested in goal-oriented things like long-term MMO goals. I don't see new generations coming into MMOs, and I don't see current MMO players jumping to a new one when they've already established their community and love for one that they've been a part of for years.
I do actually have data to back this up. So I'm primarily a vanilla channel, you would say, and on YouTube, because they're creepy, they have access to your guys' demographics.
Yep.
They watch you while you poop, and as you can see, the people who are interested in vanilla, at least on my channel, are primarily 25 to 44 years old.
Jesus.
I mean, it's not proof or anything, but it is indicative of the player base of vanilla, I would say. It's also a total sausage fest in here, by the way. In case you're curious, World of Warcraft isn't the most attractive thing in the world, apparently. If you haven't gathered that.
Oh, man.
But yeah, great point here.
I think the current games that we have in the MMO space are going to remain there, at least for as long as both the players and the devs have that desire. In order for an MMO to take the reins, become the next big thing, to really be the game changer, it's going to have to be very outside the box. Never done before, a big risk. Chances are the next MMO to really overtake these or even see equal success as these hasn't even been thought of yet. But I just have this strange feeling that the next MMO that comes out that has 6 classes to choose from, a woodcutting skill, and 2004-ass fetch quests is not going to be the one to see themselves at the top of that hill with those. It's just a hunch. I don't know. This Ashes of Creation game I've seen talked about for like the last 3 years is supposedly going to be the MMO that changes everything. They had this dev blog come out at...
Ashes. A lot of people have asked me about this, and my answer is that, and no offense to people who are excited, and I hope it's good, but I really haven't been too impressed. He just said that if we're gonna see a new WoW, it'll have to be innovative, but I just don't see that in Ashes, personally. I think it looks like a pretty run-of-the-mill MMO to me, and I think it'll have a niche player base, but I don't think it's gonna take off in a huge way. But who knows, I could be wrong. Hopefully I am. I hope that there's more great MMOs out there.
The end of March, and I was like, okay, this looks cool. And on the side of the screen, I see some quests about killing 20 goblins. And I'm like, no fucking way that this is the revolutionary thing. The next big MMO is not gonna have kill 20 goblins as a fucking quest, I promise. They've already lost in my eyes. There's just no way another one of those is gonna be the one to be up there. No. There's a few things that I believe the next big MMO needs to do differently. I think the number one priority is to come up with a structure that eliminates the locust swarm effect. Finish this as fast as possible. Get to max level as fast as possible. Get to the end game, the best in slot, the min-maxing as fast as possible. It's a real shitty habit that we've developed with video games, especially MMOs recently. I think it's played.
The biggest group of subscription losses, aside from the people who play for 10 minutes and quit, are those who hit the max level. Leveling is where you hook the players because it's simple and goal-oriented. When you're level 1, your goal is level 2. When you're level 2, your goal is level 3. And you're handed quests to help with that, and you get this great feeling of progression. You slowly but surely learn new skills. The content is drip-fed to you. You get these talent points of some sort, better gear to equip, you're unlocking more zones, more dungeons, and it's only when people reach the max level and they lose this direction and all of these endgame systems are thrown at them is when they throw their hands up in the air and they're just, all right, this is too much trouble for what it's worth. Some people raid, others PvP, some people collect stuff. Everybody levels. Leveling is where you have the biggest opportunity to hook the player.
Yep.
And it's such a shame that these MMOs seem to even sacrifice leveling, and they put as little effort into it as possible in order to put more into the end game. He mentioned New World's 2004 quest fetch system. Now, New World neglected everything as far as I'm concerned, but its questing was inexcusably low effort. Like, literally, 90%. Kill 10 of these, collect 8 of these, kill this named, and the amount of reused enemies rivaled even old NES games released in the 80s. But it's not just New World, it's all over the genre, and I agree, I really do think it's a giant blind spot. Now, if I were to make an MMO, honestly, I would make a leveling system adapted to the pace of the modern gamer, where even still, it takes months and months to reach the max. Let's say for an average player in the modern era, 6 months. And while there would be an endgame, of course, the majority of the efforts would be on making the best leveling experience you've ever had in any MMO. This huge immersive world, tons of zones, great quests, amazing group content, lots of dungeons, just total pure immersion, because this is what every player does. You make them fall in love with the journey, and then you earn the right to do the end game.
Such a big role in the overall downfall of MMOs, why everything feels underwhelming now. Unfortunately, I think as long as a game structure exists that allows for that kind of mentality, it's not going to find the success that it would have found back when we weren't playing games like that, in the golden age of MMOs, when things were actually enjoyed. That's why we want to play games solo now. It's why you can get from level 1 to 70 playing by yourself in WoW. And that's not going to make for a successful MMO. You might as well just make a single player game. Other MMOs would...
I know that I can input my credit card solo to level from 1 to 70. That's the best way to play video games, in my opinion. I'm such a fan of MMOs that I'll not only just pay $15 a month to play them, I'll pay hundreds more to not play them because, I love them so much.
Benefit a lot by trying a more RuneScape-style quest system, where it feels almost like a mission with a lot of benefits afterwards, rather than just the same generic copy-pasted coding of a quest of going and getting 10 mushrooms on a tree and bringing it back for XP. It's the reason why a game like RuneScape, which people have always poked fun at its graphics, feels more alive than a game with fucking Unreal Engine 5. It's the way it feels when you're a part of that world. And I think a lot of MMOs kind of look the other way when it comes to structuring things like that. They're too scared to try something else for progression. I don't know, they just play it too safe. The world has to feel alive, and everyone's end goal can't be the same. I'm not a game dev, I'm just a consumer. I complain. My role here is to complain. I'm not the guy.
Same. If
I knew what this next MMO looked like, I would be trying to make it. I promise you I would. I don't think,
I just said if I were to develop an MMO, but honestly, even if I were given the chance, I don't think I would. Not because I think I would fail, but, well, I mean, I just love what I do now, but also, in my opinion, being a developer sounds horrible.
Yep.
Because, you know, in today's market, which is primarily dominated by money, and therefore the obsessed, greedy AAA, you're caught in this awful position between the ire of the player base and the indifference of your publisher. This is what actually happened to the Star Wars Galaxies developers, and I'm sure many others out there. There are developers out there who have, like, these public Twitter profiles. I don't see how they do it. To willingly let themselves just get absolutely bombarded by really angry people, misdirecting their ire onto them because they've made themselves reachable, and just basically using them as a human piñata. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they engage daily with these people. I think that game development is actually quite known for being a soul-crushing profession. I do have a background in computer science, and when I was studying for it, I was actually specifically warned by my teachers that if you want to hate coding, get into game development, because it's a quick way to crush your soul. So this is where I disagree here. Respect to Jimmy here, but I don't think I would do it personally. I mean, I love the genre, of course, but I love being sane and my quality of life more, so yeah.
Any current game devs have really wrapped their head around what it takes to bring an MMO to the next level, but I think with a lot of emerging game engines and technology we're capable of now, we're eventually going to see that thing that really makes our eyes widen and our mouths salivate. It's gonna happen. Could be a year from now, 10 years from now. Our generation of MMO players, probably the only generation of MMO players, are going to be looking for that game, and we'll know it when we see it. But for now, I think we're just gonna be cozy in the games that we play. For a more optimistic look, I think if RuneScape has taught me anything, other MMOs have really not experimented with shit. They have not really opened up the sandbox of themselves. The fact that World of Warcraft just recently released a hardcore version after it took someone developing an entire plugin to do it just kind of shows how they haven't really tried shit yet. And the fact that they just tried a battle royale is even funnier. They're trying, you know, we'll give it to them. Blizzard's trying. They might be 10 years too late to the battle royale boom we mentioned earlier, but they're trying, and we've got...
I haven't played Dragonflight, but to say something positive about retail for a change, I do hear that Plunderstorm was actually pretty well received. I'm not sure, maybe you guys can enlighten me on it, because I haven't played it in so long. I'm not super in tune with the current community for sure, but I've only heard good things personally.
To give them that credit. Blizzard has done everything in their power to self-destruct, and they're still standing. It's incredible. If they're not going down by now, they're never going down, all right? That company's here to stay, which gives me confidence that other MMOs will be here to stay too. So we don't really have anything to worry about when it comes to our favorite games, our cozy home base being gone. And I think a lot of MMOs need to take advantage of this world that they've created and the different capabilities their engines have, and look and see how they can approach things differently, like RuneScape has, with hardcore modes, Iron Man modes, and region locks with leagues, restricted game modes, challenges, people like watching challenges. And I think a lot of the big MMOs nowadays have the ability to implement something like that to keep their current active player bases occupied and entertained for a long time. And all that.
I think he nailed it earlier. I think if there is a formula to be found, it's in sandbox. Before World of Warcraft, the genre consisted primarily of the sandbox style of game, like Star Wars Galaxies, Worm, Albion, Ultima, to name just a few. And like I said, when WoW released, it shifted the entire genre to theme park, and that's for a reason. But what I'm saying here is that comparatively, because of this, the sandbox style has much more unexplored territory. There is significant interest in player-made content, especially with how social media has evolved, and this is shown quite well, such as the Makagara tournament in Hardcore WoW that was run by OTK, which drew in hundreds of thousands of viewers. I know that Hardcore isn't super populated right now, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but the interest is there, is the point I'm trying to make. You know, even being a theme park game, it was all run by the community and player-made content, which is the sandbox's MO. So if you ask me, if this mythic formula does exist, I think it'll be sandbox.
That being said, I truly hope I look like an idiot a week from today when that next big thing is announced. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I think there's a future for MMOs, and we'll all be here for it. Anyway, I think that's all I got. I've been putting together the house video. It's just 5 days of a lot of footage. It's a lot of fun, don't get me wrong. I also have a special project I can't really talk about right now, but I'm working on that beginning of May. Other than that, it's been a pleasure. Great seeing you. Take it easy.
I'm not sure, personally. I mean, it'll be 20 years in November this year since the MMO that changed it all. And while some have gotten close in subscriptions, in my opinion, the market is still very monopolistic. I'm not sure. Do you guys think that there'll be another WoW caliber MMO? Or do you think it was really just a product of its time? Not to be pessimistic, but I personally would be surprised because, again, I think one of the reasons why WoW became so popular was because it really was a product of its time. Along with MySpace, it was one of the first widely used forms of social media when it was an exciting prospect to interact with people online and argue with them about politics. Like Jimmy said here, he made a great point. I also think that because it was so many people's first MMO, it didn't have that challenge he mentioned of trying to drag people away who have decades of affection and memories and time, and the sunk cost fallacy to leave behind. And, you know, also the 2-second attention span of all of the TikTok Zoomers also limits the pool even more. Whatever it may be, I think it certainly has a lot to overcome. We can probably all agree with that, but let me know what you think. My favorite thing about these reacts is that they spark a lot of discussion in the comments, and I like seeing what you guys think, so yeah, let me know. This is a good video. I'm actually going to subscribe, and I suggest you do the same if you enjoyed it. This was my first time watching Jimmy, so yeah, I'll keep an eye on his future uploads. He seems to be like a really quality content creator here, so I definitely recommend him. Go check out his channel and subscribe to him, you guys. Aside from that, like the video if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Alright, I want to watch this. Let's see if they... Hold up, there's a new... Okay, I want to watch this one, this one. I already watched that. Another one.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. There are franchises out there that are so popular that finding somebody who hasn't experienced them in some way is sort of like finding a unicorn. Series that come to mind would be Mario, Star Wars, Zelda, and at least within the sphere of MMOs, World of Warcraft. If you were into PC gaming and you were between the ages of 5 and 100 in the mid-2000s, chances are you played it at one point, which is all well and great, but the downside to that is it's easier to sort of lose touch with the true new player perspective. I think that there are elements of the game that we probably take for granted without even thinking about it. So today we have a pretty unique video, somebody who played MMOs during this golden era, but didn't play World of Warcraft. His name is Jimmy, who's primarily a RuneScape channel, and we recently reacted to his Will We See Another Good MMO video, which I really enjoyed. So today, I wanted to see his perspective as somebody who never played WoW and what he thought of it, so let's see.
Back in 2005, 2006, there were only two kinds of MMO players. Ones that had parents who believed in them, saw a future in them, and trusted them enough with a $15 a month World of Warcraft subscription. And then you had the ones who heard something along the lines of $15 a month? Did you say a month? Go to your room. And me?
Yep. And anyone can confirm this.
Hold up.
This was a
I'll
hard...
be back. Hold on.
Sell back in the day. I remember trying to get Dad Season to pay for it, and he was like, what is this, a game or a magazine subscription? Get out of here. I ended up just buying game time cards until I got my credit card, and I feel like people really underestimate how expensive it was and how much of a barrier there was between the player and the game. World of Warcraft's graphics were pretty advantageous because they didn't require the super high-end gaming computer to run it, but PCs were still insanely expensive. Preferably you did want a graphics card of some sort. You needed an internet connection, and you bought the box and a subscription fee on top of it. In early 2000s culture, this was pretty abnormal. In fact, if you go to old forum archives of World of Warcraft pre-release, you can even spot posts of people complaining about the sub fee. Nowadays, everything has a subscription. Netflix, Spotify, Prime, all of these online services are basically banking on you signing up and then forgetting about it until you realize years later that you've been paying hundreds of dollars for a service you just haven't been using. But yeah, anyways, back then, these were some pretty big hurdles, and it makes it even more impressive how it became so popular despite this.
I was in that second group. But you know what? I clawed and scratched my way to a $6 a month subscription. And here we are, nearly 20 years later. In a lot of ways, RuneScape has become a part of me, teaching me life lessons, being a go-to comfort game at all sorts of stages in my life, blessing me with one of the greatest jobs in the world. I didn't get to experience that $15 a month path, but I think this might be the greatest $6 my mother ever spent. But I have always wondered, what if she did make that $15 sacrifice? Where would I be? Who would I have become?
Probably depressed. It's crazy to think sometimes how what may seem to be minor decisions can have such a crazy impact on your life. There's series and franchises that sort of just speak to us and they become very meaningful. But I think that this is especially relatable for MMO players because it's not even just a game. It's this social network where you have these online communities and people made friends that they still keep in touch with even to this day. I met people in the game in 2005. I'm still friends with them today. Some people even get married through World of Warcraft. It's crazy. Never did I imagine in a million years when first launching this game, not only would I be playing it 20 years later, but I would have made like 500 videos about it in the whole YouTube channel and everything. Yeah, it's crazy.
But thinking about what ifs doesn't do us any good. Okay, we're here. This is where we are now. It's all that matters. This is where I'm at. It's where I'm staying. I like it. I like it here. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. It ain't $6 anymore. I'll tell you what. It's inflation. And if inflation's done this to a $6 subscription, I can't even imagine what a $15 one's looking like nowadays. Huh. Weird.
Oh, don't worry. They make their money in other ways now.
It's $2.50 more. Why is that a big deal right now? Mom, please, you don't have $2.50. Yes, the video is sponsored. I don't see what that has to do with anything. I'm not gonna ask them to pay for it. That's not how that works. That's inappropriate. Who's the sponsor? I always joke about this debacle that RuneScape throws its new players into. We've got 2 versions. All this time I thought we were special in harassing our new players like this, but WoW has taken me aback. There are not 2 versions. There are not 3 versions. There are 4 versions of World of Warcraft to choose from. And now I'm...
Actually 5 now, he missed hardcore. Between private servers and retail, WoW has to be one of the most relaunched or remixed games of all time. Not counting Skyrim, of course. Coming soon to Tiger Handheld Electronics. But trying to put yourself in a completely new player's shoes, I can definitely see how it can be pretty intimidating because you're immediately handed these choices before you even make a character. And I see this confusion a lot on the channel because often people will ask me, well, what version should I play? And usually I steer them towards Season of Discovery for a few different reasons, which I'm sure we'll get into here soon.
I'm the one stumped. I'm the new player having to make all these decisions I know nothing about. I don't know if there's any wrong answers here. I don't know if one of these is more expensive or anything about classes. I've never had to play a class before. All these races, does race matter? Is that a question I'm allowed to ask? Is this classic or is that classic? And what is that? Where am I? What do I do with this? And why the hell is there 5 of these? They gave me some book. They already got me doing homework. This is hard. It's stressing me out. I don't know what choice to make. You absolute fool. I'm not making a choice. There's never been a choice to make. I will be playing every single version of World of Warcraft for the very first time. Let's get after it. Up first, we've got retail. To translate for my people, that's their RuneScape 3. The servers with the good, the bad, and the ugly, mostly ugly, shoved into it for the last 20 years. In 2019, they released classic servers, separate from the main game. A lot of players...
Yeah, bloated is the perfect word, actually. And I think that this is the fate of all MMOs eventually, so I'm not really gonna pick on World of Warcraft here, but I think slowly but surely over time, these MMOs add so many expansions and zones, features, collections, storylines. It just feels bloated. I haven't touched retail since Shadowlands personally, and this is one of the main reasons why. It's when I log in, I just sort of have this overwhelming feeling of bloat. There's just so much, and keep in mind, I've played the game for 80% of its lifespan, so can you even imagine a completely new player? One of the reasons why I like Classic, and I mentioned this in the last React, is that it's not necessarily for what it has, it's what it doesn't have. And this is why when people ask me this question that Jimmy posed here, which version to play, I direct them towards Classic, typically Season of Discovery, since it's the most active version of Vanilla right now. And SOD has different stuff going on, but Vanilla is its base still, and it's as simple can be. You level from 1 to 60 through a linear campaign of quests, and you either raid or PvP. That's it. There are no dailies, there are no weeklies outside of raids, and you don't feel punished for not logging in every day. And you have just 2 continents, not 20, no collections, achievements, no 20 years of storylines to catch up with, and this absolutely enormous amount of feature creep that immediately just gives you this feeling of being behind and overwhelmed. It's simple, it's easily digestible, and you can just get right into it. And besides that, Vanilla is just very casual friendly. You know, when Classic was first gearing up to launch in 2019, there's this discussion of it being for hardcore players. I think primarily due to the old RPG aspects and the length of the leveling campaign and the lack of ways to pay to skip it. And there's truth to that. In some ways the game is more complex, but as a whole, considering how much bloat retail has now and, you know, the lack of these features that really pressure you to log in, I vehemently disagreed with that. I think that due to its digestibility and the lack of dailies and weekly overload, I felt like it was by far the best casual player experience. I remember making a video about it, in fact, and again, I haven't played retail in forever, but it probably still holds up today.
Call it vanilla. That's what he called it. He's got a whole joke about it. Players got to log on and relive, re-experience their childhood, embracing the nostalgic euphoria. And then in about a week or two, they all snapped out of it because nostalgia cannot carry escapism forever. So that was the first real big launch of new servers, a new game to play. In June 2020.
Sorry, I know I'm going to pause like crazy here, but I do want to talk a bit more about the 2019 launch. Now, when all of this was happening, there was this dialogue about nostalgia, rose-colored goggles, it won't be like how it was in 2004, and so on. And I think most people realize this. You know, the culture of the 2019 player base is obviously far different than 2004, but I said this during the launch, mark my words, even though it's not the same, this is still a unique and interesting event. I'm pounding my fist into my palm right now for emphasis, and people will look back to it fondly. And I think that turned out to be absolutely true. I don't know about you guys, but I've seen many comments at this point of people looking back to the 2019 launch with great fondness, and it's not even 5 years old yet. This is a tangent. I'm not referencing Jimmy here because I don't think that this is what he's saying, but it's really funny to me that nostalgia is like this dirty word for vanilla World of Warcraft specifically. Playing Mario on the NES? Fine. Loading up Final Fantasy VII? Good for you. Ordering pizza and playing some old school GoldenEye with your balding middle-aged friends? That's wholesome. Playing vanilla World of Warcraft? Well, actually, you don't like the game actually. It's actually just rose-colored goggles actually, and it's not really good because of this and this and this, and here's 19 paragraphs about why you shouldn't like this thing. You know what I mean? I think that honestly, it has a lot to do with tribalism, because MMOs are pretty much like second lives. People get very defensive and emotional and insecure, and they see other MMOs as like this challenge. I mean, otherwise, why is it this one game out of thousands where it's not okay to draw nostalgic value? And the real thing is, it isn't even necessarily true. Recently, some Blizzard developers released an updated subchart at GDC, and I think it speaks for itself. Not even this huge spike up, but look at where it settles after the initial hype period. Vanilla World of Warcraft not only drew in a ton of players, it retained a ton of players. So it would be one thing if this argument had weight and it was just a flash in the pan due to nostalgia. But from this graph, we see right here, as plain as day, Classic really carried Blizzard during this time. And, you know, even with Season of Discovery here, which is based on vanilla, is doing some work. So, yeah, again, I think it's just tribalism, people's emotions clouding their logic and just kind of picking out reasons and creating them to delegitimize things that they see as a threat.
Blizzard released a third game you could play. Classic Burning Crusade servers. Their first expansion. You could play that now, if you wanted to. You could keep your character in Classic, or you could remember how fun that first expansion was. Come on, you know you want to. So we now had an untouched 2006 version of the game, a 2007 first expansion version of the game, and the main game. Blizzard decided they were going to tend to this middle one, and by tend, I mean basically putting in updates exactly how they happened and the occasional sprinkle of microtransactions. In September...
Told you so, by the way. I will cover for Jimmy here. The more accurate description is actually promise to not release microtransactions, and then to just instead release microtransactions anyways because they realized the profitability of Classic. I said this in my Ballad of the Level Boost, and I honestly think that's what happened. I think Blizzard was one of these groups of people who said rose-colored goggles, nostalgia, etc.
You think you do, but you don't.
And then they released Classic in 2019, and they're like, oh shit. Oh yeah, we gotta milk this. And I think that's what happened with BC. I think that they were just really out of touch. They didn't account for Classic to attract and keep such a large player base. And once they realized that, that's when they, you know, went back on no microtransactions. And today, obviously, we have the WoW token, so yeah, told you so, by the way.
2022, those expansion servers transformed into Wrath of the Lich King, their second expansion, which is where it's at now, but it will soon be turned into their third expansion. I wonder how long they are going to let that time machine continue running. I'm sure everyone's having a great time. And then in November...
Not to be a Debbie Downer, and I know a lot of you guys are probably excited for it, and I wish you good times and good fortune in the wars to come. But I personally don't think that Cataclysm is going to do too well. I know that release date-wise, Cataclysm is way closer to vanilla than it is to Dragonflight, but with the New World and the removal of all of these RPG elements, I think it's more representative of the current game than it is Classic. And at that point, I think, you know, people are just going to go play the current game. I mean, Wrath Classic is already struggling, and that was supposed to be the good expansion, right? Maybe it turns out that paying for all forms of character progression is actually a bad thing. Who'd have thunk it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did. And I told you so. Again. So, I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong, and this ages poorly, and Cataclysm does amazing. But, I'd be surprised, and I'll just put it to you that way. And, if you were curious and haven't figured out by now, I personally do not plan on playing it.
2023, we got the Season of Discovery, which is Blizzard dipping their toe in the water of a Classic Plus concept, which is basically exactly what old school RuneScape is, going back to the Classic patch, making it its own game, with its own updates. And I'll be honest, probably not going to talk about the Season of Discovery too much. It's very new. There's not much to it yet. I'll go into it a little bit later, but I'm really not going to be focusing on it. We're going to talk about those mostly.
SOD has actually had some issues lately. Phase 3 has definitely had struggles with the incursions and other stuff that are kind of anti-vanilla. I actually have a video that I'm working on about this, so stay tuned, but right now a lot of people are raid logging, myself included, and I personally like it, I still enjoy it, and I'll revisit it when the level 60 patch comes out. But yeah, I do think that the population has taken a sizable hit with Phase 3. Hopefully it rebounds though.
I played them a lot. Played them a lot. A player's first 20 minutes in an MMO are by far the most important, because that first 20 minutes decides if this 20 minutes will turn into an eternal uninstall, or maybe the next 10 years of monthly subscriptions and the occasional microtransaction. Most devs want that second one. No matter which version of WoW you pick to play, you have 3 massively important decisions to make immediately: your server, horde or alliance, and your class. And each one of those decisions holds the potential to completely ruin your World of Warcraft experience. But we're new and we don't know that, and we won't figure it out until we're 200 hours in. So let's not think about it too much right now. The first game I tried is Classic, and this here is footage from the very first time I ever logged into World of Warcraft.
Very typical World of Warcraft moment.
It's a typical World of Warcraft moment? This is way better than RuneScape.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing this a lot.
My first experience in Northshire, my first interactions, very normal interactions with other players in the game, and I knew right away I was really gonna like Classic.
Which horde did you trade to get 5 gold?
At least I thought this was Classic. This actually turned out to be Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and I didn't know that there were 2 different versions at the time. I meant to do the first one. But when we're talking
You can tell by the wolves actually. In vanilla WoW, they're just wolves, but people complained that it was too cruel. Apparently killing boars is fine, but wolves are too cute. So in Wrath, I believe it was, they turned them into diseased wolves. So you're putting them out of their misery, so it's okay, I guess. But they underestimated people's ability to complain on the internet about inconsequential things. So again, in Cataclysm, they changed them once more, this time to evil Blackrock wargs that are evil because they're killing everybody. So it's okay now, it's all good. So there's a little evolution of Northshire Abbey questing, if you were curious.
first impressions really didn't make a difference. Now this is Classic. The original servers that millions of players remember logging into for the first time. A charmingly warm welcome into the Alliance. No tutorial island, no pop-up hints, just you being dropped in an area filled with cool-looking dudes asking you to do some shit they really don't feel like doing, and then mindlessly.
And funny enough, you may not think it, but at the time, this was revolutionary. Remember, MMOs before WoW were primarily sandbox. A lot of them didn't even have quests. In Star Wars Galaxies, you were dropped on a planet and you were given a melon and a survival knife. And that was it. Everything else you had to either read in the manual or ask other players. So just take that into account, that in the current industry where, you have waypoints directing you to objectives that are 2 steps away, while this may seem pretty sparse, this was more direction than any other MMO had, and it's one of the reasons why it became so successful, and it's why most every MMO after WoW would emulate it as best as they could. An NPC with an exclamation point in front of you. There's a reason why every MMO after WoW did the exact same thing.
Agreeing to it, which is a formula I'm very familiar with. Now, one of my biggest worries going into WoW was this thing right here, because I've never had one before. Every clip I've ever seen of someone using it, there's like 80 rows of these, and they're all over the screen. It looks incredibly intimidating. I didn't know how I was gonna deal with all this, but I'm thinking about it, like, this is 2000s.
Not to bring up ancient history, well, I guess I already did, but this is also one of the reasons why I think that the level boost in Classic was terrible, and just level boost in general. This was one of the points I brought up in that video. What do you think is a better new player experience? Starting off at level 1 with access to 1 zone, you have 1 ability, a quest in front of you in a tutorial zone that's balanced for new players, or starting off at level 58 with 30 abilities and a set of green armor and plopped into Hellfire Peninsula where you get farmed by hellboars until you rage quit. Despite the fact that it was available for everyone to purchase, the level boost was marketed for players who didn't play the 2019 Vanilla Classic.
We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade, but there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that. I know there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind, and they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back, that maybe aren't interested in doing the classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
What a horrible introduction to the game. It's just like Jimmy said, it's intimidating, and worse off, if you didn't buy it, you just felt stupid. I mean, of course, why take weeks to progress through 58 levels when you have a button on the login screen that flashes in front of you every time you log in that says, "Hey, stupid, you know that you can pay $50 to unlock this instantly? Why are you wasting your time here?" The level boost in the Burning Crusade was, in my opinion, one of the worst decisions they ever made, possibly even from a financial standpoint, as we now know with this graph being released and the vanilla player base kind of dying off. You remember this massive group of players that people claimed to exist who love MMOs but didn't have time to play them, or they love MMOs but don't like grinding, despite the fact that the entire genre is defined by these two things, their grindiness and time-consuming nature? Well, here it is. Here's that massive Jeb surge that people claimed existed, and the server populations reflected that. Most of these servers went to low shortly after the release of the level boost. I'm sure they made quite a lot of money off them, but had they kept it microtransaction free, how many more people would have continued to play? I think a lot of people quit once the level boost came out. You're listening to one of them right now. And I had a channel based around this game. Are you kidding me? This isn't even just a normal player. This is somebody who made World of Warcraft videos professionally, and I quit. Burning Crusade Classic did terribly from everything I gathered, and one of the reasons for that is that your new player experience was either level alone in an empty world, resisting the urge to pay $50 to skip forward, or start at 58 with 30 abilities of which you have no clue of their functionality or use, or how to play your class at all. You die to Hellboars, or you join a Ramparts group, wipe them because you have no clue what you're doing, get yelled at, kicked out. This, in the minds of Blizzard and those who played defense for them, was a great introduction experience for new players. Again, the level boost was marketed for those who didn't play 2019 Classic. It was marketed for the new player. It's inexcusably terrible game design. It was all nonsense from the very start, and you don't have to take my word for it, just look at the graph. Look at this huge surge of players that BC brought in. Wow.
This is the same thing that everybody learned back in the day. They all saw this and conquered it. I can do it, I hope. They introduce you to one ability at a time every other level. You literally need to purchase this new thing you're able to do, which gives you a little more incentive to learn about it. I never really struggled with my ability bar. It was always fine. Do all the quests here until you run out of exclamation points and you start doing them over there. There's not much hand-holding going on, pretty straightforward and linear, and it's enjoyable. It's a nice little system to start out the game. And once I hit level...
Exactly, and that's because this was how it was designed. It works, and we had not only 2004 to show for that, but 2019 as well. The only caveat I'll say here is the dungeon boosting, which is addressable in many more constructive ways than paying money to skip it. Just put it to you that way.
And I started going into my specialization. It determines what kind of gear you're going to be searching for moving forward. The new player experience here still works. It was great. I enjoyed it a lot, multiple times.
May seem small here, but the fact that you got your first talent point at level 10 was also very, very important. They actually said this in the reveal interview with Computer Gaming World magazine in 2001, where they said that they didn't want you spending points right off character creation, like with what was standard with most other MMOs at the time. They wanted you to first get a handle on what you were doing, what you wanted to do first, etc., which is why 10 was the first level that you got your first talent point. It may seem small, but it was huge.
Retail, on the other hand, greets new players a little bit differently. You get to make another decision after your 3 major ones, which is your starting zone. Whether you want to go to your default race classic starting zone, or the all-inclusive, every race, every side, alliance, or horde tutorial island. I did Elwyn Forest in Classic. I wanted to see what this one was all about, so I went there. I started out as a recruit for the Alliance. I was aboard this ship and we were searching for a lost expedition. Definitely much more of a tutorial right off the bat, giving you little baby book pictures of how to use your keyboard and your mouse if it's your first time on a computer. And then you go right into some basic combat tutorials. If you've ever clicked anything before, you might catch on rather quickly, but everything's completely voice acted. It looks beautiful. I loved the way that they made this game look. Very vibrant and pretty. I liked it. The first difference I noticed was the leveling, because there was a lot of it. I was already level 2 after the first quest, which is literally just move around and talk to another guy for a second. In Classic, I had to murder animals to earn that level 2. And then I swung at a guy like 3 times and I was leveled up again. I was immediately rewarded with
I can beat that. I can reach the max level without even entering the game.
2 new abilities that were inserted right into my ability bar. I did not pay for them. I did not ask for them. I suddenly have these 2 things here. Something felt weird about it. After I proved that my mouse and keyboard worked, then the real tutorial started. I'm suddenly a part of a shipwreck. A real bad shipwreck. I mean, a disastrous one. But luckily, I wash up on shore. And, I kind of have to throw a wrench in this story real quick, Blizzard. There's no universe in which a recruit, essentially an extra in the background, is surviving this. I was put on this ship as an expendable member that they are willing to sacrifice for the greater cause here. There's like 15 other people on this ship that would get life support before me. But we, the recruit, have somehow washed ashore. I don't really know the significance.
It's because the player is the hero, and this is another interesting dynamic between current and classic. You see a lot of people bring this up. In vanilla WoW, you're a nobody, essentially. You're just another foot soldier of the Alliance or the Horde fighting in a war, and the focus is more on the world, whereas in retail, slowly over time, especially since Mists, you're treated as this hero almost. The commander of the garrison, the champion of Legion, the savior of Argus, and you're best buds with Khadgar and Magni, and you're the only hope that the world has. I personally think it's kind of silly for multiplayer games. For single player games, yeah, it works. You know, you're the lone wanderer from the vault looking for their father, or you're trying to collect magic crystals spread throughout the world before someone evil does. They're RPGs, after all. You can sort of roleplay and immerse yourself into them, but as soon as you introduce a multiplayer aspect to it, this hero arc becomes ineffective. It's like, you are the chosen one. You are the one to inherit the legendary Ashbringer. And so is Poon Lord 72 and these other 1,000 paladins running around with this once iconic weapon. You know what I mean?
They have granted you this foothold, confident that you will lead the Alliance to victory. Commander.
You have inspired me, Commander.
Hero, our trust in you was not misplaced. You and the armies you command are now our greatest weapon against the Iron Horde. Lead us to victory, General.
It's almost patronizing, and more importantly, it's just ineffective. I much prefer the former, where the focus is more on the world, and while you are taking a part in it, you're not central to it. You're not the focus of it. The world is still the focus. And I think trying to force this hero arc, I think, breaks immersion more than it immerses the player.
Significance of this island, really? All I know is that they basically speedrun you from level 1 to 10 as they dish out abilities to you like they're fucking Costco samples. I linked up with a bunch of characters, did a bunch of wacky shit with them. They sent me on a helicopter or whatever. I experimented on animals. I made a boar into this giant freak, and I used it to commit genocide on people of this native island. Very different experience here than it was in the classic version. And before I could even look up at my screen, congratulations, recruit, you've hit level 10. I know you haven't looked up at that XP bar in about 5 minutes, but yeah, you've been killing it. I fight more things, I level up more, and I get thrown into a dungeon at the end through the infamous dungeon finder. Was it a bad tutorial? No. I just feel like it wasn't all that necessary. It speed runs you to level 10, gets you some decent starter gear, but I don't believe that makes it into a better tutorial because it pushes you farther ahead. Because the tutorial here felt more like play the game. Over here, it felt more like, okay, 10 levels and then you can play the game. I wanted to compare.
Now today, it's reach the max level, and then you can play the game. So much of the focus is end game, end game, end game. It's like the South Park episode. Get to the max level as fast as possible so you can quit as fast as possible. I mean, just think about it. Why do we play games, win or lose, to reach the end? In Mario, you beat level 1 so you can beat level 2. You beat level 2 so you can beat level 3, and so on until you reach Bowser. In Zelda, you go through a story, collect all these tools and stuff, and defeat Ganon so you can watch the credits. And in chess, you play until you capture the enemy king or the opponent captures yours. And in the case of MMOs, why do you level? So you don't have to level anymore. Why do you do dungeons? So you can raid instead of doing dungeons. Why do you raid? To get the best gear, so you can perform the best, to make everything easier until there's no challenge. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy it, that's the whole point. But never forget that fundamentally, all games are nothing more than you are given obstacles and also are offered satisfying ways to overcome these obstacles. You're given problems and solutions, and if the ways to solve them are no longer satisfying, you've really betrayed one of the very core fundamental reasons why games exist in the first place. Make no mistake, even if they don't realize it, 90% of the players are doing the same thing. They're playing the game so they can earn the privilege of not having to play it anymore. You know, a lot of people say, oh yeah, I'll totally keep playing once I get best in slot, or once I get rank 14. If that's true, why is everyone on Season of Discovery and Era has like one raiding guild? It's because they ran out of obstacles. They reached that finish line. They've run out of things to do and there's no more reason to play. These people do exist, but they're extremely rare. You need obstacles to overcome. It's the whole point. And in regards to leveling, it's such a shame that it's seen as such a chore today, but it's understandable. They're seen as chores because they're developed as chores, and they really sacrifice them for this shiny end game, which is a shame because, I said this in my last track, leveling is your biggest opportunity to hook the player. Some people raid, some PvP, some just collect stuff. Everyone levels. Discounting cash shop level boosts, it's the one form of character progression that everyone does, and one of the reasons why World of Warcraft took off in the first place was that the 1 to 60 campaign wasn't treated like a chore. It was treated like a journey, and because of that, it felt like an adventure. I think that with leveling in the modern era, you're kind of combating the evolution of the player.
Hold up. Getting darker in my room. Mikey Sainer, thanks for the follow. That is my Twitch chat. Do my Twitch. Just acting.
They've become much more aware of this carrot and treadmill system, but it's no excuse to just abandon it. I think that partly due to our inexperience with the genre back then, it took most people months going through all of these varied zones, completing these epic quests, going to all the dungeons, meeting friends, and learning together. It was a bona fide journey, and you really became attached to the world and your character, and then when you hit the max level is when you earned the right to do the end game, and because of that, it was way more satisfying. But now, and I'm sure we'll get into it here, you're level 10 before you can even blink. Nothing is trained, nothing is paid for. You blaze through the entire process in 1 or 2 days, because why? It's seen as a chore. But why is it seen as a chore? Well, because it's developed to be a chore, because all of this effort goes into the end game. Honestly as well, this may be tinfoil hat, but I think you can also point towards microtransactions as a reason for this. I mean, if you have the option to pay money to skip the leveling, what reason is there to really improve it? In fact, in a way, it's actually in their best interest to make the leveling boring and unrewarding, to sort of give the player a push into paying money to skip it. And I'm sorry, that's just a mark of bad game design. And don't get me wrong, if you offered vanilla players in 2004, they definitely would have. I mean, people bought accounts back then, but giving it to them just, I mean, how insulting is that? It's like, all right, I'll pay $15 a month to play, $50 for the expansion, and this is so terrible, I'm actually going to pay money to not play your game.
Are the 2 starting zone options you have as a new player, just to see the true difference, the feeling and the pacing of that early levels 1 to 10. The retail Elwynn Forest was definitely faster leveling than Classic's Elwynn Forest. It was definitely not as fast as the tutorial island. I don't think I was even going at half the pace, and I was getting set up with way better gear over there. That island might be a little OP to start, and that might sound dramatic because we're just talking about levels 1 to 10, but this is the new player experience we're talking about. This is supposed to set the tone for the rest of your experience. And it also made me realize if I had played retail before Classic and I picked the island, I wouldn't have gotten to see Elwynn Forest
I need a
or
merchant.
travel
Jesus.
to Stormwind for the first time. My favorite WoW moment was from my first night, because I didn't even know what Stormwind was. And my friend Jake, who I pulled back after a 10-year break from the game, walked us to Stormwind. He introduced it, and the music on my client happened to sync perfectly with his introduction to it.
This is it. Stormwind.
I loved that. And if you don't go through...
Wow, I don't know about you guys, but that actually gave me chills. But this is a really good point, I think. One of my most vivid memories with this game was the first time I entered Ironforge. There were these high levels running around, and there were people on mounts, people advertising trade good services, they had high level gear, and they were also arguing about politics and trade chat. And I think it was this moment was when I fell in love with it, because it really hit me. It was like, wow, this is an online virtual world. And I even remember my first question, again coming from Galaxies here and being obsessed with Jedi, was how do I get the glowy weapons that people have? It was exciting, it felt alive, there were people everywhere, and I remember just exploring around and looking at all of the different players and their gear. I feel like entering your first major city is such a big moment in any MMO, so I can 100% relate to what Jimmy is saying here. One of my most vivid memories by far.
For Elwynn Forest, you just get dropped off at the front gates, which is not the same. Retail also mimics RuneScape 3 in that they panic to get you the fuck out of early level. All Blizzard ever has wanted from you, your gift to them, is not being a shit low-level account. They hate that. They hate that you're not max level right now. Every video game dev deals with this problem at one point or another, because it's something that very few games have ever mastered. Progression.
It's one of the biggest blind spots in the industry, in my opinion.
Another one.
I don't know, it's such a shame how criminally neglected leveling is in all of these MMOs, not just WoW. This is every MMO of recent date I've played.
There's an old saying that applies to a lot of MMOs, very commonly in this one. The game doesn't start until you hit level 60, or whatever the max level may be. And honestly, I understand why they say that, where that comes from. For me, simply not true. Nothing in any video game beats the euphoric feeling, the dopamine-filled experience of seeing a number that belongs to you go up. Whether you're level 5 or you're level 80, whether it's your gear upgrades or the amount of money that you have on you. If the number's going up, you're happy about it. Every time I got a gear upgrade from the minute I spawned in Northshire, I felt the actual emotion of happy. What else can do that for you? Oh.
It's true. I swear. I feel like getting a grade 10 armor upgrade item in Classic is more satisfying than high-end rating upgrades in any MMO of recent day, not even retail WoW. It's satisfying because it matters, because the leveling matters.
Go up. Whether you're level 5 or you're level 80, whether it's your level maybe. And honestly, I understand why they say that, where that comes from. For me, simply not true. Nothing in any video game beats the euphoric feeling, the dopamine-filled experience of seeing a number that belongs to you go up. Whether you're level 5 or you're level 80, whether it's your gear upgrades or the amount of money that you have on you. If the number's going up, you're happy about it. Every time I got a gear upgrade from the minute I spawned in Northshire, I felt the actual emotion of happy. What else can do that for you? Oh.
It's true. I swear. I feel like getting a grade 10 armor upgrade item in Classic is more satisfying than high-end rating upgrades in any MMO of recent day, not even retail WoW. It's satisfying because it matters, because the leveling matters. If the leveling is a chore and it doesn't matter, it screws up everything else. Who cares about a gear upgrade because it's brainless easy? Who cares that you got this talent point because it doesn't matter? Who cares that you leveled up because everything scales with you? Who cares, period. So why am I playing? Go ahead and do me a favor. Go in vanilla World of Warcraft as a warrior in Elwyn Forest and attack 2 Murlocs at once, and then come back and tell me that levels, talent points, gear, and strategy don't matter.
Over and over again, legally. What can do that legally to you over and over again? I played Wrath the absolute most out of all games. I got a warrior to level 71 and a paladin to 80, and there was never a level on either of those accounts where I felt like I was at a dead end and there was no possible way for me to get an upgrade or progress myself, because there's so many ways that you can do it. Doing quest lines, gear upgrades. PvP, gear upgrades. Dungeons, gear upgrades. Farming reputation, gear upgrades. Giving Blizzard $15 gear upgrades. And the best part is, I could always feel the upgrades. I haven't touched on plugins much, but they're a big part of the game. And there's one plugin that a lot of players have. It basically shows everyone's DPS in your party. And there's just a very unique feeling of disdain when your role is the DPS and you see your name at the bottom. You get filled with
damage meters. So, pretty controversial subject here. They introduce an element of competitiveness. Some argue too much, as it can introduce toxicity if somebody's underperforming. And Final Fantasy XIV actually handles this in a pretty unique way, where you can use them for your own purposes, as far as I understand, but it's against the game's rules to link them or to call people out if they're underperforming. I think they'll actually action your account if you do that. Personally, I like them because in the absence of a challenge, the player will create one that is self-imposed. Just look at the rating scene in Classic 2019, which was largely trivial, but players were still able to find satisfaction from, parsing on Warcraft logs or whatever. Say what you will about it, but I think if the parsing culture didn't exist in Classic 2019, it wouldn't have done as well as it did.
with enough guilt to motivate you to go get better shit, which usually means running that dungeon a few more times, being at the bottom of the list. But as soon as you get those upgrades, you can see a visual confirmation of you getting better because your gear is getting better. It's so satisfying. The pacing of Classic from early level to end game it just felt nice. It didn't feel too fast, and it didn't feel too slow. Like, I still had to work for things and grind a little bit, and I didn't feel stuck there for too long. There was always something to look forward to. The progression system that I experienced in Wrath just felt really rewarding, and the pacing was great, all the way up until I hit level 80, which is ironic because a lot of WoW players will tell you that you don't even start the game until you hit level 80. When I hit 80, I watched my XP bar disappear right before my eyes, and a whole new progression system began. Once you hit max level, you can now wear max level shit, and you are now pushed into a whole new complicated hole that you will just keep digging deeper and deeper. You're grinding pre-raid.
Yeah, again, this is where a lot of people quit. It's as soon as they lose that direction and the end game opens up and all of these systems are unlocked, they just kind of say, all right, this is too much for me. Which again, that's all the more reason to put more effort into questing in the world, because it's something that everybody does. This is your chance to hook the player enough for them to take this intimidating step into the end game. Them quitting at the end game isn't necessarily a failure of the design of these endgame systems. It's more of a failure of leveling because it didn't hook them enough. So if they're just not into it by the time they reach the max level, they're not going to care about any of this. It's just more chores for them.
Best in slot, so that you can get to phase 1 best in slot, and then phase 2 and 3, until you've got the gear so that you can play a proper role in the end game raids and get your true best in slot. And do you want to know how long that takes? Well, you gotta ask someone else, because I have no idea. I didn't do it. Shit just got complicated, dude. I mean, I was plugging my gear into a website that tells you what you need to do next and how to get it, where to do it, which usually involves
min-maxing so much.
40-man raid for a chance at getting something, or doing some beta dungeon, whatever the hard difficulty is, or grinding reputation for a group of people I did one quest for one time and they need to see me as a god so I can buy a shoulder enchantment. I feel like all the levels before max is more of like a sandboxy feel of getting the gear that you feel like getting, what looks cooler. But once you hit max level, it's like a straight path that you have to follow. I don't think everyone feels that way, but that's how I felt going in. I felt like I had to follow this website and get the good gear. Otherwise, I mean, what else am I doing? I started to not feel motivated to log into the game, which sucked because I had such a fun journey to the max level. It was always fun looking forward to being a little bit stronger or going to a new area. And suddenly I was just in the same area all the time, doing the same dungeons with the same people, and it just felt really repetitive and not very exciting. What I'm trying to say here is that once I hit max level, it almost felt like the game had finished. I just wasn't really into that grind as much. We didn't even get to explore the whole map. I still haven't even seen every region in Wrath. But when we hit level 80, why would I be going to the old zones? There's nothing for me there. My low-level grinds are far from over because I enjoyed it a lot and I look forward to doing it again. Some of the most fun I've ever had in a video game.
You know, he said earlier that people often say that in MMOs, the game starts at the max level. I think Jimmy and I have a lot in common because in a lot of ways, I feel like the game ends at the max level in a big way. I've always been a really big ultaholic in WoW. I just love leveling. It's almost like a comfort activity for me. It's something that just makes me feel really productive, like I accomplished something. It's a very relaxing activity for me, and it is one of the main reasons why I like Classic so much. You know, sometimes it's nice after a stressful day to just sort of unplug and grind XP and make some progress in something that is in your control.
Progression in retail kind of coincides with the story that they toss you into, but I have a whole section for the story after this, so I'm going to try and just focus on the progression side of things. And the reason that they speedrun you to level 10 and drop you off at the front gates of Stormwind is because that's a requirement to start Battle of Azeroth, and Battle of Azeroth is a requirement to start World of Warcraft, not optional. You have to do it, don't question it. Welcome to our 2017 expansion. I hope you have fun. We'll check back in with you later. As soon as I jump into the...
Wait, what? I didn't even know this. BFA is really mandatory?
What?
To say something positive about BFA for a change, I actually liked the leveling experience as far as the zones and quests were concerned. The only issue I had didn't really have anything to do with the expansion, and that's the level scaling that was actually introduced in Legion, if I remember correctly. I think combining that with losing your Legion legendaries as you leveled up, replacing tier sets, it almost felt like you got weaker as you leveled, which is a really bad feeling for RPGs. You never want to feel weaker when leveling or getting gear upgrades. You want to feel stronger. You want the mobs that you killed to get to that level to be easier when you reach that level, not level up with you. That's preposterous.
This expansion and get thrown into this Kultiris place, everything I've ever known about progression is suddenly out the window. I am getting significant gear upgrades every quest. Not only that, but what in the fucking inflation is this? What is that? Every NPC that gives a quest reward is giving me dump trucks worth of gold. I mean, I'm loaded. I can sell junk items to vendors for like hundreds of gold at a time. I'm getting all the abilities shoved in. They have a new way of doing specializations, which I actually like. I get to mess around more. You can switch them up whenever. I don't even remember dying in retail. You're basically a walking god. I mean, I'm hacking and slashing my way through giant poles of mobs with no consequences. And while I'm doing that, it hits me that nobody here has called me a recruit in a while, which made me...
This was a problem with Warfronts in BFA, which, if you remember correctly, were impossible to lose unless everybody in the raid intentionally sat AFK in their main base.
Wow. I'm screenshotting this.
I feel like some developers have this problem where they forget the reason why games exist. Games are optional. They're not necessary for our survival. Again, you're introduced obstacles and satisfying ways to overcome them, and the satisfaction comes from the challenge presented. So if there's no challenge, you know, what's the point? It's like playing chess against a player who passes every turn, or plugging in a Game Shark and giving yourself Knights of the Round materia in Midgar. It's fun for like 10 seconds, but at a certain point you realize you're just pressing buttons. It doesn't matter which ones you press. There are no wrong ones to press. You can't press them at the wrong time. You can actually just roll your face on a keyboard to win a Warfront. And this is the greatest sin in gaming, and you see it everywhere. Yellow paint telling you exactly where to go. Checkpoints around every corner because people can't stand to lose 4 seconds of progress. If there's no reason to explore, nor any chance of getting lost, it really is just a pointless exercise, isn't it? Like, just warp me to the next part that actually demands thought or effort and stop wasting my time. And, you know, I don't want to be too neckbeard here. Not that there's anything wrong with casual gaming. I like casual gaming, but you have to admit, at a certain point, there's really no reason for it to even be a game because they essentially play themselves. It's probably why streamers are so popular, since you may as well be watching anyway. So just save yourself the money. And, you know, it's not just the Warfronts, but again, I haven't played since Shadowlands, but last I checked, I feel like the leveling in WoW is also guilty of this sin. He's hitting the nail on the head here. There's no satisfaction to be drawn because there's no challenge to overcome. There's no real fear of dying, even pulling these huge groups of enemies. And, you know, when there's no challenge, you don't really even have a game anymore. You have a chore. You have a list of tasks to do, not for the satisfaction of doing them, but simply to get past them so you can start something else. In this case, the end game.
Realize they're not talking about my military rank, they're talking about the difficulty of the game. So I'm soaring through this confusing quest line at what could only be a record pace. I was leveling so fast, I would go multiple levels without realizing that I had in fact leveled up. It just became more and more apparent as I went along that even though the devs forced me to come here, they really just didn't want me there at all. This lightning fast leveling is all they wanted. It's basically Blizzard saying, look, you're a new guy, you don't know shit about shit. We're gonna bring you to probably the prettiest place that we can send you until you hit level 60, and then you can come experience content that we've actually paid attention to, which I completely understand. But the problem with that is the more I did Battle of Azeroth, the more pointless it felt. All these characters I was meeting and villages I was helping, it was all just a big sham, serving as my XP boost to level 60 to take me to Dragonland, possibly as a punishment. But I do as many quests as...
Exactly. Like I said earlier, it almost feels like it's intentionally bad to encourage you to cough up the $50 to skip it. And what a shame that is, right? Like, how have we gotten to this point? How have we gotten to the point to where people pay $15 a month to play a game, and then they pay even more money to not play it? Well, we know the answer. It's because MMOs are addictive, and it's also profitable.
As I can, I try and get involved in the story a little bit, but sure enough, the second I hit 60, right on cue, my pager's going off, and I'm getting contacted from people in Stormwind, begging me and pleading me to return and start the Dragon Chronicles. And so I did. I went back to Stormwind, I got to the Dragon place, I think I leveled up like once or twice, and then I logged out, because I realized that through that entire experience, I had yet to talk to a single other human, even once.
Okay, here we go. This is gonna be good. He's gonna get into how it's a single player game now. Okay, I'm gonna hold off, but just to warn you, this video is gonna be like 2 hours long.
This is the best day ever.
Well, looking back on retail, I think the best way to describe the progression of that game is there is none, because it never felt like I was progressing. I mean, that's just the way that it's built. Everywhere you go, mobs are scaling up with you. I'm level 32, they're level 32. If I'm 54, they're 54. I never become...
Exactly. Like I mentioned, what's the point of leveling if everything levels with you?
Yep.
I remember I made a video about this level scaling when it was first introduced in Legion, where it actually was even worse because they scaled not only the levels, but also the item levels. I don't even know if they do this anymore, but as you geared up at the max level, the enemies actually got stronger, and people really let me have it for that video. It was actually one of my first poorly received ones I made, but I mean, it just kind of goes against the fundamental aspect of every RPG ever made, doesn't it? You know, you unlock new areas, which have higher level enemies and bosses, but the areas you already visited are now easier. That's a good thing. It's satisfying, and it's how RPGs have functioned ever since their inception. Let's be fair here. I know why it's done. It's done so people have more options in what zones they choose to do and, you know, what order to do them. For instance, instead of zone 1 being 80 to 82 and the next being 83 to 84 and so on, therefore forcing you into this pretty linear path. All of these mobs scale with you, so you can now do them in any order. I see that, I recognize that, but what I'm saying here, is that really worth what you sacrifice? You level to get stronger, so if everything gets stronger with you, there's no actual progression, and you no longer have the satisfaction of, okay, I'm higher level, I'm better geared, these things should be easier now. The player feels like they're spinning their wheels because they are. It's just not a good feeling, in my opinion, in a genre of game based around character progression.
I'm stronger than the mobs unless you...
Progression.
I'm stronger than the mobs unless you go to like early game areas, which is just irrelevant. As I level up, I'm noticing that the monsters are just getting more annoying to kill. They just make them hit harder and have more health. Simply longer combat interactions. I never felt like I was getting stronger. I never felt like my new abilities were doing what they were supposed to do because they had more health to deal with it. And it was kind of annoying. Getting upgrades and not feeling like you got upgrades had to be the least satisfying thing I felt in any of the games. I never got to max level in retail.
Yeah, exactly. It's anti-RPG. You know, I feel like sometimes these developers get so tunnel visioned on convenience that they forget that they're making a video game.
kill. So I don't really know what the end game is like. It could be miles better than classic. I just never got there. By the time I got to 60 and just didn't have anyone playing with me, realizing that I had done the whole journey alone, I just didn't feel motivated to keep going, which kind of...
Yeah, again, being able to solo every quest is convenient. Being able to enter a dungeon at any time, anywhere, with a full group is convenient. Being able to mob tag out of groups is convenient. But is this do everything solo design necessarily good? I personally don't think so. Once more, one of the most effective ways to retain a player is to give them friends. Make them walk away from not just a video game, but their friends who are playing. So, by making every activity soloable, you're removing so many opportunities for people to make these friends, and therefore, as a result, they have less to retain them, and they end up quitting. Another fundamental pillar of MMOs is that the players must be protected from themselves. Again, although you can enjoy it, that's the whole goal after all. The whole point of playing a game is to beat it, to do things so you no longer have to do them. And if the players had all of their wishes, there would just be a button on the login screen that leveled them up to the max, gave them all the currency they want, gave them gear. Oh wait, we have that. And they're called microtransactions.
It sucks because more than anything, I was really looking forward to the story. You ever try watching all of the Avengers movies, starting from Iron Man, going all the way to the very last ones that were made? I've tried that so many times.
I need money
and
to
I
buy
usually make
brooch.
it about 3 or 4 movies in. There's so many stories you need to tell, and there's so much explanation that needs giving. It's a lot easier to understand the Avengers series if you watch them as they came out. You experienced them at the same time as everyone else, and you were just anticipating the next movie. But if you've never watched them and you're trying to take it all in, catch up, it's kind of miserable. I know some people can do that. I can't do it. I knew going in that WoW has an incredibly dense and really cool story. I really can't begin to tell you how disappointed I was to experience World of Warcraft's story in classic and retail. Classic kind of starts you off as just you're a nobody. You've got no accomplishments, no milestones, no one knows you. You're just a guy trying to do his part and help out. You're just a very small thing in this very big world that has a lot more important things.
Zero cards decks.
The Elven Forest.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an opinionated thing. But again, I think due to their multiplayer nature and the fact that they're RPGs, it makes the most sense. You can't really be a hero if everyone else is, or else you end up with an Ashbringer at every 4 feet.
Quest line, starting in Northshire, going to Goldshire, helping out the locals with their little Kebble problems, heading to the Alliance capital and helping some folks out around there, taking on your first mini-boss Hogger. I don't like saying his name out loud. Upsets me. You head to Westfall, start helping out the locals there, and doing your first dungeon, the Dead Mines, where you face your first real antagonist, Edwin Van Cleefus. It's just Van Cleef, but Cleefus sounds cooler. And that's where you have your first real accomplishment as a character. It's your first significant thing that you've done. And from there, well, I mean, that's kind of where they lost me. World of Warcraft quests are built for you to not give a fuck. And the way the quest pops up allows you to press accept instantly, accept the reward instantly. It's just begging you to not give a fuck. All of them are either fetch these things or kill a bunch of those. No matter what thing you're fetching or thing you're killing, it all eventually blends together into the same quest. It was hard to focus on anything lore related because I knew when I went to the next area, I would just be doing the exact same thing.
So lucky, dude. I want this shit. Look at that. We have the
you
same.
can go either way with this.
Like a bisexual. Thank you, Ted. That was the joke.
The quests by today's standards are pretty basic. You know, there's a lot of kill these boars, kill bears, critters, 15 highwaymen, or
this
whatever.
one is
But once more, during the time, even having these quests period and this direction was this groundbreaking thing. Saying this though, I personally came from galaxies, like I said, where the questing system were just mission terminals, which just sent you into a random direction to kill a random layer of creatures, and that was it. There was no story, there was nothing interesting at all, and you did that from character creation to max template. I haven't played RuneScape, so maybe my scope of the potential of quests in this early era isn't as wide as Jimmy's, because I do hear the RuneScape quests are actually pretty good. Recently I've been thinking more and more of trying RuneScape for the first time, so maybe I can fix that.
Questing. But I'm really glad it's in the game that I've been doing the questing on, and not this one, because the series would be a lot more boring if I did it on WoW. It is not encouraging you to read. I even went as far as downloading a plugin that uses AI voice generators of the actual characters' voices to read all the dialogue out loud. It just adds a little more sound to the boring thing you're doing. Most of the lore is revealed before, during, and after dungeons and raids. That's when the big significant things are happening in the world. That's where you can pay attention to what the characters are saying and then what's happening around you. If it were single player. Because when I get a group for a dungeon, that's the last thing I'm doing. Hey guys, you mind holding on a second? I'm not going AFK, I'm right here, but I gotta listen to what this NPC's saying real quick. Just gonna see how this plays out back here in this lore that happened 15 years ago. I would find myself outside the dungeon, kicked from the group. I'm not gonna put up...
Yeah, he makes a good point. Really the best time to experience the lore is when it launches, or with friends who are willing to wait for you. Or else you run into these situations where your party members have maybe run the dungeon dozens of times and they just want to go, or maybe they don't care about the lore. These days, if you're solo and you don't have friends who are willing to wait for you and be patient, I feel like the best way to absorb the lore is to just watch YouTube channels like Novel or whatever, because a lot of it is delivered in ways where it's tough to find it, let alone to find it in the right order. While a lot of you guys may be veterans with the game and you understand the whole chromie stuff, keep in mind, a new player isn't going to know how to do any of this. They're not going to know what expansions have what characters and what order all of this has happened and what's been retconned and what hasn't. It's a mess. The story is a mess in retail. At least
this
when
is the last time.
Pause to these people's day. Funny enough, the thing that gave me the most context for the world that I was running around in did not come from any version of the MMO. It actually came from Warcraft 3. It was a complete unintentional discovery. I started seeing all these things I recognized from the MMO. I learned all about Prince Arthas and his origin story. Very bright young man. Great future ahead for him. I saw Jaina Proudmoore. She wasn't getting arrested immediately the first time I ever saw her. Learned about the Burning Legion. Those guys are up to no good. Illidan Stormrage, that guy's a badass. Miss Whisperwind. There's a bunch of cool shit happening in that game. After I played it, and I started questing again in Wrath, there was a scene that played out in some side quest in Northrend. It was something that happened with the same voice lines in the same way that it happened in Warcraft 3, but it's from a new MMO perspective, and now it's cool for me. It just felt like the moment came to life, and then realizing that doing the Calling of Stratholme fucking dungeon was actually a mission that
$150.96. $150 is right here. Yeah, it's right here. Hmm. Man, no one is selling this. It's 319. The last time it's in 4. It's insane, dude. Super rare. What? Hold up. Oh, it's done.
I went through with playing as Arthas, and now I was boots on the ground on the front lines with him, doing that. Made the war crime so much cooler. And granted,
Arthas did nothing wrong. I can't relate to this one, unfortunately, because World of Warcraft was my first experience with the Warcraft series. I think I first played Warcraft 3 sometime after Wrath when I really started to get into the story, so I personally experienced it out of order. Also, I played Star Wars Galaxies before even watching the Star Wars movies, and I remember when I finally watched them, I was like, oh my god, that's from Star Wars Galaxies.
Warcraft 3 didn't teach me everything about the World of Warcraft, but it gave me more context into this world I was running around in. I knew more about certain characters, I knew the origins of certain places that existed. It just enhanced the overall immersion of running around the world doing these quests that started to feel repetitive. The fact that I did have to go play a whole different game to understand the world more and feel that immersion, you shouldn't have to do that. I know some people say the books are really good for lore. I haven't checked them out myself. If you've read any of the books and recommend them, let me know. Maybe they suck and one of you will save me. Classic has a...
Yeah, I haven't either. Unfortunately, I think a lot of them have been retconned by the awesome lore of recent expansions, which is kind of a turnoff. I think it would be cool. I'd probably enjoy it, but honestly, it's more convenient to just watch a novel video in my opinion. And then going through the comments to see what has been retconned since then. It's also free, so there's that.
Very old school way of telling the story where you kind of have to force yourself to be more invested in the story if you want to understand it. I will say, this is something that they actually did make a big effort to improve on. Now, since RuneScape 3 has microtransactions, transmog, and the story going for it, I was very excited to see how retail told their story. And unfortunately, it has far too many of them. On top of all of the
Yeah, again, bloat. I'm not saying that this is their fault. I really just think that it's the fate of MMOs that have been running for so long. But between the world, the features, the story, the whole game feels bloated. And it was already rough when I quit in Shadowlands, so I can only imagine it's gotten worse since then.
original content from the launch of the game in 2004, World of Warcraft has had 9 expansions full of new areas, new races, new quests, new storylines, catastrophic events that change the entire video game. There is so much that has happened. Me pulling up to retail with intent of understanding the world is a lot like a baby strolling up to understand anything. This is a terrible metaphor. Blizzard sees new players as nothing more than babies. They arrive knowing 0 things, they've contributed nothing, and they're annoying because you have to teach them shit now. Blizzard hates babies, is what I'm going for here. It's just never going to be easy for a new player to understand the lore of World of Warcraft after everything that's happened. I could do as much research and read the books as much as I want. I could make myself a Quizlet to really make sure I nail down the hard facts of how this universe was formed. But what I came to realize is MMO stories are not like other stories. They're their own thing, their own genre, their own structure and format. A universe like...
Yeah, and again here, this is another case for making the story about the world as opposed to these plot lines with major characters. Even if they're good, it'll eventually turn into this giant ball of spaghetti where you're trying to figure out what the F happened to this character and when. And it definitely doesn't help when you have time travel involved and all of this craziness. I think after 2 decades of this, new players such as Jimmy run into this issue where it's just another thing that hurts player retention because they feel so far behind and overwhelmed and it feels so bloated. And that's if the lore and story is good, which I know is opinionated, but I personally don't think so. The last time I really paid attention to the story of the game was Legion, and even then it kind of started to feel like I was watching a collection of soap operas. I don't know. I think it just gets back to the whole thing of where I feel like it's just more appropriate in MMOs that the focus is more on the world rather than individual players or lore figures. It just feels very forced and awkward.
World of Warcraft is not going to be like the Avengers universe or the Harry Potter or Star Wars universe that can be told. MMO stories are something that you have to experience. It's the old expression, you had to be there. And I wasn't there. Well, hold on a second. What about that feature that Blizzard put in, letting you experience all the expansions? Oh, you mean Chromie, one of the jankiest, nonsensical systems ever put into a video game ever. 5 times I have tried to experience the expansions in World of Warcraft through Chromie, a system designed to let you go experience all of these. Whether you're a veteran player who just wants some nostalgia and wants to do the stories again to level up your character, or you're a new player and you want to experience them chronologically or something, and every single time, without fail, it somehow broke. Let's say you enter the Legion timeline. Even though you've somehow transported to this new dimension, you are really not transported anywhere. All the exclamation points and the quests of the current timeline are still there, waiting for you to fuck it all up. The battle for Azeroth needs you so bad, we were willing to time travel backwards with you to ask for your help again. Like, you can really screw your game up. At one point, I had 3 Anduins in Stormwind Keep in different rooms. Cutscenes were playing so out of order, and I had no idea what was going on.
How's the stream going?
And not to mention,
pretty good.
when you do pick a new timeline to
Really
experience,
good.
you're often phased, which means you're only going to see other players that are also
The
in your
UK
timeline,
perspective.
which is usually, even in the most populated servers, nobody. You are alone. You have just transformed into a single-player video game. It's one thing to play.
This is really a combination of many problems. It's, first off, and most importantly, the dwindling player base, but it's also the zoning, the cross-realm, all of the leveling content being soloable, and people just buying the level boost instead. All of these problems kind of build off and buff each other, and they make each other worse until you just really have this poor leveling experience. It's also one of the biggest reasons why people quit. There is a huge bandwagon mentality with MMOs. I gave the perfect example earlier. If you walk into a full capital city with everybody doing their busy work, there's a ton of people.
Never played Ragnarok online. Like the art style though. What you currently doing?
Trade skills. You feel
I am
like
currently
this world is alive.
hunting for
And
an
in
item.
turn, you feel
This
like
right here, you
everything
see
do
this one?
matters.
This alligator?
And unfortunately, the opposite
It has an
is
item
true.
that I
If
needed.
you don't see a single soul, not even in these major cities, but through all of these zones you're leveling
This is an
in,
MMO. I
you
don't know
feel
if
like
you're
you're playing
familiar
a
with
single-player
MMOs,
game.
but yeah, it's an MMO.
And you didn't buy a single-player game. You bought a massively multiplayer online role-playing game that maybe isn't as massive as you thought. Maybe it used to be massive, but it's not massive anymore. Why is that? Well, most people will come to the conclusion,
And that
especially in a
item
game
is
with the poor
super
leveling
fucking
experience,
rare.
that it's bad, and
I've been grinding
it's
on
the
it
decline.
for like
It's dying.
2 days
so
now.
why am I wasting my time? And again, another reason why these level boosts are so detrimental. They kill the world because everything is rush to the end game. By selling level boosts, you gain players that have zero attachment or investment into their characters, and you also fail to gain people who want that, but they don't get it because your world feels dead due to many reasons, the level boost being one of them. So as a result, you have this horrible retention rate that you try to fix by making the leveling faster and faster, but you just end up making worse because that's not the issue.
Play an MMO like it's single player, but when you literally see nobody else and it feels like an actual single player game in this giant universe, feels creepy. It actually made me miss seeing Moonguard Goldshire. Seeing that place empty was weird. I really did try Chromie. I was excited to try because I did want to experience all these expansions. I waited a long time to play World of Warcraft. I wanted to know the stories. And even if I did have a smooth Chromie experience, it was still an MMO expansion. Nobody remembers experiencing those things without other people around
What
them.
item
People
is it?
discovering new
Upgraded
areas
weapon
at
or
the
something?
same time.
No, it's not an
fighting new
upgraded
mobs
weapon.
At the
It's
same time, going into new dungeons and raids
it's a
together for
brooch.
the first time. Having their world at the time changed in a
And that
meaningful
brooch
way. There's a lot more
gives
to the
me
Warcraft
an
story than
additional
just
stat
facts on a
bonus.
timeline. This is one of the biggest gaming universes ever created, and the story goes far beyond just the
and also I can
NPCs and the areas
enchant it
being put
with
into the
another
game.
item.
There was stuff that wasn't added by the devs. There's something about being a part of that expansion as it happens that just can't be told unless you start.
Yeah, you experience them in the moment, and it's most fun when it's with other players. And if you don't have those other players, it just feels hollow and dead. One of the reasons why MMO launches are so good is that there's this big frenzy, and everyone is experiencing it at the same time. And this might sound weird, but I think that this is also true even for single-player games. And just keep this in mind when the new Elder Scrolls launches, and you see it all over social media. People are posting about it. Somebody posts this cool weapon, and you wonder where you got it from. You look it up. Oh, there's no information because it's new. So you go look for it yourself. You know what I mean? I agree wholeheartedly with this take. You know, experiencing it together in the moment, even if it's a single player game, is
It's
a
level
huge part
93
of the
high level.
experience.
Like, is there a cap?
Releasing the
I'm close to the end game, basically. For when it comes to, in terms of level, because the cap level is 99, so I'm
I
close.
am a hero. I am a champion. How did I earn these titles?
But I need
Don't worry
to
about
get
it.
my
They wouldn't
items
be
first. I
calling
want to
me
get
that
my
if they
items
weren't
first,
true,
and then
would
I'm gonna
they?
get
What?
99.
You can do a lot.
So
at
it
level
kinda-
10. I talk about
kinda
this
helps
whole
me.
hero concept
Uh,
a
when
lot because I
in-
personally believe that
Yep.
players should not be
Yeah,
that.
yeah, because
I
that
think
item
that's
helps me a lot.
kind of boring. It's
in
predictable.
leveling.
It's linear. It's
'Cause
just
the,
not relatable. Most people do like 2 heroic things.
In terms of
and
like
after they do it,
area,
no one's calling you a champion. You just
in some
go on to the
areas,
same
they're
house,
super
making
hard
the
to
same
deal with.
money. Your boss doesn't think you're a hero because you clocked in late. When I walk
Yeah,
into
the monsters and
Stormwind
all that shit.
Castle and talk to whoever may be king at the time, I want them to look at me with no trust and no faith. No matter what I've done in the past, I want the king to feel like they are.
Yeah, like I said, it's almost patronizing.
This guy's
like
taking
nobody
all
listens to Magni calling them a hero and champion for the 400th time for doing an Azerite world quest,
Jeez.
and they actually feel like one. It's just the wrong approach for multiplayer games, in my opinion.
Rolling the dice every time they send me on an important mission. No earning ranks or titles. The title of champion doesn't make me hit harder, does it? Don't call me a champion, just get me a cooler sword. But yeah, you're just by default a hero. I went in and tested this because I was really curious how you're supposed to be inducted into this title. When you start out and you go to the tutorial island, they're calling
Are you an
recruit.
archer
Now,
or-
you just got here. You've done nothing.
New recruit.
Well, technically, yes, I was an archer.
Recruit.
Yeah, technically, I was an archer, and then
When you
I
finish
moved
the
up.
tutorial and you get dropped
to
off
a
at
hunter,
Stormwind,
yeah.
there's 2 ways you can go about it. There's a
There are
continued
different
tutorial
classes
route,
in,
and then there's a
in
skip
Ragnarok.
tutorial route. If you continue on the tutorial route, they'll still refer to you as recruit. If you skip the rest of the tutorial, you are now a hero immediately. Something you have no idea about has happened between you walking across the bridge into Stormwind. You've done something very significant, apparently, no matter which.
Too good.
Which way you went. As soon as you get to Coltiris, you are again a champion hero guy. The recruit thing has just been abandoned entirely. It actually became like a bit as I was playing through the story of everyone looking up to me and claiming I've done these amazing things as if they've got the wrong guy. It kind of made the story a little funny. It's not the way they intended it to play out. Battle of Azeroth. It was honestly pretty cool. Didn't understand a singular thing happening. The initial cutscene of Jaina being arrested by her mom. I don't know what Jaina did. I don't know the story. I even tried looking it up. I don't think I found what I was looking for. You're just supposed to know this terrible thing that Jaina Proudmoore did to her mother and all her people because she got arrested. That was enough proof. But I liked Coltiris. I think it had a lot of pretty places. Each section of it has its own wacky shit show going on that you are suddenly responsible for fixing. A lot of the characters were really goofy. I liked a lot of their dialogue. It was a nice change up from Classic because they figured out a way to make these fetch and kill quests more immersive. Every fetch and every kill felt like it served a purpose. One of the first things you do is infiltrate a bad guy camp and save children from being child labor slaves. You're going and interacting with something.
Do you play WoW as well, or just watching the video about it?
A certain
No, I
amount
don't
of
play
times,
WoW.
you're
But I'm just
saving
what, yeah,
children,
I'm
and
just
you
trying to
went and
like
got intel and you
get
fought
someone else's
little
perspective,
bosses
because
and it
the
felt
video is
more
about
quest-like.
new
And
players'
also-
perspective
Well,
on
he
WoW.
really wasn't kidding.
So I'm
when
not
he
a
said
WoW
he
player.
saw
I'm
no
just trying to
one.
get some,
I don't think in a
insight
single
about
one
it.
of these clips I've seen a single soul out there with him questing. It's kind of depressing.
I got to shoot a cannon down
'Cause, I was an
pirates
MMO
like it
player
was
back then.
1944
I enjoyed
Normandy
MMO.
Beach, which was awesome. There was also
But
a
I
part
never
where,
get to
I
play
got to do some crazy stuff.
WoW,
in
'cause I was
Robot.
already
That was cool.
playing
It
a
kept
different
crashing my
MMO,
game, but
yeah.
it was cool while I did get to do it. I got some witch hunter people together. I raided a witch town. That was cool. There was good little mini stories here and there. There was some like war thing happening where you go and invade little islands. I didn't really understand that part too much, but it gave me rewards sometimes. Even though I leveled multiple characters through the Battle of Azeroth, I never got to finish it because the leveling happens so fast that you only get to help out like some of the villages before you're level 60 and everything just feels pointless. I wanted to leave. Everything just feels
Yep. Rush. It's kind of like getting a book ripped out of your hands mid-chapter.
very drawn out because you know that you can leave at any time and start something cooler. And not to mention, as soon as you hit 60, you are again bombarded with NPCs you've never met, begging you to return to Stormwind and start the dragon quests. They're way cooler than what you're doing now. Coltiris can figure out all the rest of this stuff on their own. I'm sure they'll be fine. Just come on home. Dragonflight, their most recent expansion, I don't understand it at all. It's filled with a bunch of characters that I don't know, fucking floating rhinos. I didn't get to experience a lot of Dragonflight. I don't know, I wasn't really into it. That's about all the story I experienced. I hope Cold Tears will be alright. I deserted them and didn't do the thing I deserted them for. So, probably not the best guy in their eyes. I had a lot of fun with the WoWs, World of Warcrafts. Plural. But what I am most looking forward to is how they move forward with Season of Discovery. It's their chance to redo the timeline. When you have the opportunity to literally time travel, you should probably take the opportunity. Imagine getting to make World of Warcraft again. Classic Plus has the biggest appeal to me because all the stuff I was talking about with not getting to experience the expansions and just kind of feeling out of the loop, this is the opportunity to create a new timeline that everybody, veteran and new players, get to experience together. Releasing old
Okay. Will SOD progress to Classic Plus? That is certainly a question. I personally think it will, for a few reasons. First, bringing up this roadmap that they released. At the end here, you see endgame content updates, which is pretty vague. But if you've been paying attention to the job postings at Blizzard, they have actually been recruiting developers for Classic. The Classic team is growing. Who knows what will happen, but I think it is very possible that they will go into this Classic Plus direction. I think it definitely has the potential. You have unfinished content all over the place that the original developers planned, but were scrapped due to time constraints that are just begging to be finished and are perfect for Classic Plus, such as Hyjal. Karazhan was supposed to be in vanilla. It got pushed to BC. You have the Karazhan Crypts, of course, and those zones that eventually became Eversong and Ghostlands in BC. You have the MOBA Battleground in Ashara. Yeah, tons of different stuff they can do for Classic Plus, so I agree with Jimmy here. I think Season of Discovery is where my main interests lie with WoW these days.
Expansions doesn't really do this, but releasing brand new expansions or areas that have never been experienced by anybody before, that's the way to do it. It's taken a long time for WoW to figure out what is a smart move. Classic Plus really does look like the future of World of Warcraft. So I think my final verdict here, if you're a new player looking to try World of Warcraft, if you're playing with your buddies who are just as committed as you are, look to the two classic options. Kind of balance out which one you want. One's a little faster, one's a little more grindier, but more rewarding. If you're by yourself, try retail.
To be honest, when I played WoW, I felt lost. Rushed to the end game, then throw it in the deep.
Go in and try those original Howard Forest Westfall quests, and they really did polish a lot of that stuff.
Honestly,
and maybe you'll have more luck than I did.
Every player who started or not knowing about WoW in general, or MMO in general, they're always gonna feel lost. It's just a normal thing. What you want to do with that, if you feel lost, just ask the players. They'll help you out. But yeah,
the Moonguard Gold
I see where you're coming from. Yeah. Here's the video, buddy. Here's the video. Oh, it's over. It's already done. Yeah.
Wow. What a video. This might be one of the longest videos I've ever posted to this channel.
That's a good
video. I
video.
really enjoyed this. Jimmy and I really have similar tastes and opinions when it comes to MMOs, I think. I think he has a really measured and nuanced way of expressing himself, and I definitely appreciate him sharing the new player's perspective here, because I think it's pretty rare to see that. Honestly, I'm kind of inspired because I'm the opposite of him with my footprint with MMOs. I never played RuneScape, like I said, so I kind of want to do a video where I go into it completely blind and commentate on it, sort of like how he
Next
did
time,
with
dude,
WoW,
if there's
and
gonna
maybe
be like a
return the
new
favor for
MMO,
the RuneScape community.
try to
Interested in
get
seeing
on
the
as fast as
newcomers
you
take
can,
on it.
or like
But,
yeah, on the
this is a good
release date.
video. Go ahead and do yourself
The beginning
a
with
favor
MMO
and
release date's
subscribe to
always the
Jimmy.
best, dude.
But aside from that, I'm gonna stop talking here. My voice hurts. Thanks for watching. Like the video if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Okay, that's done. What's the next video? Need to watch more. How to save MMO genre once and for all. Okay, let's watch this.
For a while now, it's felt like anytime people talk about MMOs, the conversation turns to how the genre is dying, or what went wrong, or why they suck now. At times, it can feel a bit like it's not actually possible to discuss MMOs without the conversation turning to these subjects, a bit like an MMO version of Godwin's Law. And yet, when the question of what should be done about this comes up, suddenly the conversation varies greatly, and at least to me, no one ever seems to be able to provide a good answer. And I have searched for such an answer. I've read articles, watched content creators, spoken to people while playing these games, and stayed up long into the night failing to find sleep as I stare at the ceiling wondering, yeah, but how do you save MMOs? And it's not just recently either. This question has occupied my mind for at least the last 10 years, and I have tried to run from it. In fact, you could view my entire adult life as a series of things I have done to try to escape this question. Grow up, get a job, get a degree, get a girlfriend, start a YouTube channel, and yet, in the end, it never seems to make a difference, as no matter where I go or what I do, I always come back to these games. And as soon as I do, there that question is, waiting for me. But despite all this obsessing over something I try to tell myself doesn't actually matter, I have never found a response that satisfied me. And honestly, I don't think I've ever found an answer that even comes close. So, it has come to this. If I can't avoid the question, and if others can't answer it for me, then I guess I will have to call upon all my years of life and virtual life experience to answer it myself. And if I don't solve this problem, then today, right now, I will at least try to give a better answer than anyone else ever has. To this end, I have distilled the problem down into 4 distinct paradoxes, the 4 horsemen of MMO decline, if you like, which just happen to represent 4 of both the most important and hardest to solve problems facing the genre today, which is how this video will be structured. And I do honestly believe that if anyone can solve these paradoxes, and only if anyone can solve them, then the genre will be saved, and the day will follow when MMOs will rule the gaming world once more, as they should. And then we can all live happily ever after. in that classic dystopian nightmare where everyone becomes slaves to a virtual reality to escape the inferior actual reality. Which, hey, sounds like a pretty good time to me. So, to introduce these problems without giving away the rest of the video, they are: how can you make a social game in the modern age when the one thing all MMO communities were built upon is gone and never coming back? How do you end a game that's designed to never end? How do you deal with a player base composed of vastly different people with different needs, wants, and desires? And lastly, how can you successfully monetize this genre without destroying it in the process in a world where corporations, game developers, and the average person are honestly quite greedy? Now, in a perfect world, you'd have watched my previous video, which serves as a helpful, and if I do say so myself, highly informative and entertaining introduction to this video. But last I checked, the world isn't perfect, so whatever. We'll just go for it, and new viewers will just have to wonder what's up with all the Locust references. But it'll be fine, I will make it work, just for you. So, here we go. Know that I will be trying to keep this video relatively short in an attempt to make it more digestible, because sometimes length isn't everything. Although, don't tell that to the YouTube algorithm, because I don't want to be out of a job. Also, for some problems you could view them as problems with the player base, more than with the actual games. But if the solution revolves around changing the players rather than the game, it's going to be somewhat discounted, because in general, I feel that trying to change the entire human race and human nature itself might actually be more difficult than just changing the way the games are designed. Also, I'm going to skip over anything that's just overly obvious, because you're a strong independent YouTube viewer who don't need no YouTuber to tell you things you already know. Like, yeah, it would help if game studios just made better games. What a wise observation. Be sure to pass that on to your local game developer, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. So, for this video, assume anything that obvious just goes without saying. And with that, let's begin. Ask older MMO fans what went wrong, and the most common answer you'll get is that the genre changed for the worst, with the most common explanation being that MMOs just aren't social anymore. That they've come to resemble single-player games with online elements tacked on, that interactions with other players have been made to feel meaningless, that there's no sense of community anymore, and that the genre has lost what made it special, what made it unique, and the very thing that drew people to massively multiplayer games in the first place. And that is a problem. MMOs have changed, and evidence of this is easy to see. You just need to look at older games. People used to need to group with others to level up, trade with players to acquire important items, share knowledge to complete quests or learn to play effectively, find someone to resurrect you if you die to avoid harsh death penalties, belong to guilds or have friends to be able to actually run dungeons or experience raid content reliably, and so on. Basically, player interaction was frequent, necessary, and meaningful because that was the way these games were designed. In time, however, accessibility and the solo player experience came to be seen as higher priorities, while forced grouping came to be talked about as a negative and viewed problematically, and the idea of an MMO which didn't cater to solo player needs came to be seen as financially unviable. The real proof of success for this new modern approach was World of Warcraft itself, a game originally known for two things: being more accessible and solo-friendly than its older competition, and making big money. So, MMOs did change, and along their way, their social aspects were diminished, forgotten, or just lost. The solution then is simple, you might think. Just design MMOs to be social once more. Except it's not that simple, because every change that made MMOs less social was done for a good reason. Just look at one of the earliest examples. Once upon a time, MMOs didn't have auction houses, and so to trade with people you had to negotiate the transaction with someone else in chat and then physically trade with them. In EverQuest, people used to do this at a specific place, the East Commonlands Tunnel, which basically functioned as an unofficial market, and some people probably remember this place very fondly. But most people consider auction houses to be a good invention. Auction houses are convenient, they're easy to use, they save time, you don't need to worry about being scammed. Basically, auction houses are okay, and no one goes around blaming the death of the genre on the auction house. And yeah, their introduction did have some kind of social cost, as they did lead to less social interactions, but most people, particularly modern players, would consider this cost worth paying. And when later MMOs did opt to use more social-focused market systems instead of nice, modern, user-friendly auction houses, they were absolutely crucified for the decision, as can be seen with the original Final Fantasy XIV, where its market system was one of its most widely criticized features. And this story can basically be repeated with most changes. Just take your pick. Solo-friendly leveling, removal of death penalties, looking for group tools, cross-server functionality, public quests, instance PvP instead of open world, simplified group roles, easier raid difficulties, self-sufficient crafting, chosen one main storylines, all of it. Pretty much every major change the genre made over time was done to improve these games, to appeal to a wider range of players, to save people time, to improve the individual player experience, and so on. But as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Or, in this case, the road to a dying genre where a large chunk of the player base seemed to be permanently dissatisfied was paved with what seemed at the time to be good game design. And now that we do actually know our destination, it can seem like the social costs simply weren't worth the benefit these changes brought. And perhaps that's true. Maybe originally these types of changes were positive and over time developers simply went too far. Or maybe each change needs to be considered individually, as while some might be worth it, others might not. Still, the reality is, the genre changed, and now we're in a situation where it's incredibly difficult to reverse this change, because even though when you say MMOs should be more social, you will find everyone agrees with you, when you instead say MMOs should remove looking for group tools, a huge number of players will disagree, and some might go as far as to even stop playing your game to play something else instead. And for many people, the user experience would be worse without all these modern, anti-social conveniences these games have come to provide. And social benefits, in general, are hard to see and hard to prove, which might be why we ended up in this situation in the first place, as no one, neither players nor developers, probably realized how much the social side of the genre mattered until it was gone and it was already too late. Now though, the reality of the situation is that anything that is social by design will always lead to less efficiency for players, because interacting with others always requires some time and effort. Even something as simple as leveling up is something where on your own you go at your own pace and progress efficiently, but with others you're always running into downtime when waiting for them, and you have to take a break when they take a break, or not play when they can't play, and you have to have a similar playstyle in regards to things like reading quest dialogue or not, and it is really, really inconvenient by comparison to just playing alone, even if it is a far more enjoyable experience. Basically, social design slows people down and gets in the way of players achieving their goals, and as players are locusts that just want to consume, they resist anything that tries to stop them. And so, if you try to force players to be social through game design, you'll probably just see a mass exodus of players, as those less keen on sacrificing convenience for something as intangible and hard to prove as social benefits will just go to other MMOs. Remember, social MMOs thrived when there were few alternatives. But then World of Warcraft came along. So, fixing the modern MMO social problem is not as simple as just designing social games, as for social game design to work, the benefits have to outweigh the costs, and for modern players, I don't think they do anymore. In fact, I don't think they even come close anymore, for one single, hugely unappreciated reason, which is that in the midst of all these more convenient, less social changes, there was one thing which fundamentally changed the entire genre, and that's the loss of servers. Now, as mentioned in the last video, servers are basically different copies of a game's world, and they were never even meant to exist. They were created to solve the problem of too many players for the game to handle, and they were almost seen as a necessary evil, with Ultima Online going as far as to provide an in-lore explanation which will allow the removal of servers one day to have every player back on a single shared world, if technology would ever allow it. However, the thing people may not have realised is that servers were absolutely vital to creating a sense of community, because servers ensured the population of a game's world was several thousand, rather than several 100,000, and this allowed players to recognise other people, to know different guilds and what their reputation is, to know who are the best raiders or PvPers, or who's an arsehole, or who's good at crafting, who talks too much on map chat, and so on, all through just playing the game. And so, instead of being surrounded by strangers who you would never interact with and never even see again, you were instead surrounded by people you knew, or would come to know, and so these people always felt like they mattered. And so you did remember people, and their behaviour, and that behaviour could have consequences, both good and bad, like opening or closing doors into better guilds or harder raids, or creating friendships or rivalries or memorable events. And this gave extra meaning to pretty much everything you did, everywhere you went, every goal you accomplished, and every person you interacted with. It was like through this shared, consistent player base, everything you did was, in a sense, connected, and the world felt more real and alive because it was its own place with its own sense of permanence and history. Servers created the community, and the community created the social MMO experience. Except servers did even more than this, because they were also vital to making people feel valued. And this is the part that never seems to be acknowledged or recognised. You see, with servers, finding other people to play with could be difficult, which meant each individual person has value to their friends, their guildmates, and just to others on the server, all just by being someone who plays the game, as people needed each other. But when you open up the player base so that anyone can play with anyone, and make finding other people as simple as the click of a button, suddenly the supply of players becomes near infinite, meaning each person's value is greatly diminished. Really, it's basic economics. A resource only derives value by being limited, so when the limited supply created by servers went away, so too did the value players have just for being players. And what was it that made the social side of MMOs so good, if not for the way it made people feel valued? Everyone wants to feel like they matter. We want to help other people, particularly our friends. We want to feel needed, to be able to make a difference. We want to have value. And it's something we crave outside of MMOs too, in our jobs, our relationships, our communities, and so on. Feeling valued is just something that's important to people. But in time, MMOs evolved, and servers firstly became less important, and then increasingly went away altogether, firstly through cross-server group finders, and then through sharding, phasing, mega servers, and eventually games designed around no form of server at all. Some older games do still have servers, but their function has almost been erased, and they likely exist only as a result of physical server infrastructure and the way these games were originally coded. And the tragedy here is that servers did absolutely have to go, because servers also had severe downsides. Like how when you meet someone in real life who also already plays the same MMO as you, you'd almost never be able to play with them because the chances of you both being on the same server were tiny. And the idea that people simply can't play with their friends because of an arbitrary decision made on character creation is now seen as completely archaic and unacceptable to modern players. Servers were also the thing which created damaging faction unbalance and killed world PvP in games like World of Warcraft. And servers could also simply die if their populations dwindled too much, meaning players wouldn't have enough other people to play with. And servers are even less suitable to a meta-game focused, locust swarm-like modern player base, as smaller servers means less raid guilds or people to pug with, meaning, when allowed, everyone gravitates to the largest servers they can to try to gain the advantages this provides. In fact, if you want to see just how much of a disaster classic servers are for modern players, just go and look at World of Warcraft TBC Classics server populations, where almost every PvP server is entirely one-sided. Almost all active players are on a tiny number of vastly overpopulated mega servers, and most servers are just completely deserted. Meaning, if you're a returning player, you have a very high chance of returning to a dead server, and might even have to pay extra money to transfer someone else just to be able to play. So, servers created the communities MMOs thrived on. They gave people a sense of value, and they facilitated the social design of the genre. But the strictly contained servers of old don't work anymore, and without them, people are left existing in a world of phantoms, surrounded by meaningless projections you see but never interact with, full of names you never remember, where people only derive value in others through item levels or gear scores, and where when people do play with each other, they are increasingly antisocial and toxic because there's no longer any consequences to good or bad behaviour.
Yep.
And so, without servers, the benefits of social game design are small, meaning no one will view them as worth the inconveniences they bring. Basically, MMOs needed servers, but they're gone and they're never coming back, which brings us to the first paradox. Servers were one of the oldest problems and worst parts of the MMO genre, and they were also absolutely necessary in creating the experience that people loved so much. So, if you want to create a truly social MMO in the modern age, or bring back that sense of community people so fondly remember, or allow players to feel socially valued again, then you would need to fill the void the removal of servers left behind. You would need to allow players to feel like they're a part of something larger than themselves again, and bring back that sense of permanence and meaning to the world and the people in it. And I don't think there is an obvious or simple way to achieve that. The best solution I have would be to design new MMOs with the understanding that players need something to form communities around, with this being incorporated into the game's design from the ground up. And I think there are different ways this could be achieved, and the best one would depend on the type of game. The simplest way would be to create fake servers that provide some of the benefits without any of the major problems. So don't restrict who people can play with, but do design the game to encourage people to play and interact with those from the same server. However, there might be better ways to build communities. For example, a game which places a large focus on large-scale PvP could allow communities to be formed around PvP-specific player groups, which would compete against other groups, a bit like in Guild Wars 2. Or a game which places a large focus on housing and non-combat activities could learn from Star Wars Galaxy's player-created cities. Or a game which can truly offer something on a massive scale could learn from EVE Online's approach to a single shared universe and how this can lead to organic player-driven alliances and wars, and so on. This isn't an easy problem to solve, but addressing it from the game's conception would surely be the best way to try. Secondly, I also think every design decision MMO developers make should be accompanied by them asking, what are the social benefits and costs? Because I think for much of the genre's history, there has been a lack of oversight and awareness of this, and this is what led to the genre ending up the way it did. For example, I think automated looking for group tools were a good idea when they were added to World of Warcraft. I'm not a fan of how they teleported you straight inside the instance and thus devalued the world, but spamming looking for tank in chat over and over sucked. It was a bad player experience, and a better way to form groups was needed. So, even if there is a social cost from less player interaction, in this example I think it's probably worth it. However, I don't think the same could be said about cross-server looking for group tools when they were added to WoW slightly later. This was what really started to destroy server communities, and in this case the added benefit of slightly shorter queue times was not worth the significant cost of not interacting with people from your server anymore. Cross-server looking for group was basically only added to address the lack of tanks, and the fact that some servers had low populations. But it didn't actually fix either of these problems, it just made them less obvious. To this day, there are still not enough tanks, and so DPS still have long queue times, and even after cross-server looking for group, low population servers continued to suffer, meaning more extreme measures were eventually needed, like sharding. So, if the actual problem is that not enough people play tanks, find a way to encourage more people to play tanks, and if servers are dying, then proactively manage their populations through mergers before they get too bad. Sometimes there are better solutions to problems, but if you don't consider the social costs and benefits involved when designing your game, you won't see this. So that's it. That's my solution for solving the big MMO social problem. And to be fair, it's not the strongest solution offered in this video, so maybe I shouldn't have led with this section. To me though, this actually feels like the most important problem, because it's crazy just how much the MMO experience has changed, even in the years I've been playing them, and it's crazy just how much of that change has simply been caused by the move away from servers. Now, before I move on, I do want to quickly address two counter-arguments that I find flawed. The first is the argument that MMOs are still social, and it's just people who have changed. This idea seems to stem from the fact that MMOs are still fun to play with friends, and therefore still feel social to people who play with friends, as well as the fact that MMOs do still allow you to make friends if you put the effort in. And these are true. A lot of things are fun with friends, including modern MMOs, and you can still make friends in these games if you try. The real difference, however, is that in the past, you didn't need to try. You just played the game and made friends in the process, as if acquiring friends was just some kind of natural byproduct of playing the game. And this made MMOs great experiences for people who were maybe less social, less extroverted, and less confident. MMOs basically tricked you into making friends by making you interact with other players, and by making you, as a player, have value to others. And this actually made MMOs great games to play for people who were lacking friends, because they were a great way to meet like-minded people who you feel comfortable around and who you have something to do together. So, even if MMOs are still fun to play with friends, that's really missing the point. They were better in the past because they also catered to people without friends. And also, if a game is only fun when you play with friends, then there's a very good chance you'll stop playing it when your friends do. The second argument I want to address is that MMOs stopped being social because of the rise of social media. This theory seems to have become increasingly popular in modern times, and I think it's wrong. Now, it is true that in the pre-social media era, the social features of MMOs, like the ability to chat to people from all over the world, added to their appeal, and they were a part of the genre's novelty. However, just because a lack of social media might have helped the genre grow, doesn't mean the prevalence of social media is killing the genre. The idea seems to be that the existence of Facebook and Twitter and the like have somehow replaced MMOs, but that's not true. The experience of using Facebook is nothing like that of playing an MMO. It's not appealing to the same people, it's not satisfying the same needs, and the idea that in a post-social media world, we're all just somehow so socially satisfied that we don't want social gaming experiences anymore just seems a bit ridiculous. Studies show the opposite, really, that social media has actually made people lonelier than ever, and while social media might have harmed MMOs in a few minor ways, like by making in-game guild chat less popular now thanks to Discord, in other ways, social media has really helped the MMO experience, like by allowing you to ask a friend if they want to do a dungeon or something without you both needing to be logged in, or just allowing everyone access to free, high-quality voice chat through Discord, and so on. So don't blame social media, and don't blame antisocial players. It is the games which have changed, and I think any argument which doesn't acknowledge that just ends up being misleading. Anyway, on to the next problem. Endgame. It's where the game ends, right? Wrong. Endgame is actually where the game begins. Duh. Yeah, MMOs are kind of dumb, but endgame is basically just content players do at max level, and a distinction often feels necessary because the leveling experience tends to be quite different to the max level experience. Now, if you go back far enough, you will find a time where there was no endgame. There was just game, and no distinctions were needed. But this era didn't last long, and in time, MMOs came to be increasingly seen as all about the endgame by players and developers alike. Now, it's fairly obvious why this happened. MMOs have limited content, and eventually players will get to the end of it and no longer have any reason to keep playing. And this is bad for the MMO, because if players stop playing, they also stop paying.
No,
so
it's
to try to prevent
one.
this, MMOs added more and more content for the end of the game to try to stop players from running out of things to do, which didn't actually work because players still ran out, even in that one MMO which used to have the financial backing of 12 million subscribers. Content always runs out in the end, and in the arms race between developers creating content and players consuming content, the swarm always wins. Still, this might make it seem like the problem with MMO Endgame is all about how to stop players from running out of content, and that seems to be how developers have viewed the situation over the years, but I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Players always run out of content eventually, and the real problem is more to do with how MMOs just refuse to accept this and end up damaging themselves by trying to prevent it. This has led to a worse player experience through an overemphasis on endgame to the detriment of the rest of the game, as well as an unsustainable content cycle that forces older content to be continually discarded, and negative emotions in the player base from a constant pressure to keep up or risk falling behind, and finally, to an engagement metric-driven design approach that leads to boring and frustrating gameplay as a result of repetition, time gating, and grinding. Now, we should remember to be a little sympathetic to MMOs here, because these games used to be designed for normal people, but MMO players aren't normal people. They are uncontrollable locusts who consume until there's nothing left, and that means players burn through content way faster than is reasonable, and the more enjoyable the content is, the faster players end up devouring it. The only way to prevent this is with some kind of anti-locust mechanism, of which there are 3. The first is making content challenging, because the harder something is, the longer it takes. The second is making content grindy and utilizing repetition. Examples of this include lower drop rates, longer quest objectives, infinite progression systems, and so on. And the final way is by making content time-gated, so that players are artificially limited and slowed down by the game.
Examples
of
I
this
disagree
can be
on that
seen
one.
in raid lockouts, which only allow players to get loot from raids once per week, or weekly caps on currencies, or daily quests, and so on. Now, different methods have been popular at different times or in different regions. For example, older MMOs tended to focus more on trying to be as challenging as possible, whereas more modern MMOs have come to rely more and more on time gating, and Korean MMOs have always put more emphasis on grinding. All 3 of these come with drawbacks, but I would argue difficulty might be the best overall, because while people might complain about and dislike all 3, difficulty is the only one where some players might actually praise it and say they like it. However, over the course of MMO history, difficulty and general inconveniences of MMO life came to be seen as public enemy number 1, as MMO evolution was all about convenience and accessibility, as this was seen as the way to the broadest audience and was more inclusive, and showed how MMOs were trying to value their player base's time. And so, players largely supported this evolution because anything challenging or inconvenient was just something which got in the way of people achieving their goals, and that's what MMO players care the most about. So, fast travel, teleporting straight into instances, shorter quest objectives, smaller experience point requirements, the removal of death penalties, the removal of group quests, less dangerous world PvP, easier leveling, easier dungeons, easier difficulties for raids, and so on, were all things which represented this evolution of the genre, and most players cheered almost every step of the way. But now that MMOs were easier, it meant that players progressed through most of their content much faster. So, there was a need to compensate by adding more and more time gating and repetition to max level content. So, suddenly, dungeons need to be run more times, and repeatable daily quests popped up everywhere, and raids need to be farmed on multiple difficulties, and more gear becomes locked behind weekly currencies, and on it went. You can see this happening step by step, clear as day, if you just look at World of Warcraft and the impact each expansion had on the core design. Now, funnily enough, there was actually one World of Warcraft expansion which did go against this trend and reduced the amount of time gating and grinding in the game. It was called Warlords of Draenor, and it led to the biggest drop-off in players in WoW's history and is often regarded as WoW's worst ever expansion, because players quickly ran out of things to do and stopped playing. Anyway, the end result of the genre's war on difficulty and inconvenience was that leveling became really quick and also really boring, leading to the narrative that endgame is where the real game starts and anything before endgame doesn't matter. And when leveling is so quick and easy, it's hard to argue with this, except by pointing out that it wasn't always like this. MMOs used to thrive off delivering immersive worlds that players felt connected to, where there was a real sense of journey, adventure, and danger. But now games were sacrificing this to get players to max level as quickly as possible and into endgame, only to then switch to trying to slow players down through frustrating time gating and repetition once they hit max level, which seems somewhat counterproductive. A perfect example of this can be seen in questing in modern World of Warcraft. where new players level up so fast that you don't have time to do all quests in each zone. So you have to start skipping them,
every single.
and then in Shadowlands you have to skip almost all of them because the main story alone is enough to get you to max. And this is okay, but these quests are what should connect you to the world and the lore. And if not amazing, they are at least all unique. They all have their own stories, and there is something satisfying about going from zone to zone and having that sense that you're on a journey and making progress through gaining experience points and levels and acquiring new skills and seeing more of the world, and it's not that bad. And I don't want to imply that leveling in modern WoW is good. It still sucks because of the complete lack of difficulty, but forget that for a second and just compare it to what happens at max level, where you still do quests, it's just you're doing Covenant daily, weekly, and world quests for Renown, plus daily, weekly, and world quests in Zereth Mortis for reputation and gear, and if you really hate yourself, there's even some more daily and weekly quests in Corphia and the Maw. And these quests are not unique. In fact, you'll find they start to repeat after just a few days, and you may end up doing the exact same quest 5, 10, even 15 times. And also, they have no story, and there's no sense of journey and no sense of progression, and they don't connect you to the lore or immerse you in the world. Basically, they're just busy work, there to slow you down. So, good thing you skipped over the game's thousands and thousands of better quests to get to this point, right? So, here's part 1 of my endgame solution. Stop making core content so easy. It has long felt like MMOs design most of their content around the skill level of the very worst players, but this is dumb and only leads to these games catering to a tiny minority of the player base. Instead, they should design most content for the average player, as this will lead to a more enjoyable gameplay experience and a more time-consuming experience, meaning time gating and grinding are less needed later on. And yeah, players will still complain about anything that slows them down because players just want to consume as quickly as possible, but complaining is just what MMO players do. Really, modern MMO players are so goal-oriented that they never seem to consider what's actually fun. Players just chase their goals and hope fun will follow as a consequence. Therefore, it's the job of the developers to try to ensure chasing goals does actually lead to fun experiences. Therefore, goals should be designed with the objective of getting players into the most enjoyable or highest quality content, and anything that speeds up or just skips this content isn't actually making the game better. Now, determining what content is actually enjoyable might not sound easy to do, but there is one simple way to tell, a little trick I'm happy to share with you. Just check whether players do something even when it doesn't give them a reward, because that is the proof that the content is actually fun. And through this method of analysis, we can determine that there is one type of MMO content that must be very enjoyable, as players keep doing it no matter the game and no matter the era, despite the fact that it almost never gives any rewards. No, not ERP, that gives its own unique rewards. No, it's leveling alts. And honestly, I'm not even much of an alt guy myself, but I've played these games for years, and one thing I've always noticed is that people love alts, and so they're clearly an important part of the genre. So, part 2 of my endgame solution is make your game as alt-friendly as possible and reward players for leveling alts. Alts are basically a free form of replayability for your game, so make sure to utilize them. Now, this doesn't mean that you should force players to level alts or make it a requirement for endgame, but it does mean there should be some kind of in-game acknowledgement to make players feel rewarded. It also means you should avoid systems that require tedious grinding and repetition on every character just to be able to access other more interesting parts of the experience. A good example of alts done well is Final Fantasy XIV, because you level all classes on one character, and that makes things really user-friendly. But I have talked about that already in a different video. Anyway, alts aren't the only underutilized part of the genre which adds to a game's longevity. For example, and this is linked to the previous part of the video, but if your game is social, it will have more replayability because people become the content and create variety, unpredictability, and extra enjoyment. So, the more social and player-driven content is, the longer it will last.
You gotta be
Another
kidding me,
factor
man.
similar to this is permanent progression. Long-term progression is one of the main things MMOs provide, which most other games don't. But despite the heavy focus these games place on progression at endgame, it often doesn't have any sense of permanence, and most progress just gets reset every expansion, or even every patch. Sometimes people argue about the value of horizontal versus vertical progression, but most games should probably be utilizing both. Some things might need to reset so players can catch up and so the game feels fair, but some things shouldn't, so that players always have permanent goals to work towards and can feel like their time spent with a game matters. I want to give one good example of an MMO playing to its strengths from a game I played a lot in the past. Lord of the Rings Online. Specifically, it's PvP. Now, Lord of the Rings Online didn't have good PvP, and I have PvP'd in many MMOs, and almost all of them, in theory, were better. I mean, Lord of the Rings Online had terrible class balance, using abilities and movement felt unresponsive and awkward, there was only a single PvP map, which wasn't that large compared to some other games, and worst of all, you often couldn't even find fights. You would go PvP and then struggle to find any decent action because enemy players tended to stick together and hug objectives and only ventured forth when they had a numerical advantage to zerg the other side down. And yet, despite all this, Lord of the Rings Online may have actually been the most I've enjoyed PvP in an MMO, for two simple reasons. The first was that it was very social. It's actually the only MMO I've played where there's only one faction in the main game, and then players are just free to create max level PvP only monster characters. Together with the small close-knit server communities, this meant you quickly came to know everyone you PvP'd alongside and against. And so you'd recognise almost every name you saw. People spoke to each other all the time, they might trash talk you or commemorate you for good fights. There was drama, rivalries, respect, celebrities even, and it felt like an MMO should, meaning it made up for its weak gameplay with its social elements. The other reason that PvP was good was even more basic, and it was that through PvP you rank up, and this gave you a little icon next to your name that displayed your rank for everyone to see. And this was something which lasted forever, with attaining high ranks taking years of trying, meaning high rank players were very rare. And ranking up didn't give any rewards outside of this, at least not for non-monster characters back when I played. But this one tiny, little purely cosmetic thing, for some reason felt like it truly mattered, and that was enough to make many people, including myself, want to PvP. Lord of the Rings Online's PvP is a perfect example of how an MMO doesn't even need to be good to be good. It just needs to play to the genre's strengths, and this is part 3 of my solution. There is lots of competition in the gaming industry these days, including games which specialise in only one thing, and MMOs will struggle to compete unless they utilise the things which make them unique, like their sense of permanence, or their sense of community, and both of these are things which keep people playing for longer. Lastly, a final way to add to an MMO's longevity that I feel needs to be mentioned is designing content which stays relevant rather than just throwing all past content away every
I
new
haven't
expansion
gotten
or patch.
a single good shit.
This is something which can be seen with World of Warcraft's collectibles and time walking, or with Final Fantasy XIV's item level and level scaling for roulette or ultimates. But there's still opportunities to do this more effectively, and for a large part of the genre's history, this is something which seems to have been neglected entirely. This is most obvious for raids, which offer some of the most interesting gameplay, show some of the most important story events, take up a significant chunk of a game's budget, and are something which still feels social even in modern MMOs, and provide players with lots of fond memories and nostalgia. And yet, old raids were continually discarded as soon as new raids released, with games often having only a single relevant raid at any one period of time. And because only one raid is allowed to be relevant, that also meant there had to be multiple difficulties to cater to different players, which leads to more repetition with players needing to do the same raid on multiple difficulties, which is less interesting than just doing multiple different raids. Of course, requiring players to do every single raid in order in a long-running game like WoW would obviously be impractical, but there's no reason why some older raids couldn't function as viable catch-up methods instead of using looking for raid and normal mode difficulties to do this, and this would also provide a much more interesting gameplay experience for players who enjoy raiding than forcing those players to instead go grind reputation for gear through daily quests in the latest catch-up zone. So, part 4 of my solution is don't throw away old content, at least not content which is actually good. Instead, find ways to bring content back or keep it relevant, and preferably design your MMO with this in mind from the beginning, so that your game actually grows over time and so that players always get to experience the best content regardless of when they start playing. And if you do manage this, then you wouldn't need as much time gating and repetition to pad the latest content, because the amount of content on offer would naturally be higher. Of course, this might mean that for players who have played your game for years and years, hour after hour, that they don't have as much to do in the game as a new player, and without the time gating and repetition in every bit of latest content, they may well run out of things to do. But this isn't something which should be viewed as a failure. It's actually the exact opposite. And this is the final and most important point I want to make in this section. If you give someone hours and hours worth of enjoyment and they kept playing your game for years and years, and eventually they run out of things to do and move on, that's a success story, and it should never be viewed as anything else. Trying to keep people playing forever is the wrong mentality. It's not realistic, because nothing lasts forever. And yet, as MMOs were largely subscription-based, and so had a financial incentive to always try to keep people playing and paying, they ignored this and have instead made design decisions which only made these games worse. And this is the second paradox. MMOs need people to play them, but the more they try to keep people playing, the more you ultimately push them away. So, the final part of my solution for endgame is that instead of focusing on how to keep people playing, an MMO should instead focus on how to make sure people will always want to return. It often feels a bit like MMOs are designed and viewed by everyone as a kind of relationship. As if you're only supposed to have one that you're loyal to, and then through giving the game a monthly subscription fee, you're making a commitment to it to play it. And then, in return, it makes a commitment to you to give you endless content. And this metaphor extends to when people stop playing an MMO, where it's like some kind of breakup, and they don't just walk away happily, but instead make this big deal about cancelling their sub, and then they go shit-talk you to their friends, acting as if you've always been terrible, despite the fact they played with you for years. And MMOs are guilty of this too, because they often create progression systems that are hostile to returning players if you don't jump in at the right time, as if they're punishing you for having walked away. And there's this fear of missing out on current content before it gets discarded. And this just seems a bit unnecessary.
Man, I just want...
So, instead of MMOs as relationships, they should be more like holidays. You go, you have a good time, maybe play all day, every day for a week or two, let your hair down a bit, stop showering, all the good stuff. But eventually, both you and the game accept that this time will come to an end. And that's okay. And yeah, people will then go to other destinations, but the gaming industry now has more competition than ever, and it's better to function alongside that competition than try to deny its existence. And MMO players have always been fickle little creatures running around, testing the latest popular destination and walking their dirty feet across fresh virgin beaches, but I've tended to notice that if you do give people a good experience in the time you have with them, then they will come back. And I think this might be a more sustainable and, in the long run, even profitable approach than to try to keep people around as long as possible only for them to get burnt out and never return. So, the solution to the endgame problem is to stop trying to keep people playing with an over-reliance on time gating and grinding, and instead, bring back a sense of challenge to core content, make your game alt-friendly, create content that is player-driven and utilizes the strengths of the genre, design past content to stay relevant forever, and most important of all, let players go. And from this, I think it's also worth coming to terms with the fact that the era of subscription fees is probably over. Which brings me to my next problem. I know this probably won't win me many friends amongst MMO fans, but it still needs to be said. Subscription fees are bad. Now, I know what people are probably thinking. How can you say that when monetization is so much better in MMOs with subscription fees than those without? And that is very true. But the reality is, the genre can't survive through subscription fees alone, as shown by how many of these games failed when following this approach. And also, subscription fees lead to the wrong mindset for players and developers alike, as outlined in the previous section, and subscription fees have also always created a large and off-putting barrier to entry, which may actually cost your game money by limiting it to a much smaller audience. I would love to return to the days where you only had to buy a game and pay a monthly sub, and there was no such thing as cash stores or microtransactions, but that's not going to happen. And even if you consider cash stores as evil, you should also consider them a necessary evil because the genre wouldn't be able to exist anymore without them. Now, I have seen people say that MMOs, or even just video games, shouldn't try to make money, and if that's what you think, then hey, I do at least admire your deluded sense of idealism, but you're still wrong. Games need to make money to survive, and there's no point trying to argue that all profits just go into the pockets of the already rich CEO instead of back into the game, because guess who decides a game's budget? It's those same rich people you hate. And guess what happens when no money goes into their pockets? Games are basically investments where people put money in to get money out, and if money stops coming out, then it won't take long for money to stop going in. And try sticking to this argument that profitability doesn't matter when your game gets shut down and every character is deleted. Also, people clearly want games which feel big budget. They want lots of content, big worlds, nice graphics, voice acting, high production values, and everything else that money can buy. And MMOs, even more so than other games, thrive off size, scale, and popularity. So the problem is not that MMOs try to make money, it's how they do it, which is increasingly with intrusive cash stores, deliberately created inconveniences and grinds, and any and all paid advantages. Now, I'm not going to argue why pay to win is bad, because it's well-travelled ground, and I think almost everyone already agrees. But the paradox of this is that the more money an MMO makes, the better the game. But the more an MMO tries to make money, the worse the game. So, what is the solution? Well, firstly, accept that cash stores exist and will continue to do so. Secondly, draw a distinction between good and bad cash stores, products, or systems, so that the bad ones don't just get a free pass. And lastly, reject all pay to win. Paid advantages must be a hard line, drawn clearly for all to see and never crossed, because as soon as you even start debating the acceptability of pay to win systems, you've already lost. You become a frog being boiled alive without even realizing it, and pay to win elements will then start creeping in more and more until one day the game will be ruined for everyone. Of course, this solution is dependent on either players spending responsibly and speaking with their wallets, or with MMO developers just not being greedy. And neither of these things can be relied upon, because people are people. Which brings me to the final problem. This video is now almost over, and there is a chance that you have sat here listening to me talk for almost an hour, disagreeing with every single word I've said. If there's one thing I've learned over my MMO years, it's that people never agree. I think this is best displayed by MMO forums, which are places where thousands of words of feedback are given and which should theoretically be very useful to developers, and yet instead they feel like uniquely cursed places where the more wrong someone's opinion is, the more vocal they'll be about it. Sometimes I see people say that MMOs just need to listen to their players, but what these people aren't acknowledging is the fact that these players aren't saying the same things. And even if they were, players might not know what's best for them, as they care about achieving goals instead of having fun, or creating something sustainable. And players might also just be biased, as they want games to cater to their needs, and will rarely care much about other people's. So, feedback is a mess, and trust me, I know I've consumed enough of it in the past few months when making these videos. Maybe you could find some way of democratizing this process, like, say, old school RuneScape's voting system, but even this can have problems, as old school RuneScape showed, like with the prevalence of spite voting between PvP players and non-PvPers, where groups of players prevent updates being implemented not on the merit of the update itself, but just because they dislike the people it benefits, or because they voted no to our updates, so now we're going to vote no to theirs. The reality is the MMO player base is diverse, particularly now it's had years to pull in and spit out many different people with different wants and desires. And so you have people who play for 100 hours a week and complain that there's nothing to do, existing alongside people who play less than 10 hours and complain there's too much to do to keep up with it. There are people who hate grouping and people who love it, people who will never PvP and people that want to do it exclusively, people who only play to raid and people that want raiding removed. Old players and young, experienced and new, skilled and skillless, hardcore and casual, and really it shouldn't be a surprise that people rarely agree. People are different. So, the final problem is that you can't please everyone. And the paradox is that what's a good idea to one person is a bad idea to another, and one person's solution just creates another person's problem. MMOs seem to have had an identity crisis over time, and now the only thing people agree on is that something's wrong. My best attempt at a solution for this would be for games to try to find their own audience and then stick with them. You can't please everyone, so make sure you at least please someone. And just know that when that vocal minority arrives to tell you to change your game to make it better suit them, that you don't have to listen to them. In fact, after so many hours spent thinking about this topic and looking at how MMOs have changed over time, I have to wonder if the root cause of the genre's problems might actually have come from listening to players too much. Basically, just don't listen to feedback. People suck. Then again, if you don't listen to feedback, I guess you wouldn't listen to anything in this video, making all this pretty pointless. Huh. Why am I making this video? MMOs kind of suck.
This is insane, man.
Elden Ring sold 12 million copies in just 17 days, making it one of the best-selling games of all time. It received a score of 96 on Metacritic, making it one of the best reviewed games of all time, and while it may not have happened yet, it's hardly a bold prediction to say that Elden Ring will win the majority of Game of the Year awards for 2022, and maybe even more honours beyond that. This is a level of success that is undeniable. Elden Ring is easily one of the most successful new IPs in gaming history, and if you measure success by both critical and commercial metrics, you could argue it is the most successful. This game's legacy shall be writ in gold, and it will leave its mark on the industry for many years to come. And Elden Ring is a good game. From Software have established themselves as perhaps the best developer of the modern era, and they are on an incredible run of producing hit game after hit game in a time when so many other big names have become more notable for their failures than successes. And I love From Software, but I still found Elden Ring to be disappointing. That may not sound all that remarkable. After all, you can't sell millions of copies without making a few people disappointed. But it's not just that I didn't enjoy my time with this game quite as much as I was hoping, but instead that I think From Software have lost their way and forgotten what once made their games so special. In fact, I think the player base might have done the same, and strange as it might sound, I even think the player base might be partly to blame. This video has 3 main sections, focusing on the open world, the difficulty, and the story. And the name of both sections might give you an indication of what they'll be about. Still, I can't promise that every point raised within this video is completely unique. This game has been out for a while, and I'm sure a lot of people have said a lot of things. What I can say is that the main argument I'm making is not something I've heard anyone else voice, and yet to me, it feels like something that needs to be said. Now, you don't have to watch this video. I've been upfront about what it's about, and I think people should make up their own opinions on games, and that people should think for themselves. Although, I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler. Speaking of spoilers, there will be plenty for Elden Ring, as well as several for Dark Souls and some minor references to other From Software games. And with that out of the way, let's get into it. I don't want to give the impression that I hate this game, so before getting into my main criticisms, it seems only fair to acknowledge some of the ways Elden Ring is superior to other From Software titles. In many ways, Elden Ring is like Dark Souls, but rather than taking its familiar formula and trying to polish it to perfection, Elden Ring instead seems to be about exaggerating it to grandness. This game is huge. Previous titles weren't small, but Elden Ring still manages to dwarf them, while consistently impressing with its unrivaled sense of grandeur, which is supported by the game's art style, soundtrack, enemy design, map size, architecture, weapon variety, boss quantity, and more. And ultimately, this ends up being one of the main qualities that gives Elden Ring its own identity. Dark Souls and Demon Souls had much more grounded settings, and their specific flavour of fantasy was overwhelmingly dark. But Elden Ring is more high fantasy, and its use of rich, vibrant colours alongside diverse locations with an often imposing sense of scale is, at its best, absolutely jaw-dropping, and it is often at its best. Some might argue that other games are more graphically impressive on a technical level, but to me, overall graphical fidelity means little when compared to a game's art direction, and in this aspect, Elden Ring might be the most visually impressive game I have ever played. Exploring this world feels like stepping into a painting, but unlike a painting, it also offers the player freedom to go wherever you see. From Software have always excelled at creating impressive sights, but this is the first time players aren't artificially limited by the edges of the game's levels. You can go anywhere. Your journey is fully seamless, and when you do get to one of the game's denser, more traditionally structured locations, you always have a sense of how each one fits into the world, enhancing their contextual meaning. To go alongside this freedom to explore, Elden Ring also provides the player with more tools than ever before. The star of the show is the familiar stamina-based combat system, and this is still a very combat-focused game, but within this combat, the player now has more options, and no playstyle seems to have been completely overlooked. Shield users get guard counters to provide a new offensive option, dual wielding returns with its own dedicated attack animations, jumping offers new offensive and potentially defensive combat actions, Spirit Ashes offer a strong enhancement for anyone who doesn't want to tackle all the game's challenges alone, a stealth system now exists and can sometimes be useful, enemies including some bosses can be stance broken, giving the player a chance to critically hit them, and providing a reward for player aggression and using heavy attacks. Ashes of War give individual weapons greater flexibility and allow for more experimentation, while providing non-magic users some flashy magic-like abilities to spend FP on. Magic users themselves have more spells to play around with, and everyone has more weapons to choose from. There's also a horse. There are some balance problems, of course, but this is objectively the most complex and diverse the combat in this series has been, and as this is such a long game with so much combat in it, more options are always a positive. As for the horse, it provides a new way to approach combat encounters in the open world that is surprisingly successful. I say surprising because the track record for pre-existing series successfully adding mounted combat is quite frankly appalling, and I don't think many would have expected the Souls-like stamina-based combat to prove an exception to this, and yet From Software have pulled it off remarkably well. Torrent feels responsive, maneuvering in combat isn't overly restrictive, and overall this adds a new option for players that feels suitably balanced. Mounted combat can feel rather unpredictable, but in some ways I think this works in its favour. In effect, you trade defensive reliability for mobility, while still getting to keep your high damage. This means Torrent becomes a great option for fights where mobility is particularly important, like against dragons, or for fights where you just don't really respect the enemy's offensive capabilities. And if you do want to play it a little safer, or you're just up against more dangerous opponents, the player still has an incentive to dismount and tackle them on foot, where you have your full array of combat options. So, as a way to balance mounted combat, forcing the player to sacrifice defense seems the best option. If you instead had to sacrifice damage, it would just make mounted combat boring, and if there were no drawbacks, players would rely on mounted combat too much, to the point where gameplay would be less varied. The "Are you sure?" pop-up message that defaults to no for resummoning Torrent in combat was a strange choice, but in the grand scheme of things, mounted combat is a resounding success. And so, with more tools at your disposal and more content ahead of you than ever before, Elden Ring becomes this near, never-ending adventure that takes you through countless stunning vistas that are always accompanied by the strong combat system. And I can respect that. This game didn't need to be this big, and that size does lead to some drawbacks, but it also makes Elden Ring stand out, and there is something special to a game that just keeps going, that whisks you away to this whole other world and gives you so much content that you're able to completely lose yourself in the experience. Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to enjoy that experience, that wasn't quite what happened. Going open world is nothing new. For big budget games, the 2010s may have been the decade of the open world, with many of the best-selling and most highly reviewed titles being as such, and with many of the biggest and most acclaimed franchises becoming open world. So at this point, going open world feels a bit like jumping on the bandwagon, and many people have come to be critical of this trend. And then, in comes Elden Ring, and now apparently open worlds are changed forever. Elden Ring has ruined, no, destroyed all other open worlds. Elden Ring has revolutionized the genre. Welcome, comrade, this is the revolution. Now grab your phone and smash that like button on Twitter, because that's how we do revolution in 2022. Take that, Ubisoft. Revolutionizing the open world genre. That would be pretty impressive, if it were true. Really though, Elden Ring's world is the same open world we've been seeing for years. It's designed in the same way, and it has many of the same flaws. Outside of the unique setting, there are only two things which set Elden Ring's world apart from those so many people criticize. The first is good combat, which is not revolutionary, but it is important. Most open world games, regardless of how large their land masses might be or how many side activities they try to cram into them, are still combat-heavy games, and therefore, the better the combat, the better the open world. Elden Ring has good combat. It's like Dark Souls 3, with some extra bits, and that's a hell of a lot more enjoyable than most games manage. But it's not revolutionary. The other thing that sets Elden Ring's world apart is the lack of map markers, pop-up notifications, quest logs, and checklists. Elden Ring's exploration is much more intrinsically driven than most others in the genre. You are still rewarded for exploring, much like in other From Software games with the usual equipment, consumables, and upgrade materials, and as the game is challenging, it means upgrades feel useful. But in most ways, the reason you head out into the world and explore is because it's fun. You aren't doing things because a map marker or side quest is telling you to, you're doing it because you want to. You want to see what's over the horizon, what enemy awaits you round the next corner, and where the next stage of your journey will take you. This is more immersive, as there are less video gamey elements getting in your way, and it's more freeing as you're making decisions for yourself without the developer's hand constantly guiding you. Basically, Elden Ring has faith in the player that you'll be able to find things on your own, and it has faith in itself that the experience of playing the game is enough of a reward without adding additional extrinsic metrics on top to try to heighten your sense of accomplishment. And this is an improvement. It is insane how many open world games are so extrinsically driven and try so hard to signpost all of their content. There is clearly a problem with this genre. It is a disease, these games are sick, they have lost their mind, these elements aren't needed, they never have been, and hopefully this will actually improve now that Elden Ring has so clearly shown that if your game is actually fun, then all these constant markers and notifications do is get in the way of that. And if you think that is revolutionary, then fine, you are no comrades of mine, but I will begrudgingly respect your different opinion. But this isn't anything new, because older open world games also lacked these elements, and so do certain modern open world games, and this is all just one step in the right direction. Because really, the only thing you'd need to do to turn Elden Ring's world into a Ubisoft one is to add in map markers for its repeated side activities, like the ruins, caves, mines, catacombs, everjails, churches, erd trees and world bosses, that would then unlock when you pick up pieces of the map. And then add some way to track your progress that gives you bonus runes for completing things, and voila, you have Ubified Elden Ring. Because the world itself isn't designed differently, it just doesn't include the markers and checklists. This is still a big, pretty to look at world, full of open space and evenly placed side activities inserted to make the world feel full of content and give players lots to do. Elden Ring is just a bit better at disguising this same structure. So what's the problem, you might ask? I did just say better after all, and in a comparison between Elden Ring and Assassin's Creed whatever, I'd happily be on Elden Ring's side. But that's not what I feel Elden Ring should be compared to, and compared to some of From Software's other games, Elden Ring's open world is lacking in certain ways. For example,
To the grind again. Hate this shit so much. Me too. Buffs, please. Valve's killing Slop. Alright, let's watch this one.
I always go live on Twitch first, just to make sure everything's working okay, and then I click go live on YouTube a bit after. A better company's running it now. Man, that Paragon game, I remember playing it years ago. It must be. Let's see. I covered it on my channel years ago. Let's see if I can find it. It's got to be 7 or 8 years ago, and it never really popped off, did it? But I really enjoyed it. I remember when I played it. 80 years ago. Man. Like, if I remember correctly, this was a positive first... Oh, wait, hang on. You can't even see it. If I remember correctly, this was a positive first impressions. 8 years ago. Oh my god. I've been doing this way too long, haven't I?
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to be...
Hang on. I think I was a very different person 8 years ago. Right.
Damn.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to be playing a new MOBA that's recently gone into early access called Paragon. This game seems to be quite similar to Smite and was made by Epic Games in Unreal Engine 4. So let's jump right in and see if this is a game worth playing. So this is where you select your hero. Currently
good old
there's 14
days.
heroes in...
I was so much more optimistic about all the games back then. I was so like... I don't know, I was like so unjaded.
Yep.
What happened? Hang on, I think I'm gonna have to bring up YouTube chat separately. It's not displaying it. Hang on. Out the chat. Is the YouTube chat not appearing on the screen or something? I keep having this problem. I haven't been able to fix it. YouTube chat not working on multi-chat. Bizarre. Pop out chat. There we go. Oh, okay, now it's working. I see it. Sweet. Okay, so welcome for the people joining on YouTube. Today we're going to be reacting and talking about the MMO genre as a whole, trying to find some good upcoming games, and just chilling out with a coffee, trying to make a list of upcoming MMOs to look forward to, put some dates down, check out some trailers, all of that stuff. Let's see what we've got. So first I want to check out Force Gaming's video. It's titled A Decade of Bad MMOs. I love Force's content, and I think his thumbnail game is absolutely S tier. If you like look at Force's thumbnails, they're so good. Like the yellow with the white text, the font. I think Force has probably like some of the best, the most clean thumbnails out of all the MMO creators. So let's check out this one. A Decade of Bad MMOs.
Us MMO fans know all too well, it's disappointment. Frankly, looking back on the last game.
Yeah, disappointment, 100%. That's one word to summarize the genre and how everyone feels about it.
Decade of the genre, it's been mostly one letdown after another. We have had a few games stand out from the crowd and make a name for themselves for sure, but otherwise there have been far more failures than successes in this corner of the games industry. I think mostly I'm just disappointed at how stagnant the genre has felt over these last like 10 or so years. So stagnant in fact that a bulk of the most popular MMOs today are the exact same ones that were the most popular 15 to 20 years ago. It's like nothing.
Yeah, so World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, old school RuneScape, although that game's actually like grown in popularity. ESO is still quite popular. What else? Guild Wars 2. Whenever you do like a top 10 MMOs video, I think every top 10 MMOs video for the past 10 years has had pretty much the same games on it.
Thing has changed and there's been a little advancement, which just
yeah, BDO has been like fairly consistent on those lists as well.
Blows my mind, if I'm being honest. The MMO genre was trucking along through the 90s and early 2000s. We saw quite a lot of diversity in these games, with some great advancements from one to the next. Then, of course, World of Warcraft hit the scene in 2004 and broke into the mainstream. Yes, sure, the general public vaguely knew about games like EverQuest prior to that, but that was mostly through news reportings about how evil the game was. But when WoW hit, MMOs finally like arrived into the public's consciousness as like a thing that people knew lots of other people enjoyed. The genre continued steaming forward from there. We saw quite a few MMOs released between 2004 and 2010. In fact, I still to this day remember those early to mid 2010s very fondly, when WoW was arguably at the time at its peak and everyone else was looking to grab a portion of that audience.
I tell you what, the best time to have been an MMO RPG content creator would have been from 2004 to about 2012, 2013. It seemed like every year from 2004 to 2013 there was so many games coming out. It was constant. A lot of them didn't survive, of course, but from a content creation point of view, I think...
What is this?
There's been a situation. This game right now,
this game.
at this very moment,
no,
has
Soulframe is a new MMO-like style game from Digital Extremes that's been playable in closed testing for quite a few months now. This is the same company behind Warframe, so a lot of people have high hopes for this one, given the developer's track record. Unlike Warframe, Soulframe has a much more grounded feeling combat system. There's no double jumps, no sliding around like a space ninja. It plays much more like a Souls-like with the addition of various combos and abilities. Aside from that, the game has an incredibly unique theme, stunning visuals, cutscenes voice acted to AAA standards, as well as the whole crafting and looting gameplay loop where you plunder randomly generated dungeons for materials to become more powerful. There's no set release date for Soulframe at the moment, however the game has been in development for quite a few years already, so I personally expect to see this one in the not so distant future. Okay, so I guess we're creating our character from a baby. Oh, those are my choices. So I just kind of clicked the other thing without really realizing what it does. So we're picking our mum. Just choosing how your mum looks. Okay. Yeah, that threw me off because I'm not used to doing that in any games. Like, when do you choose what your mum looks like? Okay, I guess this is where we do our character customization. What the hell am I looking at? Virtues. So this is the attributes. Strength, bravery, resolve. Strength. Big damage. Okay. Pact. Armor. You are shielded from strikes. This sounds kind of cool. Tempest. To be honest, Tempest sounds pretty cool, and that actually changes my arm. Let's go with Tempest. And 3 weapon choices. This one. Look at the stats.
I just want a brooch, and then I'll be happy with that.
That's everything. Looks good. Okay, soul frame. Let's see if it's any good. Is this in some alpha? It's in like a closed alpha at the moment. Okay, press tab to pass into. What the hell? Wait, let's see. Can we do field of view? Field of view, yeah. 69's the max. Why is everyone spamming nice? Guiding sparrow, press G. So we're going to follow this sparrow. These, I'm guessing they're enemies, okay. So right click is like a block. Pressing alt locks me on. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Let's head in this direction, I guess. Let's see what happens if I press M. Okay, so this is the map. Is this one big open world? I like the user interface is very clean. There's really not a whole lot of clutter. So shift is sprint, and you can tap shift as well for like a little bit of a dodge. But it's not a dodge roll, it's like a... Oh, double click shift. Got it. That's weird controls. The bird wants me to go this way. Follow the bird. This game's making my computer sound like a vacuum cleaner, by the way. And we've found a ghost. That's creepy. He's got a ghost baby on his shoulder. It looks like he wants to give me this, but I don't know how to pick it up. Genuinely no idea what it wants me to do. Absolutely no idea, I'm clueless. Fucking bizarre start to the game. So we need to find a quill. Okay, so now we're outside. The bird now has us finding things. Okay. Let's try using an ability.
I just need one,
number
dude.
One.
One.
It's like flame damage. Haven't unlocked a number 2 yet. Rank up. Clasp 4. Okay, we've got the soul and quill. Now we can go back to the tower. Your ancestor has passed into the Nightfold, right? Bunch of XP, rank up. To Dermac, enter the Undercity. Now we got an underground passageway. Let's go this way first. This looks like the obvious passage. Feels very different to Warframe. Oh, to assign your points, you go here. I forgot about that. You have to go to the tent. I feel like this game would probably feel a lot better on controller. So it seems like you just kind of focus on killing the enemies. It doesn't seem like there's too much stuff to actually loot. That's fucking hell, rockfall. That's pretty cool. She got killed by a mage, I guess. Okay, so when you die, this is what happens. You turn into a bird. Space to seek your fallen frame. Huh. Oh, fucking hell. I guess you've only got a limited amount of time to do that. I'm trying to figure out what the gameplay loop is because it's not super obvious at the moment. Like, I'm not sure if I should be looking for treasure chests or things to loot. I have no idea what to expect, so let's bear with it before casting judgment. 2 pathways here. Oh, we have found some loot. Squinching acid. Maybe I should be smashing these containers. Maybe there's treasure in the containers. The camera's pretty wild, isn't it, in combat? The camera's all over the place. Camera's going nuts. Oh. And then I press it again. Oh, okay. So if I hold right click to aim and then I press middle mouse button, I can throw the spear. That's kind of cool. Let's try it. Big throw. Nice. Ooh, second one here. Fucking hell. Are they going to follow me down? I guess they can't use ladders. Those mage attacks are wild. The heal. Ouch. Combat takes a bit of getting used to, but I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Let's press M. Oh, we can actually see the size of this dungeon thing. And I'm assuming all of these are enemies because they're moving. So maybe the goal is to go through these dungeons, kill all the enemies, and then something happens at the end. I wonder if there's some kind of jump attack. Can we fall down? And I don't think there is. There should be. Let's try jump. I don't want to talk about that at all. Oh, we got an execute off there. What's this? Do we need to smash this? We do. So these things generating the smoke, we need to smash. And can I throw? I can. And that gives me loot. Okay. Spawn on top, has it? Also, you can do backstab executes. Got it. I'm just hoping that there's more weapon combos and attack combos. A little bit more depth to the combat. Because early on it does seem a little bit one-dimensional, but then again I might be missing the progression. That might come with levels up. Treasure chest. Surely it's got a boss fight, no? Fragment discovered, 2 out of 4. And that was it. No boss fight. No, surely there's a boss fight though. Can we go back? Did we miss the boss? Ah, suppose we fell down and there's no way of going back. Okay. So once you go through that final door, that's it. Let's fight this dog. Robot dog. Oh, it's level 14. Can we kick it? Kick the dog. Get kicked.
No.
Get back here, you little fuck. So you attack his armor and he runs off? Nah. Get back here. What about this random camp in the world? What level are they? Level 13s. I wonder if this game has like dynamic leveling. Everything seems to have leveled up quite a bit. Oh, camera locking. Sometimes the camera locks onto the wrong enemy. Get a motion sickness from the camera. A lot of people are saying that. Right, let's see if we can do anything to the camera. Look for camera shake. Shake. Enable screen shake. Okay. Let's turn that off. Okay, no more screen shake. Oh, I've also got loads of XP here and lots of levels. See if there's anything we can level up now. And we have some points to spend. I guess we're just gonna max out this one. Combat arts. So this is your weapon. Polearm. So these
Goodness gracious, man.
You've got shield, long blade, bow, dagger, and polearm. I don't think there's any more. And each of these weapons has its own.
My goodness gracious! It won't give me a freaking brooch.
Is there anything I can do with the packs? I can upgrade.
I just want a brooch, man.
Lightning strike. Pound the earth with meteoric force.
Freaking tired
to
of
hold
this.
that down. That spends it on lightning strike. And there's 3 other orbs that have appeared below that. So I'm guessing you can further upgrade it. Oh fucking hell. Oh my god, the game's frozen hard. I clicked on this lantern and it's put me in a cutscene. I might be dead by the end of it. What a bizarre theme. Oh. Thanks, cutscene. Go back to the Nightfold and find the ancestor. This blue orb, I mean, that was really difficult to see, to be fair. That was easy to miss. So, this is from the ghost that we retrieved the quill for. So I guess to expand your base and get new features, you do things for these ancestors, then they provide you with services. We're good to leave now. Oh wait, what? Idris awakens. What the hell is going on? Okay, so that's just a cutscene that appears as I go back to the mainland. Just look at the visuals at night time. Oh wow. That's pretty cool. So this lantern is red. I've only ever seen the blue lanterns, so maybe this gives me special loot. Oh. Was this a trap? I think we're trapped. Fall into a trap. Okay, not this. Lightning, big damage. You can animation cancel your attacks, so I appreciate that. Like, I can start my swing, and then I can instantly cancel it if I feel like I'm about to be attacked. So that's very nice. Are we gonna get a pet dog? Oh, never mind. I mean, I was hoping we could be friends. What's that sound? Get me out of here. What is this? Is that what?
We waited to get that out for days.
This thing's quite cute. We got another delve here. It's our next little dungeon. So as you can see, because like this thing's closed, it's now like generating a dungeon. These are procedurally generated, as far as I'm aware. Hold Alt and left click to use the gold blinking bar. Okay. I'll do it on an enemy. Maybe it's like an ulti or something. I don't know. Spectral sight. Ooh. What happened there? What? We just got a fire sword. Ooh. Ooh. The sword combat feels good. That feels better than the polearm combat. Oh, you have to hold it and it zaps things like this. Got it. Okay. Big damage. It's like a chain lightning as well. That's pretty cool. 2 new ancestors joined in Nightfold. Let's chat to this guy. So what's this? Weapons, packs, and knives. This is new. Okay, make a pact with a toad. If I get an opportunity to use a different weapon, to switch to sword, I will do that. It seems like I'm kind of locked into the polearm choice for a while at the moment, though. Oh, is that a fucking spaceship coming down in the distance? Let's head towards that. Right, so now let's use my chain lightning zap. Oh, that's fun. What? The dog just came by and helped me out. That was cool. Oh, are we gonna be friends?
Snap your guts out like no human.
Heh. I feel like this wolf is gonna be our companion later on. It's just a matter of time. Fully charged heavy attacks. I'm not even sure how to do a heavy attack, to be honest. Let's go with this one. Oh, heavy attack is middle mouse button. Like that. Okay. In hindsight, the game really should have told me about the heavy attack as part of the new player experience, because having it on middle mouse button, as a hold middle mouse button, that's not logical. Like, when do you ever hold middle mouse button? What's this? I need to go here. 451 451 451 451. That's interesting. Seems like a big theme of this game is interacting with animals, saving animals, protecting animals. I'll take damage standing in this alien shit. Realistically, you're probably going to get super AIDS. This is a cool aesthetic, isn't it? Subdue the Torment Stag. So this could be my first boss fight. Lady Diora, okay. What's my weapon? Grab the spear. Grab it, pick it up. Fucking, I had to press middle mouse button, okay. Wait, now we can start the boss fight. Okay. Zaps. Sit down.
What are you doing?
What? Did we just capture her soul or something? Ooh. 451. Again. Second time lucky. Is that her as an uncorrupted? Have we like decorrupted her? Is this her as a young girl? This game's so fucking cool. Shivers, dude. Actually shivers. Wow. Pact of the Deer. Bro just fucking headbutts us. That was super cool. And I love this minimalist UI design. Like, I've defeated the boss, and like, there's just no UI because there's no need for it. Vision received Regalia of Rude. Is that new gear? Vision received Garen Rude. Okay, let's go back to base and see what I've just unlocked. You unlocked armor that you can craft once you unlock the blacksmith. Ah, okay. So that's stuff that we can make later. Having heavy attack on the middle mouse button by default is awful. Because it cancels the heavy attack randomly. And it takes out the orb. Stop. Fucking hell, I need to rebind that key. Need to rebind throw and recall to fix the bug issue. Heavy attack, boom. Yeah, heavy attack's not bugged anymore. Rebinding that fixed the issue. I'm just gonna go around kicking people for a bit. Kick all the enemies in the nuts. How about this guy? Get fucking kicked, mate. Get fucking teeped. Flying teep. Teep him to death. You actually can as well. Fucking hell, my name's Tuanchai. Carry home the blacksmith's helm. Oh, fucking hell, bro. You scared the shit out of me. Peaceful little stroll, following a bird. The bro just pops out. Here it is, blacksmith's home. Hopefully we can craft ourselves some new weapons soon. I mean, she's no Gemma, but she'll do the job, I suppose. Okay, into the Nightfold. Fragment discovered 3 out of 3. Okay. So, apparently I can craft this upgraded spear, but can we change weapons? Requires bond 3. So to craft some of these things requires different bond levels. So I can't craft anything else right now.
seek my replacement.
It tells you your progress on the things that you're crafting here. These are materials you collect from dungeons. Okay, what's this? Let's play Regatta. Oh, it's some kind of in-game mini-game. All of the game is to get all of your pieces to the white slots. Okay. Oh, sit down. I think I understand this game. 1, 2, and if I roll a 3, then I win. GG. What do I get for winning? I've learned how to play a new board game. It's a pretty cool one, to be fair. I like that. It's quite logical. Oh, we unlocked the third ability. I didn't even notice. Let's test that out. So if I press Alt +3, it should give me a shield. Yeah. Right, so the enemy's glowing. Someone says press Alt. Yeah, it sucks the energy. Okay. Okay, next dungeon. Oh, this one attacks fast. Jesus. Speed on that. I like that some of these dungeons are like, they give you a bit of an open world illusion. They're not all caves. I appreciate that. Oh, that's a monster. I didn't even see it was a monster. I thought it was a bit of environment. I thought this mob was a lamppost. I didn't actually see that this was a mob. I thought it was a fucking lamppost. One thing I wish the game had, which I'm not sure if it does later on with further progression, is a down attack. It does use strong attack. Okay, let's try it. Oh, that's better. Fucking hell. Sometimes the targeting's got you fucked up. Like there, I was trying to attack in a certain direction, but the lock failed, so I was attacking completely the wrong way. What the hell? A boss just randomly popped out, Nimrod.
Dude, I just want a freaking
so
item.
Look at the floor, and there's like a
Just
lightning attack that starts telegraphing. Yeah, okay, we'll try again. You
This
can't
is it.
damage him yet. You're meant to be downed. Oh, that was a little bit odd, like needing to die like that. Oh, hello. Another ancestor. Hold C to view all elixirs. Also, I've unlocked another one. How'd well.
It's just a game, it's not a review or something. It's not a... I just want a...
Hello, friendos. What up? Welcome back. I didn't think I'd be making another Caspian Chronicles of Valeria video for quite a while, as I only made one a couple days ago, and that's usually a once per quarter, you know, very sweet treat. But then somebody messaged me and I checked out the post. Caspian was talking about releasing his financials. Now obviously this has been brought up before, and that was the point I brought up in the other video, that if he did say he was going to do it, why doesn't he just do it? I don't know if people have been hounding him for this in his DMs or whatever, because obviously there's no public discourse whatsoever since that all got closed after he shuttered the studio, but didn't really, allegedly. Or whether he watched my video. Maybe he does, maybe he's a big fan. I'm personally a big fan of him. But basically, right after I posted that video, or maybe you know, a day later or something, he started talking about releasing the finances. Now, there is a problem with this, in that this is not a you know, third-party, fully audited financials or whatever. This is not an accountant going in, looking at his books completely for the beginning till the end, and then releasing it with his permission.
Fuck, man,
and saying, you know, based on our reputation,
I just need one.
This is all factually true, and us being able to check it. It's just Caspian posting whatever he wants, and stuff that you would obviously want to know, as it is your money, not his, because the public essentially gave him all this money. So being secretive about how it's spent, to me personally, is a little bit, you know, off-putting. But we're going to go through it anyway, and we'll see. Maybe there's some hidden gems in here, some really interesting tidbits. So welcome to the third in my new series of developer journals. These developer journals aren't about Chronicles of Valeria or Kingdoms of Valeria. Instead, they're about me. They're about Soulbound Studios and myself, the challenges and struggles we have faced and the lessons we have learned. So unlike the COE development updates, which are intended for backers and community members, these developer journals are primarily targeted at anyone interested in the game industry or running a business. Yeah, I said this in the last video, but I guess maybe you can impart some wisdom on people of someone who abjectly failed and basically repaid none of the trust that people placed on you, or the $8 million odd that they gave to you to make something, and then just haven't. But then again, since I did bring up obviously the financials, and then we're getting, you know, some of the financials, if I bring up repeatedly again, Caspian, why don't you let people play the game that you've apparently spent, you know, 6 years developing or whatever? Maybe he'll let somebody, and then maybe we'll see what he actually made over that time, and where those $8 million actually went in terms of a product. I'll bring that up every video. I have done now for about 1.5 years, and you know, still nobody's seen any of the gameplay or touched the game, or he's not loaded up a live stream and showed anyone the game. But maybe one day we'll get there, you know, eventually. So most topics will be about leadership, funding, financing, company culture, etc. Of course, I occasionally do a deep dive into technical jargon when the mood strikes. Love those personally. Completely avoid them, of course. In the last month's developer journal, I did a reasonably thorough review of the learnings and struggles I've experienced in the previous 3 years since letting go of the majority of our development team, and communicating to our backers that we were temporarily suspending development while we found a new path forward that didn't involve crowdfunding. If that interests you, check out the link above. Was this the one we went through where he just talks about books? Yeah, this is the one where Caspian said he doesn't give a fuck anymore, and then talked about reading loads of books, which is fantastic, really. I don't remember him in that, but maybe I skipped it, talking about, you know, when he accidentally said he was shuttering the studio, and then said he wasn't, and that was something he said by accident. But who knows? In this month's blog, Delis wanted to give current and future business owners, particularly game developers, an understanding of the actual and hidden costs of running a small game studio, average 17 employees. Very few such breakdowns exist, so I hope
I hate this thing, dude.
Yo. If you
I just need one drop, dude.
Find this information helpful.
Just give
Don't
me
hesitate
one.
to contact me on Discord under the name Caspian,
Holy.
via email at blah blah blah, or via LinkedIn. While Soulbound Studios is always run on the lean side, I'd love to hear whether these numbers coincide with your experience. I'm also interested in hearing ways I can better utilize our cash flow in the future. Let's get to it. You've got no cash flow, mate. So Don't hesitate to contact me on Discord under the name Caspian, via email at blah blah blah, or via LinkedIn. While Soulbound Studios has always run on the lean side, I'd love to hear whether these numbers coincide with your experience. I'm also interested in hearing ways I can better utilise our cash flow in the future. Let's get to you've got no cash flow, mate. So I don't really know what to tell you about that one personally. So terminology, standard terms used in accounting, all mean slightly different yet related things. My goal is for this blog to be to do something other than require a degree in accounting to get value from it. So please allow me to simplify things a bit. Costs, asset, expense, expenditure. Oh my. While the above terms have different meanings in accounting, primarily based on the payment schedule or whether an asset has been consumed, this blog post shows the cost of running a game studio on average, including capital expenses when necessary to support employees. For this blog post, I'm not going to bother with semantics. I'll be using the generic term costs and expenses interchangeably to mean any money that was paid by Soulbound Studios over the 3 years, from 2017 till 2019, regardless of whether it was goods, services or taxes, fixed or recurring payments, with or without long-term depreciable value. If Soulbound spent money, it was a cost or expense for the purpose of this blog post. I wonder why he's doing it from 2017 until 2019, when obviously the company had money from people for longer than that, and the studio didn't even close until 2020. It's a little bit weird to leave that off, especially considering some of the points that people brought up, completely valid points by the way, and something I'd love to see addressed, is that Caspian ran a crowdfunding for Chronicles of Valeria the game. Like, it was like 10 days or something before saying, oh, we've ran out of money, we're closing up shop. And I'm fairly sure those people who put money in during that crowdfunding event did not receive a refund. Nobody's told me they have, so maybe they have, maybe I'm talking out my arse, but I've not seen anybody say that they got refunded during that period if they did give money, which is kind of odd, because where does that money go then? Because obviously at the time he said, we've run out of money, we're closing the studio, everybody's been fired, I've had to let them all go, it sucks.
Is it Tormac? Yeah, it's Tormac. Yo, just
Amazon sucks right now. Uber sucks right now. Netflix.
why modern? Were they better? Let's watch this.
Let's see if I agree with myself from 3 years ago. I have not watched this video in ages. My opinion has changed. My opinion has become more nuanced. My editing, I hope, has got better. My presentation in general has got better. Why modern MMOs suck and how to fix them. That's a very emotive title. Do modern MMOs suck? Are they bad? Was I just jumping on the hate bandwagon? Did I realize that most MMO players are jaded old veterans and just want to hate on everything? You know, think about the old days, that kind of stuff. Do they just hate it? Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and I love MMORPGs. I think they're one of the greatest gaming achievements in the last 20 years, and will continue to be a part of the gaming landscape for the rest of time.
My opinion there has not changed. I do still love MMORPGs. I think they're amazing, and they will be a part of the gaming landscape until the end of time. But have they changed? Have they changed? Some of you are sat there thinking, Josh, you paused the video 14 seconds in. It's a 22-minute video. We're going to be here a while. Look, all right? I need to make sure that there is absolutely no reason that you would watch this reaction over the original to make sure the reaction doesn't replace the original in the algorithm. It simply enhances the original. And that means we are going to go deep. Okay? Not like that, but God, clips already. There you go, Visa. There's your lunch. MMOs years ago were just EverQuest and Albion and Ultima Online. And then it was... then things happened, and now it's just Genshin Impact and all that kind of stuff. Director's commentary version. Pretty much, this is the director's commentary. First of all, I have not changed the font that I use in 3 years. And for anyone really concerned, for anyone who wants some deep Josh Strife lore, that font is called Sword Art Online, okay? It just is. I'm sorry, I actually had a series where I reviewed and critiqued Sword Art Online based on how good it would be as an actual MMO, and the answer is it wouldn't be terrible, but there's a lot of UI issues, and that entire series got copyright claimed by Sony Japan. So that's why you can't watch that anymore. Just so you know, there we go. Some deep lore for you. Let's keep going.
The ability to exist within and explore a consistent virtual world with millions of other people is a monumental achievement. And now we have more MMORPGs than ever.
Dude.
For some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to
You mean
include footage where the
broach,
Neverwinter
man.
assets just don't load.
Ranging from classical fantasy to interstellar sci-fi. Servers for every part of the globe. Games
Jesus, man.
Servers for every part of the globe except Australia. You guys don't get servers for any game. Okay? You don't. Not enough people in Australia play MMOs. You're not allowed them. When a company is making an MMO, they're like, where should we put the servers? Europe? Yeah, that'll do. America? Yeah, they need some as well. What about Asia? Yeah, okay, cool. Asia will work. What about Australia? No. No, you don't deserve it. You guys have to play with lag.
Changed into multiple languages. With all this advancement, you'd assume MMORPGs are going from strength to strength, only improving. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Are MMOs only improving, or have I just set up some kind of hook that's going to bring people in? That, in the business term, we call a hook. Now, I know that it's 47 seconds into the original video. We've got 20 minutes left to go, and we're stopping a lot. But just general poll in the chat, have MMOs improved or not in the last... I made this 3 years ago, so let's say 3 years. People say no. All right, I didn't expect that. I thought most of you would be playing New World, you'd be playing the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion. Yeah, I really thought more people would say yes to that. Have they improved? No, 61% of you were like, no, they've got worse. Everything's terrible. New World wasn't good on release, but it's kind of found a middling ground now. So, okay, cool. 61% of you say they haven't improved, thus proving me correct 3 years ago.
I've played MMORPGs my entire life. I've adventured through RuneScape, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, Runes of Magic, Terra, Neverwinter, Guild Wars
Rip Terror.
1 and 2, Aeon, Skyforge, and many more. I've seen years of advancement and gameplay changes that developers hyped and customers met with indifference.
Can we talk about hype and how it's just almost no one outside of the immediate circle of people who have created it care? Just release the content, and if it's good, it will do well. That's what it is. If it's good, people will hype it up when they get to play it. Don't hype something up before it exists.
I've seen player bases rise to the incredible heights of millions of accounts and hundreds of thousands of active players, and fall to the pitiful maintenance mode every dying MMORPG must go through before being shut down for good. But how has this happened? How can a genre so worldwide rise to such heights and then fall so intensely from grace? What is ruining modern MMORPGs? Well, after almost 20 years of playing them, I think I've finally found the answer.
No one has more confidence than a late to mid-20s white guy. I had all the answers. All of them. Every single one. Tell you what, when I started my YouTube channel 5 years ago, I'm like, why don't people know things? I know things. I'm going to share the things I know with people. I'm going to put this world correct. Then I spent some time on the internet, and I learned some things. Then I realized how much I didn't know. I didn't even know how much I didn't know. And now people come up to me and they're like, Josh, what do you think? And I'm like, I think I'm a complete fucking idiot who is just about scraping by in this life, who may have some opinions that might or might not be wrong or right. I don't know. I just want to have a cup of tea and play RuneScape, man.
Let me explain.
Ever cringe at those tricky...
I am not paying for YouTube Premium, alright? I'm not doing it.
I started off by scouring Reddit, gaming forums.
What a terrible way to start a sentence. I started my research by going to Reddit. Oh, dude. No. Oh, it's just what a terrible foundation to begin from. And now I hate everything.
And asking my friends or Discord chat what they remembered loving about MMORPGs, what their favourite memories were, those never-to-be-forgotten adventures they warmly reminisce about. And even though I received hundreds of different stories, they all had several core themes. Let's take some examples and see if you can work it out. These extracts are from other MMORPG fans reliving their favourite memories.
I genuinely enjoyed doing this bit of the video because I basically said, right, everyone thinks MMOs RPGs are getting worse. Why don't I go to people and be like, hey, what's your favourite memory? And everyone, when you ask them what they actually love about them, they've got so much stuff they love. But when you say, hey, tell me about MMOs, you just get negativity. Absolute loads and loads and loads of negativity.
2007 was peak RuneScape for me. Me and my mates used to hop in this Skype chat we had every night after school and all do our own thing. Some of us fished, some trained Slayer, and some just stood around trying to merchant and sell things. But every night before we logged off, we'd meet up and go kill a boss for an hour or two. It wasn't great money because there were so many of us the loot split was awful, but we had the best time together.
When was the last time you did something in an MMO that wasn't efficient? What was it? I mean, as silly as that sounds, I used to genuinely have this idea of, it was beautiful. I would get home from school, we had this Skype chat going for like 2 years, it never even closed. There were so many people in the Skype chat, it never hung up. It would get so laggy, but we would keep trying to do it. When was the last time you logged onto a game, did something, and you knew that it wasn't efficient? Because, as they said, the creator of SimCity once said, given enough opportunity, a player will optimize the fun out of a game. Have you ever sat down to play a game, and within about half an hour to an hour of playing, if you're lucky, if you even get that far, you start to think, I should go on the wiki and work out the most efficient way to do this. Not the most fun way, not the most enjoyable way, the most efficient way. People seem to have this idea that when you sit down to play a game, if you do not make progress that either the game or the community as a whole recognize as progress, it has less value than you just playing the game for your own way. Have you ever been playing a game and made little progress and thought, wow, that was a waste of time? What a strange thing to think. What a strange thing to do, to sit down to enjoy your hobby and to do it in such a way that others may not see it as efficient, that the game may not see as efficient, that you may not progress through fast enough, and your first thought is, that was a waste of time. People seem to have this opinion, I've noticed it be more and more prevalent nowadays, that when playing a game, you must make progress, because playing a game without progressing is wasting time, but playing a game while progressing is not wasting time. And I think that might be because there are so many games available to us now that we want to play all of them. But we say to ourselves, hey, I'm not going to play that game until I've played this game. So playing the game you're playing now isn't just about slowing down and experiencing it, it's about completing it to get it out the way to allow something else to happen.
My guildies and I would stand around in the starting area and welcome any new account we saw being made, give them some basic items, and then follow them around for a while, making sure they were okay. Most of them would join our guild afterwards and loved how welcome we made them feel. We knew the tutorial was rubbish, so we had someone go and help them.
How many of you, after playing a game for a hell of a long time, decided, you know what, the progress that I'm making is now too slow, and the bosses that I'm killing are now, their drops are too rare, or you just finished whatever you feel comfortable finishing, and your thought was, I'm going to go and help someone else. I'm going to go and have them, and see them have the same love that I had. Have you ever fallen into that pit where when you try and help someone and they do something and you say to them, no, that's the wrong way, don't do it that way, do it this way instead, this way's more efficient? You can very much immediately optimize the fun out of someone else's experience. A lot of people helped me in Elder Scrolls Online. Some of you saying no, some saying yes. Have you ever wanted your friend to come and play an MMORPG with you, and as you were watching them struggle in the early game, instead of letting them go through the same struggles that you went through to develop the same love, you try to make sure they don't make any of the same mistakes or the same pitfalls? Ironically, preventing someone from making the same mistakes you made doesn't actually generate more love for the game. If anything, it just takes away an experience that they could have at one point have. I find it very strange. In MMOs, don't give new players a ton of items and money. And the reason that you shouldn't do this, in my personal opinion, is the vast amount of an MMO is the progression. It is the, I worked hard, I have been rewarded with this, which I can see makes my character better, faster, stronger. I can see my character has improved. My effort has been rewarded. If you just give people some of the highest level stuff or the best stuff in the game, they then ask themselves, hang on, why am I doing anything now? Why am I putting the effort in? Because the reward that I would get for putting the effort in, I have already got. Therefore, it's not a reward, it's just the same thing. You don't always make people feel better about an MMO by giving them everything from the start. The grind is sometimes the enjoyable part. Yep. And that feeling of putting hours of effort into something to then be rewarded with a better weapon, a better bit of armor, a better item, that item has weight. That item feels super important because you've gone through the journey to get it. This is another video, but when you remove the journey that you have to go on to get something, then that something actually has less emotional value to you because it's not connected to anything. It's emotionally empty. Whereas if you have to go on a journey to get something, it's emotionally full. Who, in World of Warcraft, got the Lucid Nightmare? That horse that you had to go on an incredible across the kind of continent quest to get. I was able to get the Lucid Nightmare. One of my absolute best memories within World of Warcraft is getting the Lucid Nightmare. I think it was fantastic. Right, let's keep going.
I'd stand in the trading tunnel in EverQuest for hours flipping items, buying low one side and selling high the other. You'd spot other people doing exactly the same thing and end up with an intense rivalry, always trying to type immediately after them so it pushed their chat up off the screen first.
Whoever had a rival in an MMORPG? And this only happens when a community can form and remain consistent. Because one of the things that don't get me wrong, I very much admire the fact that EverQuest has its mega server. I admire the fact that RuneScape lets you change home worlds whenever you want to, so it's easier to group up with people. But that freedom does also come with a price. It comes with the price of removing a consistent community. When you play an MMO and you see 5 people in a group or 10 people in a group, if you know that group can be formed of any combination of 5 from the entire game, you don't really feel a connection to any of those 5. I mean, how many of you have used Group Finder to run a dungeon or run a raid in any game, and then at the end of it, everyone's left, you didn't even remember people's names, you just mechanically went through a moment together, and then it's ephemeral. You'll never see them again, you'll never talk to them again. You might see them once or twice. But there's no connection there, there's no moment. It does take away that sense of community. And when people say to me that MMOs used to be about community, about playing together as a group, it was because you would see the same people repeatedly. I remember when I was young, when I was a teenager, we were playing RuneScape back when in like 2006 or something, and I was standing in a Clan Wars arena at RuneScape, and I just thought it'd be really cool to have an in-game rival. So I just typed in chat, looking for rival, and this guy called RuneXpel just replied saying, shut up. And I thought, perfect. I added him to my friends list, and for the next couple of years, we were rivals. Every time his clan was at Clan Wars, I would bring mine, we would fight, we would lose. We weren't as big, we weren't as geared. But oh man, if someone said to me, hey Josh, RuneXpel's at the Willows, I'm like, guys, willow trees now, we're taking them. Didn't even need willow logs. He may have seen it as harassment. I saw it as guild rivalry. He messaged me a couple of years ago, be like, you still playing? I'm like, yeah. He's like, shut up. Fantastic. He's kept that rivalry going for years. I appreciate that. But yeah, when you take away, or should I say, not when you take away, but when you add in the ability to mix the communities as endlessly as you want to, you do remove that structure that builds up around having specific communities.
Back in Neverwinter, if you wanted to do a dungeon with a friend who wasn't the same level as you had to actually travel to that dungeon within the world. No group finder. So we'd load up on supplies in the main hub city of Protector's Enclave and ride all the way to wherever we decided to go to. Sometimes lower levels would aggro the mobs in the higher level maps, and we'd have to waste our supplies just trying to keep them alive. But damn, it was good fun.
So that was in Neverwinter, when Neverwinter did have a group finder. And if you were all max level, I think it was either 60 or 70 at the time, what would happen is if you had 5 level 70 players, you could jump in the group finder and it would teleport you directly to the dungeon entrance. But if you had someone in your party who was level 50 or level 60, they couldn't use the group finder, but they could still enter the dungeon. So what would have to happen is you would have to run that person all the way through the dangerous area. And I quite like this. It's another design I like about Runes of Magic. Runes of Magic did not prevent you from walking into a higher level dungeon. Didn't stop you doing it. You'd die because a basic mob would just wreck you. And if your level was way too low, your experience would actually be leveled down to prevent people from power leveling you through it, but you could do it. And I admired that level of freedom. Yeah, someone in the chat says escort quest. It was almost like a real life escort quest to escort your low level friend all the way to a high level dungeon. I really admired that.
I remember trying to get into Runes of Magic years ago. The game had its issues, but the main problem was I couldn't find any advice online about how to do anything, or what certain NPCs or attacks even did. So I spent hours figuring it out and writing stuff down. I ended up with a little notebook next to my PC to check on whenever I couldn't remember.
Has anyone ever actually taken handwritten notes
Bro,
about an
I've been
MMORPG?
farming here.
And this used to happen in the
Jesus.
Meridian 59 days, this happened in the EverQuest days, this happened in the Ultima Online days, and what it would be is maps you couldn't just Google Images was terrible at the time, and you may not know all the shortcuts, and you might not know where to find all the items, so people would actually draw stuff, people would draw it on graph paper, people would note down conversation trees, people would note down how items interacted, people would note down mixing potions, and then you would share this information normally with an internet relay chat or with a forum. And I'm showing my age now, guys, but come on, who used forums back in the day? They were cool. And then everything became centralized, and now everyone just uses either Wikipedia or Reddit. Information itself used to be at a premium. Knowing things and having access to maps, having access to enemy strategies, having access to numbers. I used to know people who, when playing Neverwinter, would every single patch work out the most efficient use of power points or ability points to make overpowered classes and then actually sell that information. They'd be like, hey, this is the best way to make a barbarian in patch whatever of Neverwinter. If you want to know where I've put all of my points, PayPal me £5 or something like that. People did that. And I thought, okay, this is actually making information a valuable commodity because the sharing of information is not yet super easy for everyone. And once everyone is able to share the information super easily, then that knowledge is no longer rare and valuable and powerful and esoteric. It's now just, oh, everyone does that. People in the chat, I mean, World of Warcraft classes back in the day, special equipments, where to get it from. People would keep information to themselves or within their own guilds. You'd write it down. You'd have notebooks. I remember, I have a vivid memory. I used to play Morrowind as a kid, and I had a laptop, terrible old laggy laptop. I remember playing the Blood Moon expansion in Morrowind, which had snow graphics, and I would be playing it like a freaking PowerPoint. You know, it would be lagging and lagging and lagging. I'd see one frame every 2 seconds. But I had, remember the map that came with Morrowind? You know, the huge, big, you know, cool, the map of Vardenfell. I had that blue tacked on the wall next to me. I actually almost developed a crick in my neck because I would be playing on my laptop, glancing at the map. Laptop map, laptop map. I memorized how to get through Vivek. I memorized how to get from any place to any other place because I was staring at that map. But to me, that physical media was super useful. And I would write down spells. I would write down combinations. I had notepads of this stuff because I wasn't smart enough at the time to just Google it. I didn't know that you could.
And ended up telling other players everything that I'd learned. I have hundreds of stories like this from other players, but after reading them and trying to find the links, I realized something. There are two things MMORPGs did that made them great, and it's those two things that have been removed or reduced in a majority of modern games.
I genuinely cannot remember what those two things are, but what do we think they're going to be? The two things that obviously those stories had in common. The first one seems to be communication and community, and the second one seems to be playing inefficiently. That's what I would go for with this one. Doing something that's not specifically about progression and doing something that's about interaction with the community. That's where I'm going to go for with this one. I genuinely can't remember what I did.
1. They were not convenient. Convenience sounds like a good thing.
Didn't see that coming. Forgot about that. But can we extrapolate from that? They were not convenient. What's convenience in an MMO? Is it fast travel? Is it being able to have access to any information at any moment? Is it being able to look up anything? Is it being able to teleport exactly to the thing you're at? Because part of me as a kind of designer, I wouldn't call myself a game designer, but I've looked into the design ethics of it enough, is players want convenience. But is it one of those things where players want something because it removes a challenge that they're facing? But when you remove the challenge that they're facing, those players quickly realize that overcoming the challenge was its own reward. It unfortunately is, you think you do, but you don't. If you have to, do step A, B, C, D, E to get reward X, and people say, hey, I just want reward X, remove step A. Okay, cool. Now it's just B, C, D, X.
Fuck, man.
Okay, well, that's pointless. Remove step B as well. Okay, cool. B was a bit annoying. We removed that as well. Well, why not remove step C? Okay, yeah, C was easier. We've made it more convenient to skip through C. Eventually, it will get to a point where the reward actually has less value to players, both in-game monetary-wise and emotional and gameplay experience-wise, because the reward for what? What's it a reward for now? Is it a reward for just teleporting straight to the dungeon, using a guide to kill the boss and getting the drop 50 times an hour? Because previously it was a reward for doing something much more difficult. The easier you make access to a reward, you are diluting what that reward is.
And indeed, in many ways, it is a positive trait for something to have. But making something convenient isn't always an improvement. Let me give you an example to explain this. Imagine, at the top of a mountain, across a dangerous valley, hidden at the end of a raging river, only shown on a secret map held by a travelling trickster, sits a wise old sage, knower of many things. And this sage will share his knowledge with you. If you can find the trickster, take the map, sail the river, traverse the valley, climb the mountain, and ask him a question.
I think, ironically, we've literally just ended up with that example anyway. And this is an example I use for many people all the time.
Dude,
when you look at a lot of the legends of old, you realize that they were legends because the journey the main character goes on, or the journey the legend goes on, is a difficult one. And if you remove all of the challenges that person had to go on to achieve the reward or whatever they were trying to get, then suddenly the reward is worth far less and it's not as important anymore. Oh yeah, look, it's steps A, B, C, and D. What if people were like, you know what, hey, I don't want to climb the mountain, I don't want to cross the river, I don't want to find someone else, but I still want to meet the sage. Well, suddenly, meeting the sage is no longer epic. It's now easy. There's a perfect example someone just put in the chat. You don't want the journey to the task. You just want to do the task itself. But is the journey to the task part of the task? Is the journey to get to the difficult part actually part of the challenge overall?
Many try, few succeed.
That's an interesting one. Many try, few succeed. The easier you make something to do, the more convenient you make something to do, the more people can do it. Now, on one side, that's great. You want lots of people to experience your game. On another side, if the difficult part or the non-convenient part is the game, then removing this is changing your game experience. This is almost like the people who were asking for easy mode in Elden Ring. Elden Ring was designed to be a specific experience. This is the experience they want you to have. Now, I'm not saying that's a correct or, wrong game decision. That was the game decision they made, and I respect the fact they stuck with it. And when people say, hey, can we have an easy mode for this? Would adding an easy mode change what Elden Ring fundamentally is? How much can you change again? Is this like a weird Ship of Theseus argument? Like, how much can you change an experience and replace it with other bits before it becomes a different experience from what was originally designed?
And after years and years, the legend of the sage grows and grows until everyone has heard of him, but few have ever seen him.
Everyone has heard of him, but few have ever seen him. That's a rarity argument. Who played World of Warcraft? Ashbringer. Pretty badass. Pretty badass sword, that Ashbringer. You know what would definitely kill the perceived legendary status? Would be if everyone had one. It's totally okay to design an item or a weapon or a piece of armor that everyone can get access to. That's okay. But also make it difficult. Because as soon as everyone gets one, suddenly the value of each individual one gets diluted. I'm sorry to quote The Incredibles, I think it was Syndrome that said, when everyone's super, no one is. It's difficult to create the idea of legendary rarity when
Please,
it's actually not
just
legendary.
give me one, man.
Rare. If you want
This
to
is
create
so fucked.
a myth around something, it must remain mythical. You can't use the coding of mythical when actually it's very common. It's difficult without a doubt, but you're using words that bring about these emotions and experiences that infer it's much rarer than it actually is.
Now imagine if the same sage lived in the middle of a major city and there were tour groups taken to him every hour. The second example has exactly the same end point as the first, talking to the sage, but the journey to make it happen has been made much more convenient. Surely, this is a good thing, right?
It's also been monetized, but that is definitely a different discussion for a different day. Here's a weird thing. Have you ever found it very difficult to take something seriously when it seems displaced from its original location? And here's what I mean by that. Imagine you did go on a mythical journey. Imagine you did go on this globe-trotting adventure, and at the top of a mountain there was someone stood stoically in flowing robes, their wind whipping their hair back, and they looked mystical. They looked magical. And the entire scenario that you've been on, the environment that you're in, the journey you've taken, the hardships you've undergone, that actually increases the kind of mythical appeal of this person, of this deity that you've gone to meet. But if you were to take the same deity and stick them in the middle of Birmingham and, put them in the back of a pub somewhere and charge people £5 to go and see them, and they were just sat on a cheap IKEA sofa with a radio buzzing away in the background, suddenly, even though it's exactly the same person, you've changed the scenario that you meet them in, and it's less magical. It's less powerful, and this is where phenomenology comes in. My favourite word and my favourite bloody study. The fact that everything about an experience is part of the experience itself as well, including the situation and the emotional state that you find yourself in as a contributor or a member of that situation. You need everything to work with you. And unfortunately, when you make things more convenient to get to, you don't just remove the magic of getting to them. You remove the magic of having the experience, which adds up and stacks up and almost exponentially increases the completion of the task itself.
Well, yes and no. It's good because it makes the end goal easier to achieve, and it's bad because the end goal of anything is not where the experience and the adventure and the mystery actually lies. It is the journey to the end goal. The seeking of the map, the sailing of the river, the crossing of the valley and the climbing of the mountain. The difficulty present in achieving an audience with the sage was precisely what made the audience with him so damn impressive. It was the reward for the completion of a task, and reward is directly and inversely proportional to the difficulty of the task required for that reward.
Sometimes you do something really difficult and you get something in reward for it, and the thing you actually get has no monetary value at all. In many ways, it's just junk. But it's got emotional value attached to it, and it's almost got systemic value attached to it, because in order to get it, you must have done something. If someone does something really difficult and shows me a medal or a trophy or a bit of paper they got as proof of doing something, I'm not going to say, this is junk. This is worthless. It is 5 pence worth of melted cheap copper. It is a single bit of paper with some ink printed on it. It is, you can buy this from the local trophy store and have them engrave whatever they want on it. Because the value of that thing is not just the monetary value of the materials that's making it. It's the value of how you get the thing. When someone comes up to you and say, hey, here is an incredibly rare thing that only exists because we've only got a few of them and we're giving them out to people who complete a difficult task. Okay, cool. Can I go on eBay and buy one of these? Yeah, you can, but it won't have the same connection to it. And I think what this is this connects to the idea of difficulty. When someone gets an item or a weapon or a piece of armor in a video game, especially an MMORPG, there is a journey that someone has gone on to get that weapon or to get that item. And when other people see you with it, they understand that it is not just a weapon or an item or a piece of armor, it's a representation of the completion of a journey. It is the symbol that you have undergone hardship and succeeded, and that has value. When you make these symbols available without the hardship, it loses its impressiveness, it loses its luster. it loses its power as a symbol, because now it doesn't represent the thing it used to represent. And symbols by themselves have no power at all. Symbols are simply representations of concepts or things or ideas. When you see someone with a symbol that represents something impressive, you are impressed. When you see someone with a symbol that has no idea behind it, no connection, then you don't know what to feel. People do say, you're missing a big part of the equation, novelty. The journey isn't novel anymore, but the item is. That's a very interesting way of putting it. Kaz, so we are talking about the novelty. The journey isn't novel. That's very true. And I think a lot of people miss that, because when you play your first MMORPG, the process of running to a dungeon is new to you. When you play your 30th MMORPG, the process of running to a dungeon is not new to you. But the dungeon is different in both games. The task, the difficulty, the experience. Is a process in one game being different to a process in another? Is that the main point? Because if you have, Journey A, run for half an hour, do something difficult, and then Journey B, run for half an hour, do something difficult but different. The only difference in these journeys is whatever you do for A and B. The running part is the same. That's not unique. When you have, this is going to be difficult. Okay, what's difficult about it? You've got to do the same thing you've done in the last 30 games. Okay, cool. That's not novel. Difficulty being novel is an interesting, important concept. But if it's someone's first game, it's novel to them. If it's someone's first game and they don't have that half an hour run to the dungeon, they won't have that memory. You might have that memory from whatever MMORPG you played before, and your half-hour run to the dungeon made you think, corpse runs, I loved those. Everyone that went on a corpse run in EverQuest loves them. You ask them if they want to do it now. No, they don't want to do it now, because they actually remember that corpse runs take a hell of a long time without giving you a hell of a lot of gameplay. A lot of people seem to be incredibly nostalgic for the things that took a lot of time, and yet when you ask them to do those kind of things nowadays, they don't want to do it because they want to get to the gameplay. Of course, was that time taken to get to your corpse, was that gameplay? Was that part of the experience? Can you have an experience within an MMO that isn't necessarily gameplay? That's an interesting question.
Convenience makes achievements both easier to reach and meaningless to get. Every example I'd read out above lists a part of the game that was not convenient. The player drop splits not being personal, the in-game tutorial being useless, manual trading due to the lack of an auction house, being killed by mobs while travelling, or the lack of an up-to-date wiki.
Do you find that you have a lot of nostalgia for things that used to be difficult to do because you did them? But if presented with a situation where you are required to do something difficult, you don't want to do it now. You like the memory of having done it, but if you're like, hey, do you want to do it again? No. Do you have a good memory of this? Yeah, I enjoy it. I remember these times when me and my friends, used to spend hours being inefficient. Okay, cool. Do you want to be inefficient now? No. Because the memory is great. But when you say to people, why don't you do that again? Why don't you recreate that memory now and see how it feels now? Suddenly people realize, actually, I have a different mindset now. I have less time. I'm grown up. I have a job. I have kids to look after. Not me personally, but other people who have MMORPG histories have, different time commitments now. And while they remember having a great time being inefficient years ago, you ask them if they want to be inefficient now? No, they don't. It's very, very... It's almost sad that the fondest memories you have are the experiences that you don't want to have again. Because if you had them now, you wouldn't be able to enjoy them.
Convenience kills adventure. The easier you make something to achieve, the less impact and personal pride that achievement will carry.
Why didn't they just fly the eagles to Mordor? I mean, apart from the fact there are many actual reasons in the book, it would have been a crap story. There are moments when you have to look and go, because it
will convenience.
Don't want to have again. Because if you had them now, you wouldn't be able to enjoy them.
Convenience kills adventure. The easier you make something to achieve, the less impact and personal pride that achievement will carry.
Why didn't they just fly the eagles to Mordor? I mean, apart from the fact there are many actual reasons in the book, it would have been a crap story. There are moments when you have to look and go, because it makes a better story. That's fine. Not everything has to be absolutely 100% completely efficient. Sometimes it just makes a better story to do it that way.
So many of these castings.
That's fine. You're okay doing that. Why didn't they just tunnel underground to Mordor? Could have worked. Absolutely could have worked. Just fast travel. Yeah, fast travel to Mordor. Yeah. In fact, as long as Gollum's been in there before and now Gollum's in your party, you unlock the fast travel location. You just pop over there, throw it in. Convenience changes adventure. Convenience changes experience. Who here in the chat has ever been camping? Because comedy is just tragedy plus time. That's what it is. A good memory is sometimes a shit time that you try and, relive later. And I don't mean terrible as in like actual traumatic and hurt. If you've ever been camping, who's ever been absolutely rained out of their tent? Who is absolutely chucked it down, your pack's muddy, your shoes aren't fitting the road. You can't take your boots off when you go camping, because if you take your boots off, your feet swell up, and then when you try and put them back on, it hurts like hell and starts rubbing, and then after you've walked for an hour or two, your feet have shrunk slightly, your boots are flopping all over the place. It's not a good place. Who has had a, not bad, but a challenging, difficult experience with their friends, with themselves at the time, and then you look back on it now and go, oh man, that was a crazy adventure. You almost smile when you say about it. Oh, that was difficult. This happens a lot in military-style boot camps, and that is why a lot of the kind of Band of Brothers attitude exists, where you look back on the difficult times that you survived together and think, oh man, wow, that was difficult. We got through it together, though. It wasn't funny at the time. It wasn't even fun at the time. But you look back on it and you're like, oh man, they were the days. You might have hated high school, but then you get together with the one person that you got on really well with. You look back and you're like, oh yeah, we had some laughs at that. That is a difficult thing to do. There have been days when I needed to get the bus somewhere. I got the bus somewhere. I ran out of, cash. I had no money in my pocket. And I'm thinking, right, the next walk home is 3 hours across muddy fields. And you freaking hate it at the time. You're like, this is awful. I just want someone to pick me up and take me home. But then a couple of weeks later, you're like, you know what? That trek across the field was actually character building, soul searching. I like that. You've very much got to find this level. It exists between easy and life-changingly traumatic. This level of, it's not convenient, it's not even fun, it's challenging, but it's rewarding after you've done it. It makes you a better person for having the memory of having done it. It's a test of your own mettle. And games had that. And some games still do. But not all of them, because they take it away because people don't like it. It's a very, very difficult one to kind of quantify, to measure. But adversity absolutely builds character, without a doubt. But you need to find the level of adversity that you can struggle through. Comfort is the enemy of ambition, as they say. You can come up against a level of adversity, take it on, succeed, and become a better person for having succeeded. Imagine if you had a choice. You had to climb a mountain, but there's two ways you can do it. You can either hop in the car and have someone drive you up there, or take a week and actually climb that mountain. One of them is way more convenient, but that ignores the fact that it's not about the convenience. It's about the adventure.
Think about this in your own life. I'm sure you've done something in your life the hard way. The way others told you, don't do that, do this instead, it's easier. and you weren't quite able to explain to them it's not about it being convenient, it's about being an achievement.
Does anyone else on YouTube watch the channel Business Insider? Because they have a really interesting playlist called, I think it's either Still Standing or How Expensive. Still Standing is a really interesting one because it takes you through old handmade crafts and watching how artisans still make them. A lot of the Eastern episodes are fantastic, like, handmade katanas, handmade, amazing teapots, handmade this, handmade that. And I'm looking at them thinking, you know what? It really would be a hell of a lot more convenient if you could just have machines that do all this for you. But there is, and this is very important, there is a value to doing something slowly. There is a value to doing something in a difficult way because it is the process itself which imbues the final product with the spirit of the process that it went through. It's very hard to... Soul is, I suppose, the best way to put it. It actually is soul. Low down, I can't believe I'm in an actual Josh live stream, and now you're going to be in an actual Josh video. Congratulations, you've made it. Yeah, there's a beauty, a luxury about creating something through a process. And I'll give you an example in my own life. This is nowhere near as impressive as anything else, but when I make thumbnails for my YouTube videos, I don't have any presets. Even though I use exactly the same font, exactly the same text, and exactly the same style every single time, I do not have any presets that I use. I will manually load up. I use GIMP because it's a really good image manipulation program. And I will find a screenshot. I will screenshot it with Gyazo. I'll save that screenshot. I'll paste that screenshot in. I'll resize it exactly. I'll add in some text. I'll resize the text, even though I resize it to exactly the same size every single time. And then I will add in a little white border, little black border. I'll cut something out manually. You know, if you look at any of my thumbnails, they've always got like an image on the right-hand side, like a character or an item, and it's been cut out. I don't use any kind of stuff to do that. I use the lasso tool, and I go around and trace every single thing that I cut out. It's super inefficient. But to me, that's part of the artisanal process of actually making my videos. Someone said to me before, dude, you could save so much time if you just automated this. And I say, it's not about the saving of the time with this part, man. This is part of my therapeutic process to do it. This has value to me. I take handwritten notes for every single video that I make by hand. Okay? Every single page, handwritten notes. I have an absolute cup of empty pens in another room because when I look at that cup of empty pens, that to me means, look, you've done this much work. But to me, the process of making these videos is not just about pumping out quantity. It's about keeping it the quality that I feel comfortable with.
That's point one. Here's point two. They facilitated and rewarded player interaction.
Facilitated is just a fancy word for saying they allowed you to do this. It is a facility for a thing. What we're talking about, in case anyone's forgotten in the 1 hour we've been watching an 8-minute video, is we're talking about the things that old MMOs did better than new MMOs. And I asked many old people, this is a video of mine, and this is a 3-year-old video. And I want to watch and see if I agree with 3-year.
Might get a merchant. Yeah. Oh, this.
They're old me.
Hold up. Let me get
By that I mean me from 3 years ago, not just stick me as a baby on the side. Tell me your opinions on MMORPGs. And then like tiny little vested baby me would be like, well, Josh, I believe that actually what you're looking for, because that's how I spoke when I was 3. It's true. Do I agree with me from 3 years ago? Okay. Point 1 was they made it too convenient and killed the adventure. Point 2, they facilitated and rewarded player interactions. So old MMOs, actually, this sounds silly, but old MMOs were not good games. They were good systems that you could interact with as a group. That's what it was. If you play an old MMO solo, you're going to have a bad time. You are. You jump on original Ultima, you jump on original EverQuest, which you can still play, and you try and play them completely on your own, good luck. But you grab a couple of friends, you grab a couple of guildies, you have some people jump on with you, like I had in this footage that we're watching right now, and I only got this because I was streaming at the time. Then people were like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's jump on. Now, World of Warcraft kind of bucked that trend because World of Warcraft was one of the first MMOs that you could actually legitimately play quite okay solo. Remember that when it first came out, World of Warcraft in 2004 was considered casual. You had these games like EverQuest, like Dark Age of Camelot, like Ultima Online. Look at World of Warcraft and go, oh, it's baby's first MMO. Oh, it's casual land. Oh, people are going to love that. It's super easy. You don't even need a team to succeed on that. Oh, so easy. And then it turned out that people wanted that because they wanted to be able to play a game by themselves. And then every other MMO from then on went, right, we've got to make solo modes possible. And every game that came out that said, hey, we're going to make this so it's got to be old school and difficult, they didn't succeed as well. I see so many new MMOs being made, especially on Kickstarter. Kickstarter MMOs really need to take a step back and look at themselves, especially when they say, hey, we're going to make this like games used to be. Okay, what games? Like Ultima and EverQuest. Okay, those games are still going. Like, who are you taking over from this? Why are you doing this? Are you making it inconvenient on purpose? Yes. Okay, cool. You're going to get a very niche community. It exists, but my god, it's niche. I'm just waiting for the 100% science-based Dragons MMO. That's going to be the one that kills World of Warcraft. That's going to be the WoW killer when the science-based Dragon MMO comes out.
This may be a more complex point, so let me explain, and bear with me. MMORPGs are...
I don't remember this video. I can't believe... Literally just said the same thing. Me from 3 years ago still had it.
Are not good games in the traditional sense. Now, before you get angry, hear me out. If I bought a single-player game for full price and it contained 1,000 identical fetch quests, I'd feel cheated. I'd think the devs were lazy and using cut and paste for everything. So why do I allow this in MMORPGs? Well, it's because, first and foremost, MMORPGs aren't really games in the traditional sense. They're multiplayer experience facilitators.
That's a very big sentence and makes me sound very clever. But ultimately it means that when the developers sat down, they weren't saying, hey, let's make the best RPG we can. They were saying, let's make the best multiplayer experience. This is why, whenever people ask me to describe World of Warcraft versus Final Fantasy XIV, I try and tell people that Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG that you can play online, whereas a game like EverQuest is an online experience with friends and a chatbot that you can also go and kill enemies in. It very much depends on almost where you sit on this spectrum of design. Is it... Because the spectrum of design, if you want purely multiplayer experiences, would probably be Fall Guys. There you go. Just 100 people running along a track. That's the most multiplayer experience you can have. Everyone's there. 100-player Tetris. Remember that? That existed for a while. Just game experiences that purely rely on player interaction. There's no game there. If you took away the players, you would have nothing to do. That is the most multiplayer game you can possibly have. Without the players, it doesn't exist. And then you have an RPG game. Doesn't matter if you don't have multiple players. With one player, it is still an RPG. That'd be your Baldur's Gates. MMOs have to find a way to sit in the middle. They need to be a good RPG experience by themselves, but they also need to push the multiplayer element, otherwise there is no reason to team up with people. And I think what we've seen recently in most MMORPG design is when people are designing a hardcore MMO, they tend to skew closer to the you need people to survive, it's not good without them element. Whereas when people are making a more casual MMORPG or an online RPG experience with friends, then they tend to skew more toward the side of it's a good RPG by itself and you can get your friends involved. And the kind of games you like exist somewhere on this spectrum.
This is simply a fancy way of saying they give multiple players the ability and the tools they need to interact with other players if they want to. Want to chat to someone? You can. Duel them, trade them, add them as a friend, all fine. Meet up with a huge group and go destroy a boss enemy together? Go for it. MMORPGs give you the ability to share an adventure with other people. And here's the important part. They rewarded you if you did. Grouping up is often faster experience. Boss monsters require a team to kill. In-game professions cannot all be mastered by one person, so a team is needed to gather rare materials if you need to craft things.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. That idea of they rewarded you for playing together. MMORPGs used to reward you for playing together. And slowly but surely, I think what's happened is that reward, that encouragement of playing together has been removed. Who played RuneScape? Who did the Heroes Quest? Or I think it was one of the quests that required one of you to be in the Phoenix Gang and one of you to be in the Black Arm Gang? That quest in RuneScape 3, the Shield of Arav quest, thank you. That quest in RuneScape 3 no longer needs you to team up with someone. You can now do that solo. You still have to team up in RuneScape Old School, but no longer in RuneScape 3. They removed the requirement to team up. Now, one of the reasons they did this was because doing that quest actually required that neither of you had done the quest. And it required almost a constant influx of new players to be able to do. The way it was originally set up, it was a constant influx of players. And there's a way to get around it now. There were ways to get around it back then, but mostly it required an influx of players. Without that influx of players, they realized that they just pretty much couldn't do that anymore. So they're like, right, we need to make this possible just for, solo players. It needs to be possible solo. But is that a good thing? Because RuneScape was set up to allow people to team up, and then it removed the ability. What about an MMORPG that actually punishes you if you do team up? Now that sounds really dumb, but if you could kill a boss with 2 or 3 people, and then a 4th or 5th person asked to join you, and it wouldn't make the kill any faster, but it would split the loot between more people, is that a good or a bad thing to do? Do you want to put an MMORPG player into the position where they have to ask themselves, is it worth taking this person? Is it worth giving this new person an experience within the game that we have that actually would make it worse for us? Mining in old school RuneScape used to be competitive, as in you couldn't have the same ore from the same rock that someone else had. Mining in RuneScape 3 is now an individual experience, and I'm pretty sure you can actually get bonuses if you do it with more people. Enemies can get stronger if you team up with people. Do you want to put players into a position where teaming up is a negative? Because there's 2 sides to this coin. If you put players into a position where having people with them makes the game objectively worse for them, they're not going to do it, and you have to facilitate solo play. But if you allow a player to master every single crafting system in the game and craft every single item, then they never have to make a choice. And if you want to have both the best sword and the best shield, you no longer need to find someone who is a master sword crafter and then a master shield maker. You can just become both these things yourself. You are an army of one person, effectively. Does removing reliance on a community change the experience of an MMORPG?
Now, however, many players are going through the game solo. While this isn't a bad thing by itself, I've personally enjoyed a few hours solo in Guild Wars 2. It does mean you're removing the multiplayer aspect of the game and focusing on the gameplay part, which was never, ever the main focus of the developers. A single-player game like The Witcher 3 or Deus Ex can focus on personal story, character interaction, world choices, and make you feel important, but the strength of an MMORPG, the single defining factor of that genre that makes it stand head and shoulders above other games, is other players. So developers will always place the majority of resources into making the multiplayer experience as great as possible.
How many of you have found an MMORPG on Steam, on Kickstarter, maybe it's dead, maybe it's in maintenance mode, and you've logged in to play it, and your first thought was, this would be really good if there were more people. This would be enjoyable if I had people to play with. And as soon as you feel that, have you ever thought, you know what, it's not worth carrying on my own. It's not worth being here because I know, I've got that feeling that no matter how good I get at this game, I will never be able to either complete it or experience all of it simply because I don't have somebody else with me. And that can be a lonely feeling because when you contact your friends and say, hey, I found this new MMO, it's probably going to be cool, but there's no players in it right now and I need your help. They are not going to want to join you because how many people would willingly join a dying MMO? Have you ever been told by your friends to join something and they've been like, nah, mate, that game's going to die. That game's dead. I don't want to invest my time in a dying MMO. That's another really weird kind of thought process that people have, but I get it. I understand it. When I was playing old school RuneScape, when it was just RuneScape years ago, before the evolution of combat happened, when the evolution of combat happened, when the game changed around so much, I said to my friends, look guys, we've got to push on from RuneScape, we've got to move, we've got to go somewhere else, we've got to find a new home for a bit. I recommend Terra. And all my other friends went, Josh, we're going to go and play World of Warcraft. And I went, well, foolish fools, because Terra is going to be the winner in this battle of games. You mark my words, friends from many years ago. Terra, the action combat game, will be the king. And it's not often I make mistakes. You know, it happens. Don't get me wrong. But that was a mistake. The problem is, now, how many people could I legitimately convince to come and play an MMO with me if that MMO is going to die? I could probably convince quite a few people because I make MMORPG content. But if I didn't, if I was just a guy playing MMOs, I'm like, hey guys, come and play this game with me. It's dead, but it would be fun if there were 4 of us. They're going to go, no. No, I want to play a good MMO that's going to survive. Because survival of the community is vital. Because, and the wording here is very important, people say they don't want to invest their time in a bad game. Invest. Who here in the chat sees their time playing a video game as an investment of your time? Not just an enjoyment thing that you do, not just a hobby, but an investment. Because when you look back on the time that you've spent playing it, you don't want the time to feel wasted. What is the difference between a bad investment of time and a good investment of time? What's the difference? Is a good investment of time where the game is always available to you, and when you come back to the game in the future, the time that you've put into it in the past is still relevant? Or is a good investment the time that you had at the moment, you know, when it was happening, was still enjoyable and fun? Because if it only matters that the game survives, then your investment is actually more important to you in the future. You're not even worrying if you enjoy the time at the moment. You're not even thinking, oh my God, I want to make sure I'm having a good time right now. You're saying to yourself, I want to make sure the time I spend right now is still relevant in a few years' time. And that's a dangerous place to be. Who here has played an MMO which has died and you can't play anymore, but you still consider your time playing it time well spent? Has anyone ever played an MMO, the MMO has died, and your first thought was been, well, that's a waste of time. That was pointless. Why did I spend all those months, all those years enjoying that game only for it to go and die? What a waste of my time. What a stupid investment that was. Very few people get annoyed at themselves like that, and yet most people want to play an MMO that feels like an investment. In fact, many people, and I'm sure there are people in the chat that will resonate with this, many people actually don't enjoy the process of playing an MMO now, but they keep playing it because the sunk cost fallacy says to them, hey, if you don't keep playing this, you've wasted your time. Therefore, you must waste more time to justify the time you've already wasted. The moment you stop is the moment it becomes a waste. But as long as you keep going, you're still investing. As long as you keep playing, you've not wasted it. Doesn't matter if you don't enjoy it. Doesn't matter if it's killing you. Doesn't matter if it's actively making your day worse. You got to keep doing it, because otherwise you got to justify to yourself why you've done it for so long. And you don't want to do that.
As an experiment, I played through multiple MMORPGs to check, could I reach the final level, the final boss, or the final dungeon, or experience all this game has, without talking to another real player? And unfortunately, the answer was yes. Looking for group tools removed the need for me to actually look for a group.
Why would you play an MMO solo? I've already made a video on this, but just have a think about this. You want to play an RPG. You want to play a good RPG. On your own, solo, not interact with anyone. You play Baldur's Gate 1, 2, or 3. You can play The Witcher. You can play a multitude of good RPGs. You play Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. But if you do that, if you sit and play that game, you are very aware that your community, your social bubble, if you will, stops at the computer because there's no internet connection. Your movements in game, your combat, your collection, your achievements, your existence within that virtual world exists entirely between you and the screen.
Hold up.
Nobody else knows about it. But there is a love, there is a beauty to being known to exist within a world that has other people, even if you want to play on your own. That's why people play MMORPGs solo. Instead of playing
You can have 3 game accounts under your master account, which is restricted to 1. What? No, quick. Yes. PC. Oh, okay. Oh, is it? Okay. Is it okay to have multiple files? Okay. Then how am I supposed to get my item then? Sure. Do I get XP? No? No, I don't get any XP. So there's gonna be like a 300 potion. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's why. Um, shit.
A better mechanical single-player RPG, they play a worse mechanical MMO because the community element has value to them. It's nice to be playing a game online and see someone run past in the distance doing their own thing. You know that's a real human being. You know it's a real person. Unless it's RuneScape and they're collecting flags, in which case it's a bot. But you know that that person is also playing the game. They see you, you see them. There's that connection. As fleeting and as shallow as it is, there is that connection. There is that moment. And that has value. How many of you have sat down on your PC? I do this all the bloody time. It makes me feel really sad. How many of you, you've sat at your PC, you've sat at your PlayStation, you've sat at your Xbox, whatever your gaming console of choice is, and you've loaded up something single player. For me, it's probably Roller Coaster Tycoon. Freaking love Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's probably Age of Empires. It's probably Command & Conquer. It's Deus Ex Human Revolution. It's Portal. It's a single player game. And after about half an hour to 45 minutes of playing it, you think, why am I doing this? Am I enjoying the game? Oh yeah, on a level. I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. I like the mechanics. Graphics are good, good memories of it, I know what to do, but I feel this is a waste of time. But then you log into an MMORPG, and physically, in your own words, all you're doing is sitting and staring at a screen. It's all any of us are doing. Why does that time spent within a virtual world have more value to you just because people can see you existing in it, even if you don't enjoy it as much as games that you're playing offline? And that's super annoying to me. I would love to sit there and play video games for fun the way that I used to, except I can't seem to value them as much if I know it's only me in them. It has so much intrinsic value to me being in a world with other people. I very much need that community, because then I know that my time isn't just fun, it's an investment. And I think, oh yeah, I might not be making much progress, but I'm making progress with other people. They can see me doing this. This has value to the future. It may not be enjoyable now, but it's got value to the future.
Dungeon guides remove the need for me to ask and learn about the dungeon.
Elder Scrolls Online is the frickin' worst for this. Elder Scrolls Online. Join any dungeon you've not played before. Hey guys, first time in the dungeon. What are the mechanics? Every single person. Read the wiki. Watch a video. Do something else. Very few people in the Elder Scrolls Online actually take the time to explain fricking anything to me. And I really want to like the game. I really do. I love everything about the Elder Scrolls Online. I love the lore, I love the world, I love the look of it, I love the general play. I love everything except playing it. It's really irritating to me. Like, on paper, it is just perfect. And then I sit down to play it, and I'm like, yes, I remember now why I don't play this very much. How many of you have wanted to actually take on a dungeon without any kind of guide, without any kind of experience of it? You sit down to play it without knowing what to expect, and you ask the community, hey, what do I expect here? And they immediately just brush you off. No one takes the time to explain. So you have no choice but to go and read a guide. No choice but to go and read the wiki. No choice but to watch a video. And then when someone else says, hey, what's this dungeon about? You have a choice to say to them, okay, yeah, this is what you do, or you just say to them what was said to you, read the wiki. And it's a cycle that continues itself. It perpetuates itself. It's very, very irritating. I'm sure that other games are just as bad, but I think the Elder Scrolls Online is the one that I found it the worst in. It is very difficult to find a group of players who are willing to take the time to explain to a new player how to play in-game, because time taken to explain anything is inefficient.
And marketplaces or auction houses made it possible to buy and sell my wares without ever trading anything other than an NPC. In almost every example of a favourite MMORPG memory people sent me, people and the relationships they formed, be that friends, enemies, rivals, or in some rare cases, becoming real-life partners, were always present. People and players make MMORPGs what they truly are. And if you remove the multiplayer interaction aspect, you're often left with just a big world full of lonely people. So what do we...
We can all be sad together. It's okay. Big world full of lonely people. Would you prefer to be alone, or would you prefer to be alone together? It's a horrible thing. Misery loves company. Misery frickin' loves company. If you're playing an MMO and you are alone, would you prefer to be alone together? That's unfortunately what it is. Everyone's like, oh my god, there's millions of other people. Yeah, there are. Do you chat to them? No. No, no, no. Do you interact? As briefly as possible. I do my thing, they do theirs, they kill some bosses, put some stuff on the auction house. I craft some things, sell it to them, we go our own ways. We're alone. Together.
Here's what I truly believe will happen until MMORPG designers change.
Remember, I was super confident 3 years ago. I had all the answers to everything. Now I understand how much I don't know. So whatever answer I'm about to give for how we fix MMOs, first of all, I'm going to fix MMOs in the next 10 minutes of the video, which that's a very impressive thing to be able to do. It's been going on for years, but I'm very impressed I was able to do this 3 years ago. Let's see what I say. I do not remember.
Players will demand convenience. They will demand things in the game become more obvious, easier to achieve, and more streamlined. The developers will supply these demands and introduce things like looking for group, teleport directly to dungeons or other players, auction houses to sell your wares, no penalty for death, and personal loot for everyone. Players will enjoy the convenience for a short while before realizing that the magic, the spark of adventure that was gained through overcoming the adversity of the lack of convenience has gone.
Was that accurate? Have games added in a load of convenient stuff? I mean, I'm pretty sure that World of Warcraft now allows you to just buy whatever those tokens were that were on the shop that they can do that thing. Was that accurate? I predicted that would happen 3 years ago in this video, that everything would then be like that. And then people were like, oh, yeah, that's happened now. It's not 100%. I'm sure there are some examples of games that do or don't do this. But I think in general, convenience, especially for money, has definitely increased. That's without a doubt. Convenience for money has absolutely increased.
Then they'll leave and forever roam the world looking for another MMORPG to recapture the feeling of magic from the first. Never realizing
I need decks, dude.
The feeling of magic wasn't ever coming from the game. It was the feeling you got for overcoming obstacles and achieving something in the face of adversity.
I'm not hitting any shit.
How many people have amazing memories of an MMO as a kid, and you've been jumping around as like almost an MMO nomad for the last couple of months or couple of years, trying to recapture that? It's horrible. I know it sounds really cheesy, but the magic genuinely was the friends we made along the way. And that magic has switched now from in the game to out of the game, because the magic that happens now is this. Most people were never in a clan or a guild in any game that has over 2,000 players. Some of you may have been. Some of you may have been in clans that were massive, but most of you probably never had a 2,000 person clan or group or, thing. But you're all on Twitch right now. Is this the modern day version of a guild, of a clan? We're not all playing the same games at the same time, but we have the community that connects us together. I've got so many examples that Discord has created groups within games. People have joined up there is a separate little chat in the Discord for every game you can think of. Final Fantasy XIV, Path of Exile, Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Terror, God Rest Its Soul. Some people have managed to form guilds and friends from the community that we have created on Twitch and on YouTube. It's different vibes to an in-game guild. There's different vibes to an in-game clan without a doubt, but that level of community still exists. It's just almost stepped out of the game and into the internet as a whole.
Players will then try new games, rushing through them and not talking to others in a vain quest to recapture the feeling of true adventure.
Trying a new game, rushing through it. How many people downloaded New World? Technically, almost everyone did. How many people rushed New World? And then how many people got to the end of it and thought, hey, I'm giving up now. I'm done. There's not enough content here. Have you ever been guilty? I know I have. Have you ever been guilty of downloading a new MMO and instead of taking your time, instead of exploring, instead of playing it efficiently, you're like, right, I'm going to rush this. I'm going to read a guide for the most efficient build. I want to know exactly where I'm putting my PowerPoints. I'm not even going to read any of the other builds. I'm not going to read the tooltips. I'm not going to work out what they do. I'm just going to put the buttons on my hotbar that the wiki tells me to do, and then I'm going to smash those buttons, and I'm going to play, and then in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to wonder why I don't feel any connection to this game. I'm going to rush through this game because if I don't rush, I'm not going to keep up with the crowd. But the irony is, if I keep up with the crowd, I have to sacrifice something, and that something is emotional connection to the process. It sucks. Statistically, most of us download a game, rush through it, and when the community begins to drop, realize we didn't enjoy the process. What we enjoyed was being part of that rush of people. There is something absolutely magical about being within a community, a crowd, a cult, if you will, of people that are rushing through something. There is no day more magical than day one on a fresh server. There is nothing more beautiful than everyone being low-level, doing low-level stuff, fighting low-level bosses, and the first person to get a green or a blue item, the first person to get something uncommon, rare, mythic. People are like, yes, that's the feeling we've got back. We're back. Then a couple of weeks pass. Then everyone's got it. Then everyone's reading guides. Then everyone's just doing the bosses mechanically. And you go back to the opening towns, and they're pretty dead. They're pretty empty. One person might join every now and again, but even though they're going through the same forests, killing the same enemies, getting the same drops, magic's gone. So you move on to the next game, or you wait until the next league happens, the next thing, the next rush of people, because it was never the game, it was the rush of people.
They'll avoid chatting to others because that's an experience waste. They won't join a guild because they want to play solo.
Sorry, when I said they'll avoid chatting to others because that's an experience waste, I very much just realized in my head that in-game experience is different to actual experiences within life. And there's got to be a sentence here, I've not fully formulated it yet, but it's something like, you're basically sacrificing the experience in pursuit of experience.
Then, after getting maybe halfway to the level cap, they'll quit, declaring the game boring, bad, pay to win, too hard, or too easy. They expect the game to give them the fun and the adventure and the magic. They will never stop and realize they used the game to find fun the first time. The cycle will then continue forever.
Anything can be really enjoyable and really fun if you're doing it with the people that you have a good time with. It's almost an experienced demand. You ever sat down in front of the TV, in front of a film, in front of a game, started playing it, and your mindset has always been, make me happy. And within about half an hour to an hour, you realize, this isn't doing that. I'm not happy anymore. I'm not enjoying this. I can sit down to play my favourite PS2 game, SSX Tricky, or I can sit down to play Burnout 3, or I can sit down, and I don't want this to be like a doomer conversation, because I believe that there is a great deal of positivity to be gained from this and a great deal of fun to still be had. I'm actually a huge advocate for these things can be fun. I just think that we're expecting almost enjoyment to be pumped directly into our veins, when instead what they were giving us was the ability to have fun with friends, and we need to bring something into that. It's not easy to make time for other people. It's not easy to always chat in a guild. It's not easy to find those few hours every week. But when you don't do it, you very quickly realize it was worth it. It was difficult, but it's without a doubt worth it. And yeah, I am absolutely extrapolating out here, but what I'm extrapolating to is people seem to think that if something is easy to do, then it is always the worthwhile thing to do. And if something is difficult, it is not worth doing, when often it's the difficult stuff, the stuff you have to put effort into, that really gives you the value back. It's not easy to lift the weights in the gym, but it's worth it to do it. It's not easy to follow a diet. It's not easy to wake up at the right time. None of these things are easy. No one's saying they are. But they're worth it.
How do we fix this? I'm going to tell you how we fix this, and you're not going to like it. There are 3 steps we need to follow to bring back the true magic of MMORPGs, and in order they are.
I'm about to fix MMOs. I fixed them 3 years ago. Clearly nobody listened to me.
Realise and understand that every single MMORPG sucks in a different way. Yes, every single one. MMORPGs all have redeeming features, but they also all have terrible aspects. Combat may be great in Neverwinter, but beyond that, the game has virtually nothing. EverQuest has a deep character stats menu, but good god, the gameplay is clunky. Guild Wars 2 looks gorgeous and has fantastic jumping puzzles, but I hope you like using attacks linked solely to your weapon. Every MMORPG sucks in its own special way. There is no greatest game. There is no MMO that will unite us all. So please, as a player, stop looking for it. Pick one you can stand and give it a fair try.
I mean, yeah, I still agree with that. I do tell people that every MMO sucks in their own way. They're like, oh, how many people... It's okay if you're guilty of this as well, but I mostly see it on forums. How many people are waiting for the perfect MMO? That one that everyone plays. That one that has everything you want in it. Because think about it like this. Imagine you have 100 people in a group and you say to them, hey, what do you want in an MMO? And you take what every single person wants and you say, well, I can't put everything in because some of you have contradicting ideas, but I'm going to put in a kind of amalgamation of mostly what most of you want. That game would appeal to no one, because no one person would actually get what they want. They would get a version of what they want that's been diluted with what somebody else wants and diluted with what somebody else wants and then slashed and changed with what somebody else wants. It's the Homer. The car that Homer ends up making that appeals to no one. It's that episode of The Simpsons where they're doing toy research and they say, so, what do you want? And every single kid wants everything in this toy and they realize they can't do it. One thing that I do respect Path of Exile for was, I said to Chris directly, Chris, you do realize that your incredibly overwhelming skill tree is driving people away. People open that skill tree and they go, no, too much, not for me, I'm gone. And he said, yeah, we do understand that. It's by design. I'm like, what do you mean? Can you explain? He's like, oh yeah, people that would get overwhelmed by that are not the kind of people that are going to enjoy our game. So instead, we leave it there as almost like a litmus test. And if people open that and go, oh my God, yes, this is amazing, then they're the exact kind of people that we want. And we can pretty much design a game toward them. If we take that away, or if we present it in a slightly kinder, gentler, easier way, then what's going to happen is the players will get invested, and by the time they get to the end game, they will realize that the game is so complicated, they aren't actually into it. So we almost filter the players that want incredible complexity at the start, and we front load this idea that there's a lot you can do here. If you don't like lots, this ain't the game for you. And I thought, you know what? I respect that. I think that he would get more players if the skill tree was beginner friendly. But he specifically doesn't want it to be beginner friendly because he wants the players who want that kind of game. If you try and make a game that appeals to everyone, Elden Ring does not appeal to everyone. Farmville does not appeal to everyone, mostly because Farmville, that was the first example that popped into my head. My brain is still stuck in 2010 Facebook. But imagine if you were to try and make a game that appealed to both Elden Ring players and Farmville players. By the time you make that game, neither of those demographics are going to play your game. So when you make an MMORPG, choose the demographic you want, whether it's hardcore old players or, fast zoomer new players with no attention span. That's fine. Make it for that audience and hyper-focus onto your audience.
2. Remove convenience. Quality of life upgrades are fine. I understand reducing 2 button clicks to 1 button click isn't going to break the community, but anything that decreases required gameplay time or removes the challenge of achieving a certain goal, be that selling an item or completing a dungeon, has got to go.
Oh, that's a big statement right there. I don't know if I agree with myself on that statement. Removing all convenience. dangerous. Dangerous, because I would disagree with myself there. And I'll tell you why I disagree. It is very easy to just continue with whatever you're doing anyway. It is very difficult to give players something and then take it away. If you were to give players the convenience of doing stuff and then remove that convenience, they'd hate it. If they never had the convenience in the first place, they wouldn't care. Most players
dead, not there, dude.
So the idea of removing convenience entirely is much more nuanced than I'm making it sound here. Because I did say that quality of life increases and upgrades are fine, but what's the line? Because that's blurred. Let's take RuneScape for an example, because it's on screen right now. In RuneScape 3, you have something called your tool belt. In the old school RuneScape, you never used to have a tool belt. And that means that you needed to carry your axe, your chisel, your secateurs, your spade on you in your actual inventory. But the tool belt means that those items now go onto the tool belt, which is its separate inventory, so it doesn't take up space in your main inventory. Is that quality of life or is that convenience? Because at what point does quality of life become convenience? Is quality of life convenience? At what point do they cross over? I mean, a quality of life update would be you can swap worlds with a single click instead of needing to log out, log back in, change worlds, go from there. Because that's not necessarily mechanically changing the experience within the game. But any quality of life within the game, that's going to be a mechanical change. That's going to change your experience, and that's why this is subjective. So the sentence I just gave was quality of life is fine, convenience is not. What I didn't realize 3 years ago was that they are, in fact, effectively the same thing on a sliding scale. And I don't know where that scale should start or should stop.
Auction houses shouldn't be removed entirely, but should either be in a hard-to-reach place, extremely dangerous, or place very heavy taxes onto all items being sold.
I'd like to just point out that they did add a tax to the old school RuneScape Grand Exchange. People pushed back against it, and it has removed a hell of a lot of gold from the game and helped with inflation. So my idea of removing the convenience for the auction house by adding a tax onto it was actually done.
To vastly reduce your profit and give an incentive to go back to player-to-player trading. Looking for group tools shouldn't teleport you or your group directly to the dungeon entrance. Tutorials should give you the basics that you need to survive, and then...
Hold up. Yeah, I'm still on that. Yep.
and leave enough mystery for you have to ask someone or research it yourself. You have to say, what is this thing and what does it do? But if anything removes adventure and replaces it with convenience, it has no place in an adventure game.
Far too broad a statement and not backed up enough by the evidence given in the video. It is also a subjective opinion, not an objective opinion. So I don't know if I agree with myself on that one there. And we definitely need to change that. Also, this was me being very, very blue sky thinking. This was me thinking about the idea that removing knowledge would be good when there's just no way you could do it. You can't stop people making wikis. You can't stop people making guides. The only way that you would effectively make a guide or a wiki less impactful is by changing the experience in the game. And I think Final Fantasy XIV do this, don't they? Because I went back and I redid the Gaius fight relatively recently, and don't Final Fantasy XIV actually give bosses updated attacks, updated changes, updated abilities, different kind of AoE effects? I'm sure they do. And then you look into the idea of procedural generation of maps. You look into the idea of AI learning. If you shower a boss in fire damage, would that boss's fire defense go up? Would they absorb it and throw it back at you as a fireball? Would they change their tactics? I think this is actually where AI is going to go to within game development. Not necessarily graphical, not necessarily writing, because AI writing is terrible, but the idea that the boss that you're killing learns from your tactics and changes around. That'd be an interesting way to look at it. It gives it much more variation. The only way that you can make a guide irrelevant is making the information in the guide wrong, instead of trying to destroy the guide. Dax, you put a really interesting point in the chat. You said this means that new players can never experience what old players did. That's an interesting tangent to go on, because can they now? When World of Warcraft Classic came out, did brand new players who had never experienced Warcraft before, did they have the same experience as brand new players at the time? Because the Classic launch has to take into account the fact that wikis and guides exist. And I am willing to bet that a lot of new players watched videos on what to do before jumping into the game. What's the best class? What's the best weapon? What's the most efficient way to play? How should I build this? How should I put my attacks? What's my rotation? So I actually don't think that any classic server reboot of an MMO would be able to give the same experience, simply because those guides and that information exists already. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. We can't close Pandora's box on all of that information that exists. What we can do, in fact, ironically, the only way that we could make sure that new players have the same experience is changing around what the experience is. Because if you change the experience from what people are expecting, suddenly it is new. And those guides are wrong. They're irrelevant. And people who are playing the classic version suddenly think, oh my god, I don't know what to do. We now have to learn the game again. That's the irony. If you keep the game exactly as it was, no one will be able to experience it fresh for the first time, which I think is what people want to do. Whereas if you change the game from what it was to something different, everyone is experiencing it fresh for the same time. It's just not what people remember. This is one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of things. You keep it the same, the challenge isn't there because there are guides. You change it, it's not what people remember, but the challenge returns.
And finally, this one's on you. Number 3, talk to other people. You are not the only person who wishes for MMORPGs to regain the spark of magic they once had. I'm willing to bet the majority of players want that feeling back. But there's a horrible truth we have to face up to first. That magical feeling of adventure, camaraderie, and fellowship comes from forming bonds with other people. And doing that takes time, which is both effort and an experience point waste. It is not efficient. You have to make the choice to stop going after experience efficiently, to stop pushing toward a numerical or item-driven goal, and actively build a connection, a friendship with someone else. In every MMORPG I play, I say hello when someone runs past me. Because of this, it will probably take me years to achieve the best gear, while others, it may take months, because
I'm sorry guys, but that one still is on you. That one's on all of us. We've got to do it. You're standing in a group of 100 people. The irony is that all 100 probably want the feeling of magic back, and yet all 100 don't want to talk to anyone else. It's this horrible irony. It's this clash of desires at the top. You want the connection that you used to have, but you don't want to act in the way that generates those connections. And there is no other... I mean, the problem with going outside is that there are other people. And other people suck. We know this. I've met them. Most of them are terrible. A few of them are alright. But if you're going to sit there complaining that you want games to have that connection again, you've got to be willing to connect. And if you aren't, you don't actually want a connection. You want to complain. You've got to be willing to talk. You've got to be willing to chat to people and get involved. And you've got to be willing to sacrifice your in-game experience to have a personal experience.
I'm willing to spend the time being inefficient and talking to people instead of grinding constantly. If you want the unique connection that only MMORPGs can provide, you've got to understand that that comes at the price of efficiency. Spending time talking to other players isn't convenient as far as experience or item farming is concerned. But convenience, as we already know, kills adventure. If after those 3 points you're thinking, where's my proof? What exact proof do I have that players miss the old MMORPG spark, the old magic only achieved by lack of convenience and player interaction? Well, Old School RuneScape, a build of the game from 2007 with player-voted updates, hit more than 100,000 active players recently, with millions of accounts made in total. WoW Classic is being hyped no end. An early game build removing years of updates and conveniences, pulling in audience of over 100,000 Twitch viewers. EverQuest 1 from 1999. Early builds of the core game are alive and well, with hundreds of people still selling player to player in the market tunnel and thousands of active players. I personally have recently started playing on the Mangler Progression server.
It was a good server. Now, I think this argument that I'm making in the video is a little bit reductive, because there is at least a level of quality that needs to be taken into account of the fact that some games were good and some games were bad, and some games provided a better experience than others. Some games were easier to install. I know people who, if installing a game is difficult, won't bother playing it. How many people of you in the chat right now, how many people have ever tried to install a game, ran into difficulty and thought, you know what, it's not worth it? If you make a game inconvenient to play, most people just won't bother playing it. There is definitely proof that older games, or games with less convenience, fostered communities that end up being stronger. This, of course, goes back to the military example from earlier. When you go through a difficult time with someone that is supporting you, you create a very strong bond with that person. A bond that is difficult to break. It's difficult to make, because you need to go through adversity together and succeed, which is the hard thing to do. But once you've done that, it's a much stronger bond. So, people in chat, would you agree that most people will be scared away from difficulty, but those who remain and go through difficult situations together will form a very strong bond that is hard to break? The way this relates to MMOs is difficult old games like EverQuest are still going, and the reason they've still got those players, some may say it's sunk cost fallacy. I would say it's potentially partly that, but it's also because those people, those players who've been playing for so long, have gone through so much adversity in the game together, both mechanical and boss-wise and installing it and community-wise, that the bonds they've created are strong enough to keep them around. When you take a brand new MMORPG that gives you everything you want immediately, you don't need to struggle to do anything, which means you don't need to struggle to create those bonds. You don't need to go through the adversity. And indeed, when most players are presented with adversity, they quit. They leave. And they never create that camaraderie, that bond that is born from overcoming a problem together. Old MMOs may not be better, but when they were all we had, your choice was overcome this problem or don't experience this genre. Now the choice is overcome this problem or quit, download another game and then keep playing that until you get to a problem. Then quit, download another game and keep playing that until you come to a problem. Quit, download another game. The cycle continues. I've even made a video called Too Many MMOs Ruins MMOs. I will react to that at some point. But in general, I do believe that older games, when they were rarer, forced players to create those bonds of friendship or bonds of rivalry. They forced them to connect through mutual suffering, and that's a very, very strong bond. It's difficult to form that when you can just leave whenever you want and find another game.
With none of the 20 years worth of expansions, and it's alive and well. Private servers running the first or second builds and patches of many games still pull in thousands of pounds a month, providing players with that authentic, retro experience. There is a market there crying out for the magic to come back.
Where's the die maker?
To sum up,
Java.
in the immortal words of Radchek from Starship Troopers, something given has no value.
Maybe here.
Whichever MMORPG you choose will not give you adventure, or magic, or fellowships or friendships. It will simply provide you with the tools needed to go and take that.
It's not often you end a video with a quote from Starship Troopers, but I think it should happen more. Something given has no value. With so many MMOs available to you, and the general throwaway attitude that is more prevalent in society than it was many years ago, when adversity is faced, one of the first choices is leave. And leaving means that you never overcome the adversity, you never form the bonds that overcoming it rewards you with, and then you never get to bask in the feeling of having a strong bond to anything. I've met so many people that give up at the first sign of difficulty and then wonder why they feel, as individuals, empty. And that's a horrible thought. And it's an even worse realization that you have to say to someone at some point, look, you've got to deal with this bit that sucks. Because if you don't, you won't understand the value of what enduring this gives you. And from a design point of view, someone will say to me, well, everything should be good. Everything should be good all the time. Everything should be super easy all the time, forever. Yeah, but in the real world, when you look at that, you realize that people then don't understand the value of completing anything. But it's not black and white. Every single player says that, oh yeah, you've got to endure a realm reborn in Final Fantasy XIV to get to the good bit. Well, that's going to drive hundreds of players away. Thousands, potentially. I mean, maybe even tens of thousands with the game the size of Final Fantasy XIV. So that quote on screen, something given, has no value. Here is a game, I will give you the best weapons, I will give you the best armor, I will give you the best abilities. You will not have to work for them. You will not have to fight for them. You will not have to take them. You will not have to defend them. You will not have to work for them. And because of this, you won't value them.
That old MMORPG you're fondly remembering from your youth, and we all have one. Those days gone by with friends, adventuring and exploring. They didn't happen because the game gave you everything. Quite the opposite. They happened because the game gave you nothing and you took everything. You earned your adventure. You put the effort in to meet up with players, explore unusual mechanics, make sense of this complex world, and find ways to overcome the inconvenience. That was your adventure. You have, with any game, the interface to speak to others, the ability to walk off the beaten path and see what's over that mountain, the self-discipline to not Wikipedia every single thing and ask other players, how do I do this?
I like the fact that I said you didn't have a good time years ago because the game gave you everything. Quite the opposite. And what I should have said was, you had a good time because you gave the game everything. That would have been so much better in this video. That would have worked. You gave it your time. You gave it your love. You gave it your guild, your community, your clan, your passion. You gave it your attention. You gave it the best years of your life. And in return, it gave you a decent adventure. And now, a lot of people don't give the game what the game needs. Unfortunately, you do sometimes need to give a game a chance. I have a friend who started playing Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3, and they were like, oh yeah, I didn't get into it, it wasn't very good after the first hour. I'm like, okay, what'd you do? I just ran around, died a lot. Did you read your spells? No. You talk to NPCs? No. Did you do anything that would add energy from you to the game? No. Oh, all right, cool. I can see why this is not working for you then. That's absolutely fine. And if they didn't enjoy that, that's okay. But there is a back and forth. I think there is a back and forth between you and the game. There is an understanding that at some point you need to put energy in order to get something out. And most people want to be passive consumers. Maybe this is what it is. Maybe because we're all jaded MMO vets, because we've seen films and we've seen TV shows and we've read books, and because nothing is novel to us anymore, we now sit here and we want to be passive kind of consumers of fun instead of active participants in the process. Does anyone else feel that? Does anyone feel that you've got to a point now where you know you're not putting as much energy in? You know that you're not engaging as much because you've not got as much free time. You've not got as much energy. You don't need to engage because Wikipedia will tell you what to do. You don't need to read because a YouTube guide will tell you what to do. You don't need to talk because Group Finder will do it for you. You have no reason to engage with an MMO beyond a surface level connection, and then you wonder why you have a surface level connection, and then you wonder why you're not getting back what you had when you engaged more.
But simply, you as a player may not be forced to, but you do have the freedom to say, I'm going to do this the hard way, because that's more rewarding. If we want MMORPGs to return to the glory they were once at, we need to remove the convenience that is holding the adventure back, and we need to put personal time and effort into connecting with people going on this adventure with us. If you're an MMORPG fan and want to game together, please come and join me on Twitch. I play a huge variety of MMORPGs, and I would love to meet all of you in-game, whatever game that may be.
I didn't watch this ahead of time. But the fact that I put that in there and we're still on the same Twitch account, on the same channel, still talking about MMOs, that's pretty magical.
I'm usually streaming 5 nights a week.
That's a lie.
I thought, what? I can't wear it. Fuck. You gotta be kidding me, man. Push card. I need push card. Yeah, I need this one. Okay. I need a weapon. I don't have a weapon. I sold my knife. This is bad. Axe. This is bad. I can't do that. Shouldn't do that. Put a little bit of text. Put a little bit of this. Okay. Says I need bending, I need push cart, and push cart needs enlarge. Wait, yep. I'm gonna need that. That one's kind of. Oh. Yep. Why am I here? I didn't save? Condor? Strong. Need a let's watch this guy.
The MMORPG genre has millions of players across multiple games, from major studio releases to the more niche markets. And yet, as a genre, it has relatively few content creators. There are a handful of general MMO channels covering the genre as a whole, several video essay channels who touch on MMOs from time to time, and then specialised channels who focus on a specific game. But when you compare the MMORPG content creator roster to larger genres like first-person shooters or battle royales, even individual games like Minecraft or League of Legends, we are relatively small. The truth is, I want more people to start making MMO content, but there are some harsh truths you should know before starting. So why aren't there more general MMO content creators? Why aren't new up-and-coming YouTubers flooding into this market? And what's affecting the quality and quantity of the content that the current content creators can put out? Let's find out. Welcome, I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and in this video I'm going to pull back the curtain on MMORPG content creation full expose style. I'll be talking to several other MMO content creators about their process and the challenges they face. If you've ever watched any MMO content creator, either general genre focused or game specific, and thought, oh, why do all these guys suck? We need better creators. Then this video is for you, because put simply, we want more people to make MMO content, but we also need to be honest with you about what you're getting yourself into. This isn't me complaining about my job. I think I have the best job in the world, and I'm privileged to be able to create content on a genre I love so much. This video is simply a look at the reality of the challenges you will face creating content within the MMO arena. For this video, I reached out to and interviewed several other YouTubers who cover general MMO content, several who specialise in one specific MMO game, and several general entertainment channels whose work includes MMOs. These channels include Asmongold, Kira TV, The Lazy Payon, MMO Byte, Work to Game, Ginger Prime, Callum Upton, Zeppler, Brozime, Wicked Wiz, Many Kudos, Rage Darling, The Mighty Teapot, and Nerd Slayer. I sat down and spoke to each of these creators at length about 7 specific issues I feel MMO content creators face. 1. The actual audience size of the MMO market in relation to the general gaming world. 2. The toxic response of extreme fans to critique of their game. 3. The risks of being a general genre channel versus specialising into a single game. 4. The sheer amount of time it takes to finish an MMORPG. 5. The time-sensitive nature of MMOs pushing creators to make repetitive videos or focus on speed over depth. 6. The viability of first impression videos and why the genre is strange in its celebrated design trope of endgame. And 7. The difference in playing to critique and playing to enjoy. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to include the complete interview with every creator, because doing that would make this video over 7 hours long, so I've had to edit them down to succinct answers. No one has been edited to appear out of context or to provide a false narrative away from their true feelings. The lazy Payon was unable to talk via audio, but he did provide a complete list of answers to me, so those will be read in. Because of the need to be thorough and give each creator time to explain their position, this needed to be a long video, so grab a drink and settle in as we discuss the truth behind MMO content creators. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who help keep this channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. The first issue is the total size of the audience actually consuming MMO content. Let's start simple. Why don't the mainstream gaming news have detailed coverage on MMORPGs? While you might get the occasional review on Final Fantasy XIV and its massive multi-million-pound expansions, or the cinematic trailers for The Elder Scrolls Online, you won't find PC Gamer discussing the monthly RuneScape patch notes, or print newspaper articles about the nerfs and buffs of Neverwinter. As an MMO fan, it can be important to step back and realise while the genre has passionate fans, the average person may not even know what the acronym MMO means. Games like Call of Duty, Candy Crush and FIFA simply appeal to far more people. If gaming magazines were still the primary form of distributing gaming news, the editor would have to make a decision about what news deserves front page space, or even major article space within the magazine, and the MMO genre would never be the first choice. Now, print media is dying, but the principle remains the same with digital. Front page space is still limited on a website. While a gaming news site may be able to host an article about MMOs, it just won't get as many views as an article about, say, Apex Legends or Minecraft. This means reporting on MMOs is often too niche for major news sites, so you have the more focused sites like MMO Bomb or Massively OP. While these sites do a great job of reporting on the MMO world, they don't have the funding of the major sites. What this means is, while individual creators can find levels of success, there's far less fame and fortune in MMO content than in other genres. MMO videos are often produced by individuals, not teams, and this impacts both the quality and quantity of content. The individuals need to play the games themselves, record the footage, write the scripts, record the voiceover, edit it, and then upload it, and all this takes time. Now, large corporations can crank out endless daily content with extremely high production values about popular games because they know those videos will be consumed by the gaming masses. While there are standout creators who have been able to produce high quality content like Settled with his old school RuneScape series, those videos take weeks, sometimes months to create. And a career on YouTube needs you to make consistent, high-quality videos. The MMO content creation landscape is simply much smaller scale than many realise.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the same with anything. It's basically like concentric circles that become smaller the more that you get into it. And I use this analogy whenever I was talking about pay to win in games. It's that, you know, you have like the circle of people that play the game, the circle of people that consume content for the game, the circle of people who consume content for the game that they play, that care about this topic, and then inside of that are the people that are actually willing to do something about it. So whenever you actually get down into it, I think that's very much the case. And MMOs, I think, are a very interesting type of genre because a lot of people that play MMOs are, I think, a little bit more like nostalgic for how things were versus like maybe shooters or RPG games as a whole. And because of that, I think that you see a lot more of an aversion towards like the social media, phenomenon and like the YouTube videos and content creators. And I've seen more pushback towards content creators in MMOs than I have in a bunch of other content, and a bunch of other types of what do you call it? Types of genres of games.
You will sometimes run into people that play the game or have played the game, but it's not so big that it's all-encompassing. Everyone's heard about this, and I feel like generally, especially even for like very experienced Warframe players, people are pretty comfortable with that. Warframe is a game that is kind of one of the ones it's big, but nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I think it's massively overestimated, the size, and for one key reason. The players play multiple MMOs, but they only really have one MMO that they call home. Whenever we see like new MMOs coming out, you see existing like player bases just moving from MMO to MMO. And I think it's unfair to look at the population size from like a net total of all popular MMOs, because most people are jumping from one to the next. And I think that's the main factor, for me at least, in thinking that the audience isn't as big as we think. Because like you say, it's an even smaller audience that watch the content. But that's a more true audience because it's one YouTube account, you know, to watch all the MMO content. And I think that's why we see a much smaller sample size in content creation.
The idea that within just the label of MMORPG that there is actually any idea of a community, I think the term MMORPG community is in and of itself an oxymoron. It's not to insult people who love MMORPGs, but you can just go out to any, heck, the main subreddit, but any space. MMOs are, like, I think almost in a way tribal by nature and by business model. But within that space, then you could talk about within people who enjoy the content, like not just play the games, but enjoy the content, people who then go about and share their opinion in a comment or a tweet or even post on the Reddit or even the fraction of a fraction of a fraction. And so MMORPGs are very niche.
In general, whenever you're doing anything, you're basically niche within a niche, and you're talking about fractions of percentages of player bases. It's definitely much smaller than what people would think from the actual player numbers.
I think the Twitch viewer numbers whenever a new MMO has released has shown there are a lot of people interested in MMOs waiting for the next big thing. New World plus Lost Ark are examples. 1 million players at launch, close to 1 million Twitch viewers. The interest is there, however the next gen quality MMO that people are waiting for isn't.
The Hive leader, who used to do MMO-oriented videos, and then he left to pursue more comic-related, more generalized gaming videos because he knew that the MMO scene was continuing to stagnate. And my hairdresser that I go to every month, she has friends that have children. They're all gamers. They play things like Fortnite, like PUBG. He's pursuing content creation himself. He has a channel that's got, I think, like 20 or 30,000 views. So she asked me, hey Mark, what kind of advice do you have for him? And I'm like, well, what kind of videos does he do? Because I do MMO related content. And then asked her to clarify with me what exactly an MMO is. So then I said, it's a massively multiplayer game. And he goes, oh, so it's like Fortnite.
We live in a bubble. It feels like everything is so massive and big to us and popular, especially when we get a new game now. It's like, even if it's not a AAA game, we're just like, wow, look at this new game. Like, it's like, but when you look at a lot of our barriers, which I think are just some of them natural, right? Progression takes time, some more time investment. You look at the difficulties of the games, in many cases have been too hard to even attract the right kind of audience, and having a stable internet connection, and in some cases being willing to pay the subscription fee has been things that have been huge barriers that have kept the audience smaller. And feels like that content is big because our influence is big, right? We influence every other genre. Every other genre wants to be like us in some ways, but I don't think we actually move the needle, which is kind of what you're saying, as much as people might think.
If you were talking to like a mum and you were like, hey, I play an MMORPG, they'd be like, what's that? Is that like Fortnite? Because the concept of an MMO is massively multiplayer online, so it gives that false perception that there are so many people to populate, but in reality it really isn't. I think there's a small amount of gamers that play MMORPGs regularly. It's interesting that 50 to 70,000 seems like a lot of people, because it actually isn't. I think there's like 8 million people playing Fortnite right now, and that's a lot of people.
Even just talking to a friend, his idea of an MMO
came from what was that show? Big Bang Theory. And I mean, I've not really watched much of it, but I can already tell that it's probably toned down quite a lot. It's probably a lot harder for the general audience to understand what an MMO is, and then to describe that in a very simplistic way, I can see that being a challenge in of itself. Because I don't really see MMOs being talked about too much, to be honest, besides YouTube.
If you have 5, 6, 7 friends, an MMO can feel very lively. It can feel, that's not 12 million. Like, we're talking 6, like, could fit in a large SUV. Like, that's what it takes. And some of these games call for 25. Like, they don't take this big thing. But there's so many ways to play, and there's such big games that you end up honed in with your little group of like 8 or so, and that ends up defining your experience. Somebody can have a bad guild experience and can quit an MMO, even though that was really based on probably 2 or 3 out of like 20 people that put the bad taste in their mouth. So I think not only are they not that big, but they don't have to be that big.
I think in recent years that has started to shift a little bit. I think I felt like that more longer ago than maybe in the past couple of years, because I mean, recently we've seen a lot of hype and a lot of publicity around Lost Ark, New World. Like last year, there was a massive media frenzy about the WoW Exodus. I don't know, maybe my perspective is distorted because I'm in this community, and so when I see a lot of news about FF14, I'm like, oh well, everybody's clearly talking about FF14. My game is big and getting bigger, but that. I'm not sure if I can give an honest answer to that while I'm so entrenched within this bubble, right? Like, can I be really objective about that when I can't? I'm knee deep in it.
So the people and few organisations who are making MMO content are often much smaller, but now let's look at who we're making content for. And I'd like to focus on the general MMO content style, overviews of many games, and not specialising into a single game yet. An MMO is designed to be played for many hundreds or thousands of hours. They are multi-year long experiences, and because of this, it's difficult to fully commit to multiple. If you're playing World of Warcraft for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're not going to be able to find the time to also play 8 hours of the Elder Scrolls Online every day, and Guild Wars 2 and RuneScape. This means the most hardcore players of any MMO are often committed to that one game. While they may dabble in others, they do not know it to the extent of their main game. They know every aspect of that game. They are, in effect, an authority on that game. The real danger with extreme fans is when that game becomes more than a game to them. It becomes a character trait, a lifestyle, or in extreme cases, a lifeline. MMOs are designed to be able to exploit addictive personalities, and in some cases, players with antisocial personalities or social issues in real life will retreat into the MMO world. And the MMO world can become more real to them than reality, meaning any critique or review of their MMO is seen as a personal attack against them. Now, all hobbies have the toxic extremists within them, but the MMO genre is uniquely designed to be played for thousands of hours and to give you a second reality to immerse yourself in. While hobbies such as painting or running or cooking can be immersive and people can certainly build personalities around them, they don't encourage or facilitate the creation of a totally separate reality in the way MMOs do. This can lead to hardcore players becoming so deeply isolated within their game's subculture that it can begin to feel like the game is the biggest thing in the world. Everyone they know plays it. Everyone they know likes it. Existing within that social bubble of an MMO game can slowly warp a player's perception of how important that game is, or status within that game is, to everyone else. And then a reviewer or content creator comes along and makes a video on that game. Unless that reviewer is one of the hardcore fans themselves and already has thousands of hours in that game, the fans will look at the review and ask, what gives you the authority to review my game? Hardcore fans will want to be represented and critiqued by someone just as experienced and committed as them, and while that's totally understandable from a gaming content perspective, it can mean any review from a reviewer with fewer hours invested than the hardcore player base gets immediately discarded. Hobbies are of course important, and a variety of hobbies allows you to experience a variety of things in your life, but a hobby should always enhance your life and not become it or trap it. Extended time inside a virtual world can sometimes blur the lines between virtual and reality. I'm not saying you shouldn't be proud of the achievements you have within games, but you shouldn't confuse them with meaningful life progression outside of the game. When an MMO game becomes someone's main source of socializing or of personal pride through virtual achievements, reviews, especially negative ones, can be met with extreme, abusive, or in some cases dangerous backlash.
I think I've been dealing with that for the last 5 years, probably longer than that. I think it's just the case is because it's, again, like it's what you said, whenever you attack the game, you attack their identity, because so much of their identity is tied up with the game that whenever you say that this game is bad, well, whenever you've invested 10,000 hours into a game, but then somebody tells you that it's bad, you start getting a little bit of effectively buyer's remorse. What did I spend 10,000 of my hours for? What did I spend my life on the past 10 years if it's bad? You can't tell me that I wasted all my time on something that's bad. So I think people do take it very personally. I think that also content creators, there are just some nuances to making content with like MMOs that are more unique than that would be for other genres. So like, for example, people gift you items and people are able to like help you get certain things. And I think that does create a certain amount of animosity with people that want to use MMOs and video games as a whole, is that video games used to be that great equalizer for a lot of people who didn't necessarily have a lot of opportunities to maybe be successful in real life or do something, that's noteworthy in real life. They could go to a video game and be put on an even playing field with somebody who made $1 million a year or somebody who was 6'8" or something like that.
The big issue with the hyper enfranchised players, and I was this at one point. I mean, I've been covering Warframe for honestly a large part of it. I was out of touch with the usual player, and I feel like that's where most people will get to whenever you have spent enough time in a game that you kind of don't remember learning how to play it, and you spend a lot of time around these friend groups, like you said, that are also in the game and very experienced. You can begin to see yourself as being the average player, when in most cases, if you're a long-term member of a community that is spending, multiple days a week on a game, you are not the average player of that game. And the other side of that, which is the much more unreasonable and very toxic, which is that you will begin to view yourself as the player that matters most, where your feedback is the one that's important. It's the one that the devs should pay attention to. The new content should be for you.
An MMO becomes your second life. This is where you want to spend all your time. And with MMOs just shifting and dying constantly, it's like this big cycle of just churning through the next MMO. People don't want their MMO that they've found as a home to die. And that they almost like protect it like a child. And it leads to, like you've said this before, tribalism, where your opinion may be completely valid, but they don't want it to be valid. If there are big flaws in a game like New World, which there were, we both exposed humongous flaws with that game, the community will rally and try and, pull it under their wing and protect it and say, yeah, but it's early days, where we're actually advocating for them to get a better version of the game that they bought, the version that they were promised. But they don't see it that way. They see it as us, slowly knocking the nail into the coffin.
Have I felt the sting from the MMO community? Well, yeah, like not maybe just their identity, but it's their community. The perception that you might be preventing others from checking out their game, there's a risk. It's this weird gatekeeping mentality where you're going to say what we want you to say within this, here's the approved space. And we're also not going to we're not going to talk about it in this way because we don't want these type of players, coming into our space. I want and I believe that honesty and authenticity within content is more important than somebody's feelings about a game.
I'm not sure I'd say that it's drastically more. I think maybe percentages. I think once you get into like the hardcores, then probably, and there probably are more hardcores in MMOs just because of the time investment. But yeah, I think it's probably worse than other games in general. I would just say, just do whatever makes you happy and then just don't read the comments.
There were death threats a few years ago when I made a negative video about Final Fantasy XIV. The video was awful, to be fair, but still.
So gaming was an outlet for me. I made a lot of friends in them. I ended up preferring that to the life that I was living. So I can understand how these people are going from their life. They might work a 9-to-5 job that they hate. They come home and they get into this game where there's someone powerful. The kind of scene that we paint is different to the grand image that they have of the game. So I can understand how they feel that we're personally attacking like a major part of their life with regards to how that's going to potentially affect new content creators. If your views don't necessarily align with the vocal majority, then they are going to crucify you. It doesn't matter what you say, what kind of defense that you have, they will hate on you and attack your views and your opinions regardless.
So this is, I feel like you and I both probably have a similar answer in the sense that we probably have a lot of experiences with this sort of thing. So I'm going to try to keep it as short as I can because unfortunately we both have series that basically, even just by reading the name, can make you mad. Negative experiences that come to mind for me specifically have to be Final Fantasy 14 fans in almost any capacity. They mean well, but sometimes by meaning well, they do so much harm. And I think that that's obviously something we're probably talking about here in a sense, is the hyper-enfranchised fans can actually make their game a lot less accessible. So I'll say like Final Fantasy 14 fans were an example of that. And also I find it a lot in role-play-centric games, like SWTOR, for example. It's a very role-play-centric game. So for role players, they're looking and trying to play the game in a completely different way. So they don't care about a lot of the same concerns that I might have, or you might have, or someone else might have, right? Who's playing it for more than just roleplay.
I've got quite a unique position, I think, creating content with World of Warcraft, because the overall perspective of WoW is quite negative. You know, hyper-enfranchised fans actually not liking the game. And so when I do say something positive about the game, because the game is actually really good in certain elements, they don't like that. If you think something else is good or something else is bad, your opinion is invalidated. If your opinion doesn't follow the cult group opinion of the game, you're alienated. And it almost feels like you're causing trouble by speaking your mind. It's kind of like going against the grain. And if you go against what they are already thinking, then it doesn't matter what you say. Your opinion's invalidated. It doesn't mean anything because it's not what they already think of the game.
Yeah, this is an absolute classic one. This is a topic I actually really like to talk about on stream. I try and push back against it as much as I possibly can because I think it's ultimately incredibly self-destructive, actually, to MMO communities. Like when you look at, if you look at a game and you go, wait, these guys are like a cult, or you go like, wait, do I really want to play? Do I want to get into this? This looks a little bit weird, right? And for sure, I definitely think this happens with MMOs a fair bit, right? And I think you hit the nail on the head, right? It's because it's such a big part of your identity, right? A big part of your life. You're like, wait, have I wasted my time? Did I pick the wrong game? What am I doing, right? This is not, this isn't right. This can't be right. This is my game. I play this game. So, or if you are going to be very critical of the game, it's not going to be interpreted in good faith, and that's putting it politely.
My latest upload on Starbase, right? And it's a self-proclaimed MMO, right? They say that. It's an MMO, make your own fun kind of thing. A player-based economy, it's all about the players. Now, the game was already kind of dead. I mean, it's on life support, okay? So with about, let's say, 200 players max, even then, I was terrified. Because the amount of hours you would need and the amount of hours you see on some reviews, coming up to nearly thousands of hours, you look at that and you think to yourself, well, I'm coming in, I want to tell a story. I also don't have thousands of hours to make this video. I don't want to risk just looking at links online and trying to put two and two together and missing something else that's hidden that everyone's going to call me out on. Why not just speak to the community? Almost kind of turn into, well, yes, this game has gone downhill, but there is a really good community behind it.
I think we get really tribalistic because we've allowed this hobby to become maybe more of our life than it should be. Escapism on its own is healthy. I think it's nice to be able to get out of your own skin from time to time, and every hobby does it. But I think when you let it get to the point that you need to physically threaten or attack somebody, I don't know where the line is, but you're way past it.
MMOs are unique in that they do tend to encourage that human nature that tends to want to join a tribe and protect the tribe and be part of the tribe, because they're so community driven, because they're so social. That's the thing that really makes MMOs unique, and it is a double-edged sword for sure. There are people who do make the MMO that they're playing their whole identity, their whole personality revolves around that. And so recently we've seen some problems with that. But there is definitely a subset of MMO players that treat it like it's us versus them. It is our tribe against the other tribe, which is bizarre and unsettling because they forget, this is a product.
If you do decide to create content within the MMO world, either on YouTube or Twitch, you've got two basic channel types. There are variations between these, but broadly, you'll either be general genre focused or specific game focused. General creators are able to give a broad overview of the genre at the expense of specialist knowledge within each game. These are creators like myself, the Lazy Payon, or Kira TV. We're able to paint with a broad brush, but this can mean missing the finer details. So instead of being a general MMO creator, you could specialise into a single game. It's absolutely possible to do. Many people have found YouTube and Twitch success as champions of their chosen game. Zeppler plays Final Fantasy XIV, The Mighty Teapot plays Guild Wars 2, Brozine plays Warframe, and each of them have lots of detailed content around that specific game, but even specialising is not without risks. The benefits of specialising are the community come to see you as an authority, and you're always able to make very specific, nuanced content. You're able to fully explore the depths of a game's systems that a general creator will miss or not have the time to explore. But the risks are how you are connecting your YouTube or your Twitch or even yourself as a level of celebrity to this game specifically. You're binding your career to it. And if the game fails, so do you. The larger specialised channels we have now are very talented, and they also happen to choose the correct games to bind themselves to find success. If WildStar had just released and you went all in on being a WildStar content creator, you're going to be pretty unhappy when the game shuts down and your YouTube back catalogue is now irrelevant, or the Twitch streams you've been relying on for income suddenly see a massive drop in viewership because the game people know you for is gone, and people valued the game more than you. Specialising into a single game as a full-time creator is only an advantage if the audience who cares about your specialist knowledge is large enough to sustain you. Every time a new MMO comes out, we see waves of people decide this is the one. They specialise and they build careers up around Terra, or Elion, or Neverwinter, or more recently, New World. And if the game flops, so do they. Now, New World is still going, but the creators are not seeing anywhere near the amount of views they were when the game first released. General MMO content creators know this and have to make a decision on general versus specialist. For example, while I'll happily make a silly video on, say, Swords of Legend Online, I won't pour thousands of hours into it to become a specialist before I do, because I simply do not think that would be a smart use of my time. I am aware this means my content will sometimes miss the more esoteric details of a game and anger the player base for it, but that's a choice I've made.
As soon as you see like a game losing popularity, you can look at the directory and see that all of the people that used to be getting, let's say 5,000 viewers, now they're getting 1,000 viewers, and it just keeps going down. So I think that the biggest risk whenever you're becoming a specialized content creator is that whenever you are playing a game that doesn't really have an audience large enough to necessitate you only playing that game. So for example, people that only play Minecraft, they can do it because Minecraft is like the biggest game in the world. People that play Fortnite, many of them can do it too. But I think that once you get into smaller games with smaller audiences, that's whenever it becomes less sustainable and a lot more volatile, because you're much more at the whims of the current state of that individual game. Like, I know this for WoW, is that in WoW, like, there would be sometimes back in like Legion where I'd have 10,000 viewers, or I think during the Tomb of Sargeras release, I had 25,000 viewers. It was insane. And then the next couple of days, I went back down to 4. And so that's a huge difference. And that's what happens whenever you're just making content for one specific game, is that your popularity is tied to that game.
The reason that I started creating content the way that I do, which is entirely about Warframe, is because I completed Warframe. I decided that the end game of Warframe now for me, which is still a thing that was up for debate, the end game for me now is that I am a content creator now, and I am going to help the new players. I became that type of creator purely based on the love of the game, and whether or not it was going to succeed or fail, I was just going to go in that direction because I really like Warframe a lot. It is my favorite game. The difference for general creation is that you do get, you know, a much more narrow view at any game, and the unfortunate bit about that is that it means that if you do stumble across that game, like if you stumble across your Warframe, you probably won't be able to spend as much time with it as you'd really want to, and also it would be hard to focus in your, you know, large general audience into the specifics of what you now want to get into.
It's a tough thing to do because, as you said, you miss out on some of the more specific details that, you know, hyper fans of that game would expect to see. But at the same time, you actually have a lot more knowledge of the general genre, and that can be invaluable in the sense that when I'm reviewing New World, I can use my knowledge of Mortal Online, my knowledge of
Need this one
RuneScape,
at least level 10.
not Terra, yeah, well, not Terra anymore, but any
8.
of those games as a kind of cross-reference, right? I can review it in a more unbiased way. However, you are correct in the sense that being a specialized content creator gives you all these extra details, all this information that's super important to a lot of people. If a content creator starts out with New World and they ride the massive hype train at the beginning, they're going to come crashing down with it as well if they don't diversify. It's like, you know, the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I think algorithmically you're setting yourself up for a world of depression and anxiety and even mental health problems that they're going to challenge you and push you and make you question your own sanity. So the thing about being generalized, it's very valuable to your mental health. The thing about being specific is that as a career, that's a niche within a niche within a niche within a niche. And so the solution that I've actually developed is what I do is multi-channel. So I have a New World focused channel. I have a Final Fantasy focused channel. When it comes down to it, like, yeah, I think a handful of games is the best way, but algorithmically, you have to actually multi-channel because the algorithm is going to hit you.
You have more freedom to do whatever you want because it's not just tying your channel to that game. It's also tying that you have to make videos about that game, which means if you stop enjoying it, then, you know, what else are you going to do? You're going to have to pivot at some point, or like you say, your channel's going to die. So I think the benefit is just having more freedom to do whatever you want.
The benefits of specializing are if a top tier MMO ever does come out that you get hooked into, then there's new content with every update and you become the authority figure of that game, and you'll likely be invited to community events or even get offered a community manager backup job, as has happened with RuneScape and Guild Wars 2 content creators in the past. Because you're a niche within a niche, and you'll find it easier to grow your content than immediately starting out with general MMO stuff. However, you will have a harder time branching out later on. The downsides are game-specific MMO channels have limited view potential. If the game dies, so does your channel. And people that know your channel for that game will complain if you try to cover any new games.
If you're hyper specialized, you're tying your success to someone else's success, which is always like a risky endeavor. I mean, I always think of say there's this Red Dead Online tips channel. First of all, rest in peace, Red Dead Online. You almost had something. That first year or two was insane potential, and now you see these channels, and every week they're just putting out these very sad, like, here's what to do this week in Red Dead Online, and it's, spoiler alert, not a lot. I think going for the general approach which you've done is safer in terms of your own longevity. And like you say, there is definitely that potential for people to disregard your opinion because you haven't, you know, tied yourself down. You haven't married a game per se. Having an authoritative British accent does help. So I can recommend that.
A creator that is sticking to a specific game to make a transition over to another game. I've seen this happen repeatedly in games like Overwatch, where YouTubers that average 20, 40, 50,000 views for their videos and they're averaging 2,000-3,000 viewers for their streams. They get bored. When they decide that they want to transition over to another game, their viewership drops by 90%. That we've seen people, thousands, drop down to just hundreds of viewers. That is the unfortunate state of, I guess, being like a content creator that focuses on one single specific game. Because if you ever do make that transition, you're essentially killing your career if you pursue it as a career. With regards to having it as more of a general channel, you're also severely limiting yourself, because at the same time, people don't necessarily view you as an authority, and therefore they don't choose to go to you for information.
I think actually, contrary to popular belief, most of us started as specialist YouTubers and then kind of branched off to other things. And I think that just makes the most logical sense, because just like with MMOs, like you're saying, Another Life, many of us spend so much time in one particular game, so then we become like, okay, let's talk about this game. And like for me, for example, I started the channel in large part on the series based on Galaxies. That was because Galaxies was the game that I had the most experience with. And so then I realized like, oh, okay, like there's actually other ones that I could talk about and other games that I could then cover. Not a lot of MMO players actually play a lot of MMOs. It's weird as that sounds. Throughout my entire life, I've actually can count on my hands the amount of friends I've had that actually play all the MMOs. Like they play everything. And so I think that being a content creator in one particular game, there's a lot of benefit from it. Like you said, you get to look more into the nuance of things versus like what we do, which is sometimes less practical for some people. It's harder to do, harder to be a known entity and then be taken seriously in a bunch of different games. I think that's just really hard to do. Beyond playing a bunch of games, just knowing enough to even be able to approach all of these different games and talk about them in a good way.
If you want to be seen as a professional content creator with a certain amount of authority, then you would focus on a specific game. But the downside of that is not only is your success tied to the success of that game, but also your opinion of that game is incredibly jaded because you've never experienced another MMO in detail at all, so you have nothing to compare it to. You also can never ever satisfy a viewer if you are a general MMO channel, because you are never able to put in the hours, the blood, sweat, tears, dedication that a player that spent hours and hours and hours on that game. You will never be on their level. You will never have their opinion. You will never be able to give them the confirmation bias that they're looking for because you simply don't have the experience.
In general, most players just play the game a little bit. They might play for a little while, but they might even play multiple MMOs at the same time. So going like super deep into the analysis, that's kind of not exactly what the majority of people are really looking for, right? You want to know, oh, this is how the systems work, right? This is what you can do. These are all the different game modes that you can participate in. That really is the bread and butter of the kind of MMO demographic for sure. In terms of pitfalls, I think you're absolutely right. The big pitfall with general is that you're not going to be seen as this like Omega. Yes, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about, and that might actually cause players to potentially dismiss your opinion within that community that you're speaking to.
It's inevitable that that game pretty much links to your success in a lot of ways. When you're looking at just MMOs in general, when you're focusing on a genre, you've got a lot of room to move in, right? And also you can do things like you can step out. I guess with the NFT situation, that was a really good example of you're talking about something different, but it does still relate to that. So there are those opportunities. So obviously I'm focusing on different genres. That gives me a lot of room to breathe. And I did actually think to myself, what does actually make me the authority, or what makes my content, what will make my content worth watching, and why should somebody watch me?
Final Fantasy XIV pays my bills. I play MMORPGs as a genre. That's what I make content for. I play other games. I like mobile games. I like shooters. I like racing games. But MMORPGs are what I'm known for. If we're just talking analytics, Final Fantasy XIV pays overwhelmingly for my mortgage. I still play Guild Wars at least one day a week on stream, and I'm trying to grow that because A, I think it's important for my own well-being as a gamer and as somebody to have broad things. And B, what happens if Final Fantasy XIV has a down cycle? I have everything tied to Final Fantasy. And so that's really scary because they do have down cycles and you see them coming. That's the worst part, is as somebody who becomes an expert in either one game or in one genre of that game, if you're tied to PvP seasons or a raid, you know when the content's coming, maybe even before the people watching. I'm making this video and this is going to be the last big thing that people look forward to for 3 months, 4 months, 8 months, or in some games, they have unpredictable patch cycles. I have no idea how people make full-time livings out of games that don't have a predictable patch cycle.
I mean, by catering to a very specific niche, it might be more easy to grow as a...
Well, I'm done streaming. It's already night, so it's 12:26. All right. Thanks for all watching. Thanks for all tuning in. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow, same time. Make sure to hit the follow button. See you guys. All right, peace out.